Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Wednesday, March 5th, 2025. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Welcome back to the program. It's a somewhat gloomy Wednesday afternoon in New York City, but once again, so much to discuss. And once again, this is why we do a daily program. Whether it's me, Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, of course. It's the boys in the back on Thursday. It's Pizzi on Friday. It feels like almost every day now there's something huge, something gigantic happening in the world of combat sports. And that's where we find ourselves on this gloomy Wednesday afternoon in New York City. Some breaking news to start the day. We will get into that top of the show, so sit tight. Many thoughts and some that aren't being shared somewhat surprisingly. I will get into all of it and more. Also on Wednesdays, we answer your questions, a lot of great ones. I took a peek earlier. Ariel Helwani.substack.com is where you can still ask said questions. We'll also get to the super chatters as well. So stay tuned for that. At 2 o'clock, longtime MMA manager, now also football agent, and recently announced CEO of the Dirty Boxing promotion, which of course is headed up by one Platinum Mike Perry, Malki Kawa of First Round Management. He's going to stop by to talk about why he took this job. I do believe he has some news about their second show. And of course, he works with the likes of Ilia Topuria and John Jones. You may have heard of them, two of the biggest names in the sport. He'll have some information on what's next for them. Earlier today, we got some intel on John Jones. We'll see if that meshes with what he's hearing and what he's doing. And of course, Ilia making big news 2 weeks ago now when he vacated that featherweight title to move up to 155, although we still don't know when his 155-pound, I was going to say debut, but that is inaccurate, when his next move will be. Let's leave it at that. Big John Fisher is a legend. We've talked about him a lot on the show, and I kind of feel like I was one of the first in North America to really not kind of find him, but, talk about him. I think we showed some clips, certainly talked about it with the boys on the show. He is the father of Johnny Fisher, the Romford Bull, who had that very close fight against Dave Allen in late December in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Anyway, he's a legend, and he was on the Brits, and I was like, you know what? We need to have this guy on. The Brits are sort of the UK version of the Grammys, I do believe, and he's just become an absolute legend. He loves to order the Chinese. He loves to go to the Blue Orchid. He's a great character. If you're unfamiliar, just sit tight. You're going to enjoy him very much. Following that, we'll be joined by my good friend Ade Oladipo of DAZN and of TalkSport as well. We host a show together, which we did yesterday at the Palladium in Times Square. We host a show together on DAZN called Ariel and Ade, and we talk about all things boxing. And yesterday there was a lot to talk about following that press conference in Times Square with Ryan Garcia and Rolly Romero, Devin Haney, Jose Ramirez, Teofimo Lopez, and Arnold Barbosa Jr. So we recapped it all, talked about the weekend, and wouldn't you know it, there's a lot more to discuss with him on today's program. So he'll join us in studio to talk about that and more as well. We will obviously talk about 313, which is coming up. I have some thoughts on what is at stake for not only Alex Pereira and the UFC as well. So stay tuned for what should be a very fun Wednesday here around these parts. I do want to give a big shout out to our good friends over at Averon. They are the presenting sponsor of today's program. AveronActive.com/uncrowned is where you can learn more about what makes them so special. They have gamified workouts. They have made workouts fun. Just look at it. And if you've been following along, you know that we have a bit of an Averon challenge going on. I do believe that GC is now 2-0, or is it 3-0 against New York Rick? I believe it's 3-0.
3-0, yeah. Undefeated.
Undefeated, there it is. And a new challenge has been extended. It is not against one Sean Brady, who has he's pushed his challenge down the field. He's got a big date on.
He ducked me. Let's be serious.
Yeah, tomato. He's got a big date on March 22nd against Leon Edwards. He has promised that he will return to the challenge. He will actually accept the challenge in April. We'll see. If he doesn't do that, then I think some questions shall be asked. But we will get into all of that and more back into the program. But a race will be had on today's show. So stay tuned for that. Again, AveronActive.com/uncrowned. AveronActive.com/uncrowned. They just launched their new treadmill, and they have gamified it, and they have gamified the bikes and the rowers as well. And if you head over to that link, AveronActive.com/uncrowned, you get an extra $50 off. Support them because they support us. Thank you very much to our good friends, our Canadian friends, over at AveronActive.com. All right, so start of the day, we get the announcement, we get the breaking news. Thank you very much. That we had been talking about, that we had been hinting, that we had been telling you was coming for quite some time. Shout out to the New York Times. They were the first ones to really put pen to paper and say, hey, this is coming. And what I'm talking about is TKO, which of course is the parent company of the UFC, of WWE, of PBR, On Location, IMG. They're getting into boxing. And when they announced TKO, when they announced this conglomerate, if you will, we all figured that boxing was the third pillar. It was going to be MMA, it was going to be pro wrestling, and it had to have boxing. And I've told you about Nick Khan, who is the CEO of WWE, about his background in boxing with the likes of Manny Pacquiao and Freddie Roach, HBO boxing with Lampley and Kellerman and Merchant, a huge boxing guy from Las Vegas. This seemed inevitable. And of course, Dana White has talked about his love of boxing and how boxing was his first entry into the world of combat sports. And he's been talking about Zuffa boxing for a long time. And things really started to accelerate when they started talking to Turki Al-Sheikh of Saudi Arabia about joining forces to create a new boxing promotion, or as they're calling it, a boxing league. And so it kept getting closer and closer and closer. And last week, the chief operating officer of TKO, Mark Shapiro, told investors on a call that this was imminent, that there would be a $10 million investment from the Saudis to create this league, but it would be owned and operated by them. They would produce everything. They would head it up. They would run it. And it was happening, and it was not only going to happen as a league, but they would also put on 4 super fights. And we talked about this earlier in the week as well, and Pete and the boys talked about it on Friday too. Well, today, this morning, we actually got the official announcement, and we got some sights and sounds as well. In case you missed it, this is how Dana White and Turki announced the news.
What's up, guys? We have just done a deal to start a new boxing league with Turki, who absolutely loves the sport of boxing.
I am very happy today. I give the flag of boxing to the best man who can handle it. He have a tough job now, but I am sure he will be delivering to the people and the fans the magnificent league and get boxing great again.
The model is proven to deliver the fights that the fans want to see. The best will fight the best, and the fighters will continue to move up the rankings and become world champions. We will continue to make announcements on where you can watch and all the rest of the details on the business as we get closer to the launch. I'll see you soon.
Okay, so gigantic news, and if you're wondering why we covered it, apparently the face of this new promotion is King Callum Walsh, because the video was littered with King Callum Walsh footage, but we don't want to get in trouble for showing said footage, so we had to cover it up. But obviously this is someone that they've been backing, and there's of course going to be more fighters in the stable and more names attached. But important to remember King Callum Walsh. Now, we will get more on him. We'll talk more about him in a moment. Just a few other things to set the table. This is from a press release that came out at pretty much the same time. There was an interesting quote in here from the aforementioned Mark Shapiro, the president and COO of TKO. This is a strategic opportunity to reimagine the sport of boxing globally. TKO has the deep expertise, promotional prowess, and long-standing relationships. His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh and Sela share our passion and vision for evolving the current model. Together, we can bring the sweet science back to its rightful place in the forefront of the sports ecosystem, the global sports ecosystem. Now, they also went through a bit of a bullet point situation as to what we can expect. I'll run through that, and then I'll get into why this is so massive. One, a highly structured system to develop new talent from around the world, including athlete combines and academies, access for all boxers to the UFC Performance Institute, the world's leading combat sports performance center, research, rehabilitation, and nutrition center featuring locations in Las Vegas, Mexico City, and Shanghai. TKO's production, media, and promotional expertise to deliver both in-arena experiences and top-tier, state-of-the-art broadcasts to fans around the world. Now, they haven't announced officially when it all kicks off. They haven't announced a media partner. They haven't announced any of those details or any fighters attached to it. But let me explain to you all why this is so gigantic. First of all, that $10 million number, that's just a number. That's nothing. You get a big time deal with a TV partner, it's obviously worth a lot more than that. We know that Turkey and Saudi Arabia have endless funds, the deepest of pockets. We have never seen funds in pockets and a willingness to invest in the sport of boxing and in combat sports in particular. We've never seen a figure like this come around. Witness the fact that they're putting on an event on May 2nd in Times Square. They're not even selling any tickets. They're not going to make any money off of this. Yeah, sure, there's the deal with the video game and whatnot, but come on. Putting on an event in Times Square, could you imagine what that costs? So forget about that $10 million number. This is a deal between Saudi Arabia aligning forces with TKO. They already do business with the UFC. They already do business with WWE as well to completely change boxing. Make no mistake about it. It officially gets announced today, Wednesday, March 5th. We'll see when it actually kicks off, when the first event is. Boxing as we know it is going to change. And this very, very powerful entity is going to change boxing as we know it. What do I mean by that? What do I mean when I say boxing as we know it is going to change? Dana couldn't say it any clearer. People keep asking him about the model. They keep asking about, like, what is it going to look like? Well, first of all, it's going to look nothing like these other boxing promotions. They are not going to adhere to the old standards set in boxing. What do I mean by that? You know how, they were fighting for the WBA title on Saturday at Barclays? They ain't fighting for no WBA. They ain't fighting for no WBC. They ain't fighting for no IBF, WBO, none of that. They're going to create their own belt, their own rankings. They're not going to adhere to any of it. And they're essentially going to say, what are you going to do about it? What are you guys going to do about it? You're going to do nothing. And while we do that as well, we're also going to try to get rid of the Muhammad Ali Act, which came into play in 2000, which is supposed to, kind of protect the boxers, protect their rights, protect the ranking system, protect, promotions from doing this. They're going to try to get rid of it as well. Now, even if they don't, it doesn't matter. No one, it's sort of in a much smaller way. It's sort of like these press conferences or these like mandatories that I keep talking about. And they say, well, this is how you always do it. This is how it's always been. And they're coming in and saying, to hell with that. Why? Why do we have to do it? So when Dana White tells Ring Magazine, which is, of course, owned by Turki Al-Sheikh, I have the quote right over here. He was asked about it. And when he says things like, everyone knows the format, the best fight the best, you work your way up the rankings, and once somebody breaks into the top 5, there is no question about who the best 5 guys are in each weight class, they fight it out. And once somebody holds that belt, our belt, not the IBF's belt, not the WBC belt, not the WBA belt, WBO belt, our belt, whatever this is going to be called, TKO, probably not, that's probably the parent company, whatever it will be called, who the hell knows? Not Zuffa Boxing. That's not a thing anymore. Zuffa's not a thing anymore. But whatever it's going to be called, that's going to be the belt. So they'll have, who knows how many divisions. Again, they didn't say, but there'll be a 140-pound TKO belt, a 147, a 154, a 160, a 168, a 175, and on it goes. Once somebody holds that belt, you don't need 3 letters in front of the belt. You see what I'm saying? Whoever has the belt is the best in the world in that weight class. It's a very simple model. Now, here's why it's going to start grassroots. You can get a King Callum Walsh. You could get a guy who's 5-0, 3-0, 2-0, 4-0, 6-0. You could get a guy to buy into that. A guy like Terrence Crawford, a guy like Canelo Alvarez, established guys like Anthony Joshua or Tyson Fury or Daniel Dubois, their brain works with, I'm the heavyweight champion of the world, WBC, IBF. That's how their brain works. They're going to start grassroots, if you will. They'll start with the youngsters to reprogram how everyone thinks and to reprogram the brain to think that this is now the ultimate prize. This, for lack of a better term, the TKO belt is the ultimate prize. Forget about those antiquated, old-timer belts. This is now the ultimate prize. So it's going to take some time to... I'm not saying that they're coming in and all of a sudden, like, Matchroom, Queensberry, Golden Boy, Top Rank are just going to go poof, or WBC. They're not going to go poof, but they are going to attempt to reimagine, as they've said it themselves, revolutionize the way boxing is structured. And so that's why, and they're not just, a couple of jamokes off the street trying to do this. They are the strongest of power players. They have the influence, they have the backing, they have the funding to make this happen, to revolutionize it. Is it going to happen tomorrow? No. But this is what they are going to do. And the boxing establishment, I can guarantee you to a degree, is not going to love it. Now, there's a ton who are going to love it. Obviously, if they already work for the entities or if they're trying to remain in good standing, they'll be like, great. But I can tell you the old guard is going to be like, wait a second, this is not how it usually is. They're going to UFC-ify boxing. And that's gigantic. People have talked about trying to do it. People have talked about wanting to do it. They're actually going to go ahead and do it. We'll see how it turns out. Now, remember what he said on that call last week, Mark Shapiro. In addition to that league, as they're calling it, we're also going to be doing super fights. 2 this year, 2 next year. Massive fights. Don't be surprised if the first one is Canelo versus Crawford. And don't be surprised if that first one is on a platform like Netflix. And don't be surprised with Top Rank leaving, this new league comes in and replaces Top Rank on ESPN. And don't be surprised when they re-sign with ESPN, which in some way, shape, or form, I think they will. A part of the deal is to bring in this league as well to be the boxing entity on ESPN. The guy who cut the deal for Top Rank to be on ESPN was Nick Khan. No one knows those people better than him. When I got to ESPN, everyone was like, oh, you're a Nick Khan guy? He's your agent? He, for all intents and purposes, was the most powerful non-ESPN employee in the company, if you get what I'm saying. Represented them all. He could very easily cut this deal and say, you want UFC? You gotta do a deal for this league. And by the way, ESPN would gladly do it. Why not? Why wouldn't you want the new shiny toy? Out with the old, in with the new. And so don't be surprised if they replace Top Rank on ESPN. Don't be surprised if the super fights happen on an even bigger platform like Netflix. But now, remember what I told you all about the Canelo thing with Jake Paul. Remember when I said TKO is behind this as well? They don't want Jake Paul fighting Canelo. They don't want Canelo to fight Jake Paul and then fight their guy. No way. We'll give you a fight in Riyadh if that means leaving this deal, and you could go get that deal. That 3-fight deal will make it now a 4-fight deal. You fight William Skull, you win that belt, and now the Terrence Crawford fight is even bigger. And that may be the first entry. And so you do the super fights, you do the massive fights with the Crawfords and the Canelos of the world. You populate those cards with your TKO boxing guys, and then the TKO boxing guys go back and you put on X amount of events around the world, King Callum Walsh type guys, who, let's be honest, aren't exactly highly regarded super prospects in the sport. They've hitched their wagon to him. He's done fine. I don't think he blew the doors off of the 3 Arena in terms of ticket sales and gate and all that stuff. But those types of talent, you build them up, and then eventually you get to the point where now you're creating your own stars. You're the best at production. The shows will be quicker. It will not feel like the old guard. The weigh-ins will feel very sort of contained and structured like the UFC weigh-ins. The press conference is the same. You have Dana White, who's arguably the best promoter of the past 20, 30 years, leading the charge. Like, all the pieces are there. All the pieces are there. You have Nick Khan, who has all the relationships with the networks. You have the endless funds of Turkey and company, Sela, who is the sort of like, the sports entity under this public investment fund in Saudi Arabia. It's all right there. Boxing as we know it is going to change. This is seismic. This is massive. This is mammoth. It is gigantic. And TKO just got a hell of a lot bigger and stronger. TKO, we all knew that they were coming to boxing. They're not just coming in alone. And what was interesting about that clip, Turkey says in the clip, he says, "I'm now handing it off to Dana White." I'm not sure how 1,000% accurate that is. Riyadh season's still a thing. The Ring Magazine event's still a thing. Remember, Ben Eubank is a Ring Magazine event. The May 2nd Times Square card is a Ring Magazine event. So those are still going to be a thing. He's not just like passing the baton now and moving along. But what he is doing is saying, we're in business with them. They're going to cut our deals. They're going to be the home of this, especially in the United States. Dana White on First Take earlier today was talking about this needs to be an established thing. This needs to be an established entity in the United States. They're going to get the deals with the massive media partners, and the money is going to roll in. And it's all going to be intertwined. And there's going to be TKO group takeovers in random cities all over America where it's, SmackDown on Friday and the UFC pay-per-view on Saturday and then an event on Sunday or God knows what permutation. Who the hell knows? But they just got a hell of a lot more powerful in the combat sports world. And they're not going to adhere. That's the big story. That's what I kept trying to allude to. They are not going to adhere to the old boxing rules and tropes. They're not. It's over. I'm not saying no one else is, but these guys are coming in for the first time in a long time and saying, yeah, to hell with all of that. 3 letters? Thank you. Appreciate it. Why do we have to adhere to your rules? Who are you, IBF? Who are you, WBC? Who are you, WBO? Now let's see what happens. Let's see what kind of pushback. Let's see, maybe they want to work with them in the end. But I can tell you right now, that is not the intention. And they're telling it to you. You don't need 3 letters in front of the belt. Well, I guess it depends on which 3 letters, because if it's maybe TKO or some other permutation that they come up with, those 3 letters matter. They're referring to IBF, WBC, WBO, WBA, on and on it goes. Do you understand? Do you understand why this is so big? It's gigantic. It's a massive, massive piece of news. It's a massive moment in the sport. And look, we've been hearing it from Dana White for quite some time. He was going to get into boxing. And it became somewhat of a running joke. Like, when's it actually going to happen? When's it actually going to happen? Well, now it's a thing. I feel very confident that Canelo Crawford is a part of this conglomerate, that they'll be backing it. Does the league, if you will, and I hate that word, to me it's about promotion, but they keep calling it a league. And I think what they mean by that is the same way WWE is kind of a league and UFC is kind of a league where it's all sort of contained, it's exclusive contracts. The model is going to be the same thing that they did with UFC. He is telling it to you. Listen to him when he tells you. He tells you that when he bought the promotion with the Fertitta brothers in 2000, they had 12 contracts and they built up the names there. And all of a sudden they weren't fighting for, sanctioning body belts. They were fighting for their own belt. They built up the rankings. They built up the contenders. They built up the champions, the prospects, all that stuff and more. And they're going to try and do the exact same thing here with a massive, massive player behind them. Fascinating stuff. Fascinating times in the world of combat sports. And wouldn't it be great to have an outlet that covers all of this fairly and accurately and without bias? Thank you, Frank.
The without bias part was important.
Yeah, I think that was the most important. You kind of, no. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. Gentlemen, what do you guys think of this? Any immediate reaction? Any immediate thoughts? Anyone there? Oh, hey, PT, nice hat. Tough loss last night.
Thanks, man.
Tough loss.
Yeah, I'm absolutely reeling from it, to be honest with you. A lot of questions I have actually about this.
Please.
And I think we're all going to have a lot of questions for a very long time. The first bullet point they made, about this kind of state-of-the-art situation, combines. What I'd ask you is, like, is that needed in boxing? Is that needed in combat sports? Like, most of the most compelling stories in combat sports are guys who are kind of outcast, weren't going through systems like this. It is something new, but is it needed in combat sports would be my first question. What do you think?
When you say combat sports, do you really mean boxing?
Yeah, well, I mean, MMA combines. We haven't seen anything like this before, as far as I know, right?
Oh, you're specifically talking. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much of that is needed. That's stuff I kind of gloss over because it's like I hate when we try to become like the NFL. I hate when we try to do that thing, drafts, league, standing, all that
Yes.
stuff. I think what they're trying to say is that it's going to be a system where we're going to bring people up from they've got to get some great matchmakers. They've got to get some people at the grassroots level who are going to sign guys out of the Olympics. You know how like Matchroom and Queensberry and Top Rank get these guys, the Keyshawn Davises of the world. They say, okay, come to us. You know, the Pat Browns of the world, they go to Matchroom. Now you come to us. Now you come here. And and they're going to build them up that way. And so, yeah, will there be like a combine like you see on NFL Network over the past week in Indianapolis? I don't know if it's exactly that. But what I think they're trying to tell you is they're not looking to sign necessarily Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia is a gazillionaire. He doesn't need that. He doesn't need that type of backing. But they'll sign Ryan Garcia of 10 years ago. You know what I mean?
You mentioned that, they're going to be outside of those main organizations, the three-letter ones that aren't TKO. What we've seen in MMA is in Bellator, PFL, things like this, the one complaint that we often have about these promotions is, well, you're just doing the same thing as UFC, but you just aren't doing it as well. You don't have the same star power. When I'm listening to this, my first concern would be if I was this new boxing league. Now, given that they will probably have better production because UFC are absolutely savage at production, but how will that not be the same thing as we've seen with PFL, Bellator, being basically an imitation of the UFC? If these other organizations have these big names, we heard Keith Idec talking about Gervonta Davis and how important he is to the whole boxing world at the moment. There are very few of these guys in boxing. Without those big names, how can they compete with these big organizations?
Because they'll be on ESPN, because they'll have the backing, because they'll build the stars up on these super fight cards, and because they want it to look like the UFC. In this case, they want it to look like a copycat because they think, and they are accurate when they say this, their production is better. You look at some of those shows, Dana said it today on First Take, they drag for 9 hours. He's right. Let me be 100% honest with you guys. This is, and maybe I shouldn't say this. They asked me to go to Riyadh for the last card. They asked me to go to Riyadh just a couple of weeks ago. And I asked them what my role was. And I said, I don't want to be a part of the problem. I don't want to be part of the filler. Maybe this is stupid. Maybe I should shut up and take the money like everyone else. But I don't want to be a part of the problem. I don't want someone to be like, oh, great, 30 minutes of talking. These broadcasts need to evolve. These press conferences need to evolve. These weigh-ins need to evolve. And so they're going to evolve it. And what are they going to do? They're going to steal the model. They're going to steal the model that they've already established, their own model. So it's not technically stealing, but you get copying the model. And so it's okay in this regard if it looks like the UFC. They're going to try to make it the exact. That model works. They know it's proven. And it also works not to deal with any third parties. And it also works when you don't have to let anyone produce the events. They're kind of ahead of the game when it comes to all of this stuff. Now we're starting to see more sports entities want to produce their own things and all this stuff. Like they've done it from the start. And so you have to say fair play. This is what the another entity in boxing will be like, okay, I'm going to sign a deal with TV company B and like you guys do it for us because that's how it's done in the NFL, MLB. And look what happens. They maybe don't know. They don't have the right agenda. They don't have the right instincts when it comes to putting on a show. These guys do. They know exactly what to do. And so that's what Turkey is saying, here's the baton, you go do it. Now, you'll do it for these guys, but I'm sure their influence is going to extend to the other stuff as well. I would be very surprised if that isn't the case.
Final one from me. You have said for a long time, you've thought that maybe Canelo Crawford could be one of these fights, one of these big four fights they're speaking about in the press releases, etc. What I'd ask you is the TKO belt on the line in that fight, if that is the case?
I would be extremely surprised because, like I said, those established guys, they have Canelo's fighting for the IBF title on May 3rd, technically May 4th in Riyadh. That, if he wins, makes him undisputed champion again. And Crawford wants to become an undisputed champion. That needs to be on the line. But over time, slowly but surely, they are going to hope to move away from that thinking and that model. And now all of a sudden, the richest prize in the business is this TKO belt. Just like the richest prize in the boxing business, the MMA business is the UFC belt. Just like the richest prize in the wrestling business is the WWE belt. It's the exact same thing. I've always said WWE and UFC are a lot more alike than UFC and boxing. Well, now they're going to try to enter boxing into that conversation and make it uniform. WWE, UFC, boxing, all playing by the same rules, all kind of structured the same way, all packaged the same way, and all in-house. I've never quite understood why Matchroom doesn't make a Matchroom belt. Why doesn't Top Rank just make? Why didn't they do this? I think it's because it's old guard. This is the way it's always been done. And I'm not for a second saying that Matchroom and Top Rank and Queensberry and Golden Boy and all these guys are going to go away and this is their death knell. But they've got serious competition now, especially when it comes to those up-and-comers. Serious competition. And if you're a young person and you're like, hey, I want to be aligned with these guys. And we'll see what the structure is economically, and we'll see who's getting paid what and all that stuff. And you know what? I don't really care about this WBC nonsense or IBF nonsense. Give me that belt. I want to be a part of that. I want to be a part of that history. It's going to get really interesting really fast. Any other questions, thoughts, concerns? Have I missed anything?
No, you covered it very extensively. My major outstanding questions are things you already mentioned, like how is this roster going to be completed, right? How do they build out what the list of fighters that are competing with this promotion look like? How does the compensation work across these different
these are the big questions.
These are the remaining like huge questions. And we know that the powers combined of these forces coming together is going to be massive, that this is going to signify something. There will be a shift after this. Whether it is ultimately like successful or not successful or all these things, that is so far in the future, it will remain to be seen. I think we can say sitting right here, right now, this is a moment. There will be something that will come of this. What that ultimately the impact is just so far in the future we can't see it. But all those things about how this is built out, how fighters are compensated, what the actual structure looks like down the line, what the when Shapiro was talking about it, Mark Shapiro was talking about it from TKO, talking about Saudi group is going to put in all the money, but the TKO group has possibility to gain stake as the relationship goes on. What does that stake look like? Now, does TKO start putting in money as this thing potentially grows and becomes a new huge business for them? There's so much from this that can happen.
We talk about when Dana talks about slap fighting.
Yeah.
How it feels like the old Dana.
Yeah.
You're about to see that guy again.
Oh, yeah.
And it is a very interesting thing. I mean, like UFC kind of runs itself at this point, and they've got Hunter and everyone there. It's a well-oiled machine. Slap is a thing, and they've got some of the same people working on it, but it's becoming its own thing. And now I wonder how his pie gets broken up. Like in terms of it's a lot of stuff on his plate right now. And again, there's a ton of people behind the scenes, but he's just added a massive thing. Now, Nick is going to be a huge part of it as well. And WWE kind of runs itself too, and they have, Paul Levesque and all those people, but they've added a behemoth. Now, they haven't said how many events they're hoping to do. They talked about those 4 super fights, shows, if you will. Yeah. But they haven't said how many events. And by the way, now all of a sudden, does Alexander Usyk, Alex Pereira become a real thing?
That's what I was
wondering. The means are there. The means are there.
It's right there.
Maybe not even just Pereira, but any of these guys on the UFC roster.
Did Usyk, by the way, did Usyk know something?
Yeah.
It came out of nowhere.
He might have. I mean, we just saw him in Saudi Arabia at the fights.
Did he know when he did this media? Had anyone reached out to him to gauge his interest? Did he know? Now all of a sudden you start to think like these things are a lot easier to get done.
Well, also you consider the fact that Usyk isn't exactly the call-out type, right? In fact, even...
It was so left field.
It was so left field, and even more so to the point... The first thing he says is like, I'll face the winner of a title fight where I've already beaten Dubois. Like he's very much the next man up kind of guy. So then to randomly be like, yeah, by the way, the UFC champ over there, Alex Pereira, I'd like to fight him, does feel complete like it took us all off guard. Now, as you're saying this, maybe it made more sense than we thought. The thing I also think about, there's so many things I think about with this, but like is if you are people who are fighting on the smaller shows that this promotion is doing, and then seeing that like the bigger name stars can come in and out, right? Like let's say you do a one-off deal with Usyk to be on that mega tentpole show, but it's not necessarily like fighting under their umbrella for a long amount of time. You come together, you do that show, you do Alex Pereira versus Usyk, and then you separate business. You wonder what the people who are under longer term contracts or doing separate deals think about this, because there's going to be a differentiating of the product, a tiering of the product in a way that boxing isn't, right? Boxing is one-off show, you sign, maybe you're matched with a promotion, but they have a roster of fighters that they can give you. I think there's just going to be so many different like looks and ways that this all comes together.
I think it's pretty easy though, because like those cards will be populated with their fighters. And then hopefully you tune in to watch Crawford Canelo, and all of a sudden you see King Callum Walsh on there, and you're like, I like that guy. And now I'm going to watch him on the regular thing. No different than a fight night, which leads to a pay-per-view, etc.
What if you can't get a Canelo or a Crawford for multiple fights, though? What if you can only get them for, hey, we need you for this card. We're going to do the biggest fight possible, but now they're elsewhere in the meantime, right? I'm off fighting Jake. I'm not using Canelo. I'm just saying Canelo and Crawford because they're that tier. But like now I'm off fighting Jake Paul. Now I'm fighting for another promotion.
I think it's fine, but also look at the deal Canelo just cut.
He cut a 4-fight deal. Yeah, the money talks, baby.
Yes,
they're going to have a lot of advantages from a.
They have all the money in the world. They have the guy who has the endless funds.
To the point that, and I was talking to somebody about this earlier, to the point that Canelo Alvarez said no to Jake Paul and Netflix. And that tells me everything I need to know about how much money is going to be.
By the way, he may end up on Netflix in the end.
And then there you go. And how much support goes behind this. Like it is a treasure trove that they have. They have a war chest that they can dig into at any time and really make a lot of different things happen. It's very fascinating.
I see a super chatter here, which is relevant to the discussion, Frankie. Jake from Windy City.
Yeah. What kind of distribution do you see? I thought you were going to read it yourself.
No, this is your job. I don't want to take your job.
Oh, okay. Well,
also, what happened to the music?
Super chats.
I mean, if we're sticking to it, we're sticking to it.
It's the super chats.
No, I know, but this is just one. The other one doesn't really fit.
What kind of distribution do you see TKO boxing on? Netflix, Prime Video, Sky Sports, ESPN? What do you lean towards?
All of the above. Those are the players. I don't know about Sky Sports, to be honest. I don't know if Jake is... Well, he says he's from Windy City, so that's a random one. But Netflix, Prime, ESPN, I would say are the big dogs right now. There has been some talk of Warner Brothers, which is TNT, TBS, because they lost the NBA, so they have some funds, but doesn't seem to be the play. That makes a ton of sense. If I were to look in a crystal ball... The 4 super fights being on a Netflix and then the rest of the league being on ESPN replacing Top Rank seems like it's right there.
Yeah.
Why do I say Netflix, by the way? Because they have the relationship. WWE's on Netflix. They have it.
So what are you
just
thinking?
Did a
like massive
event.
Ratings.
You're thinking like the super fight cards go on Netflix, the normal fight nights on ESPN, ESPN Plus.
Yeah. Netflix already saw what a big fight does on its platform, right?
Oh yeah.
They had the litmus test right there. It's right there. And then do they want to be in the fight night business per se? No, maybe not. But I tell you a great place for that, ESPN, which now all of a sudden is not in the boxing business as of August. And so that would make a ton of sense.
But by the way, as you pointed out, so an Amazon, like anybody who's doing regular live sports content, this is a great potential move for them.
This is so massive. Intriguing in the right now for everything, like how it's going to form, where it's going to be broadcasted, what it's going to look like when the production comes. And then it's also just so intriguing for the down the line of like what it could potentially become. Like, is this marriage between Turkey and TKO and Dana White, like it's almost like, are these the 2 most powerful men in combat sports getting together to try something?
1,000,000%.
Like, it's just like the potential that they have.
It's the most powerful man with the most powerful entity. You know what I mean?
In TKO, right?
Yeah. In TKO, like Shaheen and I were banding about like should we do a top 25 most powerful people in combat right now? Like that's right in our wheelhouse. Spoiler, and I think I've mentioned this. Like Turkey's number one by far.
Oh, for sure.
There is no person that touches MMA, boxing, and wrestling. There is no person, and he is that guy, and he just so happens to be the guy with the greatest wallet, right?
And does it on the biggest scales. Like he's getting Robert Whittaker to come fight in Saudi Arabia. He's getting the biggest boxing matches. He's getting these giant WWE events. Isn't Royal Rumble in Saudi Arabia next year?
2026.
Now you can point to TKO executives that would have that same all 3 reach. But the major issue with potentially putting them up there with Turkey in terms of status is that Turkey is footing the bill on the boxing one. He's ultimately who the buck stops with, and so he has he's funding this, the boxing side of funding, and then TKO. Obviously, they're still controlling that MMA part of it on their end, but yeah, he's number
Not to
one.
mention pro wrestling. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's really the most powerful man who has. Look, like I've said in the past, when they got into golf, when they got into soccer/football, they were viewed as disruptors, right?
Yeah.
Oh, they're taking Jordan Henderson away and they're bringing him to Saudi Arabia. They're taking Neymar away. They're taking Benzema away. They're maybe taking Mo Salah away. What about these names, PC? What about them? Come on, give me some credit here, damn it. What about these
Ronaldo?
damn names? I'm just rifling off.
Just naming the biggest names in soccer.
They wouldn't dare take away Chrissy Wood. I tell you that much. He would never. Anyway, he probably. And in golf, the same too. Phil Mickelson, this, that. But in boxing, they were viewed as saviors, right? And so it was very smart for them to say, not to say that they've turned their back on football. Ronaldo, of course, they were getting into the Messi thing too. They were a part of it. But in one entity, you're viewed as a savior. And now, could you be a part of the entity that cleans up boxing, that fixes boxing for good? I mean, what's better than that?
To steal terminology, I think they use like making it great again, making boxing great again.
I mean, but is it like this idea that they're making boxing great again to get rid of the Ali Act is you think would be a massively unpopular situation among the actual athletes in the sport? This is something more than anyone.
This is a great point. I actually
the boxers have benefited from this.
Yeah, it's a great point. For those that don't know, this is a quick Google search on the Ali Act, but I just want to read very quickly. So, what is the Ali Act? It was passed in 2000. It used to be known as the Professional Boxing Safety Act of 1996, and the purpose is to reform an unfair and anti-competitive practice in boxing or practices in boxing, to protect boxers from disreputable business practices, to ensure that referees and judges are certified and approved by the boxing commissions. All right, well, we'll see about that. Key provisions. Requires sanctioning organizations to file bylaws and a description of their policies, ratings criteria, and sanctioning fee schedule with the FTC, Federal Trade Commission. Requires that all referees and judges participating in a match are certified by those boxing commissions. Requires sanctioning organizations to disclose additional information to state boxing commissions as requested. Rankings, purses, all that stuff, protected, independent, unbiased. Now, if only they had someone in Washington who is an old dear friend that can help change these old laws.
Who, me?
Yeah. And so that's 100% at play. And by the way, there were entities in the past that wanted to bring something like the Muhammad Ali Act to MMA. And Zuffa at the time spent millions upon millions of dollars to lobby against that. And they died on the vine. MMA, FA, and all this stuff. And so if, in fact, they can be successful, and Ari Emanuel has talked about it to the likes of Pat McAfee, and Mark Shapiro has talked about it on these investor calls and other places, if they can be successful in getting rid of it, now the floodgates are open. Now they could really do it. Now, I think what they want to accomplish can be accomplished with this in play, still as a thing. But if it's not, sky is truly the limit. If there's something past the sky, outer space.
PT,
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I would wonder, honestly, if in the current environment that fighters would be able to collectively see the good in the Ali Act. I wonder if, with how much money is on the table, if you can play people against each other in the same way that, to Ariel's point, on the MMA side, nobody has been able to kind of gather enough support for it. I do wonder if they'd even be that aware and able to recognize the potential implications of it going away. I do wonder.
But what are the biggest obstacles as far as you're concerned here, Ariel? Because the way it seems to me, listening to this today, is like this was just an open door to come in and take the sport. Essentially, all you needed was two very powerful figures within the combat sports zeitgeist to come in and take it. And it doesn't seem to be any obstacles here, as in from the old guard, the match rooms we talked about, all these other promotions. Like, I fully agree with you in what you're saying. Like, these guys are going to play ball to start because the Golden Goose is Turkey and they need to play ball with him. But surely somewhere down the line, if their idea is to build boxing, like, build TKO into the UFC of boxing, which is, been in court very recently over being a monopoly in the sport, surely there's going to be some massive pushback at some stage.
There's going to be pushback maybe from, like I said, the old guard, from the sanctioning committees. There's also going to be pushback from some of the more established fighters who don't need this, right? Like an Usyk doesn't need this. An AJ doesn't need this. A Fury doesn't need this. A Crawford and Canelo don't need this model because they're already making millions upon millions. But what about that next tier who haven't quite made it? Like, what about a Shakur Stevenson? Or what about a Keyshawn Davis if he becomes a free agent? Those types of guys, right? That next tier who's just about to break through, but maybe aren't breaking through just yet. They want the promotional backing of a TKO and of a Turkey as well, because now this is his baby. It's a very enticing thing. And by the way, don't just take it from me. Here's legendary Hall of Fame boxing promoter Lou DiBella replying to a tweet of mine from earlier today. He tweeted this to me some 24 minutes ago. Paradigm of existing boxing is falling and being redefined. He might have meant failing there. Couldn't be more seismic. And I told you this entire shift in the model was coming. No surprise that Turkey aligns with Nick and Dana, and the timing couldn't be better. Boxing people, we did this to ourselves. Sport couldn't have been more poorly governed. Those who don't get it because they are without vision or dumb. D-U-M-B, all caps, which is one of the reasons the old house of cards is falling. This isn't evolution, it's revolution. And that's coming from old guard boxing promoter.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? Don't just take it from me. I didn't even know that he tweeted this to me. But it's, again, I feel like I've overused the word seismic this week because I was talking about it with regards to John Cena and all that. But I did say that wasn't seismic. This is revolutionary. And we're only 4 hours old. But if there was ever an entity and a person who can actually change boxing forever, it's these guys. And it's not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen by the end of 2025, but it is upon us. And I find it fascinating. I was talking to a boxing guy yesterday. I'm like, this is coming, right? Why aren't you guys talking about this? They don't realize. Maybe because they don't know Dana, maybe because they don't know TKO, they don't know Nick Khan. They certainly know Turkey by now, but I felt like they all missed it. It was all right there. And I still feel like they're missing it today. But
I think we're all missing it, man. Like, I think we're all trying to get our heads around this. It's happening so quickly. You mentioned Shakur Stevenson got like $2 million for his last fight. At what point does this become an obstacle for the UFC? If TKO are signing these guys who you'd assume they want a bump, if they're remaining undefeated and they're getting $2 million for the last fight, you think they're going to want 2.5 for the next one or whatever. If the Ali Act is in place, if everything in boxing is the way it stands, they'll have to disclose these purses. As we've mentioned, in the Sportigo top 100 earners, not a single MMA fighter there. There's 6 boxers there. Obviously, not the guys you've described that they'd be looking for. I think Inoue was the last place one at 82nd. But do you think there is a moment that comes here when MMA fighters start looking at the purses of the TKO boxers and saying, well, what the fuck, guys?
Yeah. Well, yes, and it depends. Like, I don't know what a Callum Walsh makes, so the majority of these guys are going to be in that sort of ballpark. But it's a great point. It's a great point if they do in fact see that. Look, we're about to talk to Malki in 10 minutes, and one of the questions I'm going to ask him is about John Jones and Tom Aspinall. And John Jones has a number, and that number is a lot more akin to the the numbers that we see. What's that?
Deontay Wilder money?
What was the Deontay number?
30.
Yeah, it's a lot closer to that number. Oh, you're talking about with Francis and all that?
Yeah.
It's a lot closer to that number than the number that Pereira or Ankalaev are going to make this weekend. You know what I'm saying? Obviously Pereira a lot more. And so yes, this could be a thing that happens, but come on, man. Is there a more tough, ruthless, no BS negotiator in this sport, in this combat sports entity than Dana White? Like, this is going to be fascinating. This is going to be fascinating to follow, because I don't think they know what's going to hit them. I really don't.
The friction between that is something I thought about, what Pete mentioned in terms of the boxing versus MMA parts of the house. But also, I think it's worth noting, at least in, maybe this will not ultimately be a thing, but I think it's worth noting when people this powerful come together, it's not always harmony, right? It's not always everybody's playing nice in the sandbox.
That's right.
Sometimes there can be power struggles. Sometimes there can be people not liking how much sway one person has versus the other. So I think there's just so much here to play out that, like, what version of this that we're conceptualizing and thinking about now is not even going to be remotely in the ballpark of what it ultimately ends up being even a year from now.
Dana White and Turkey were on the Pat McAfee show, and Turkey on the Pat McAfee show is tremendous.
Today they were.
Yes.
I didn't even see this.
Amazing.
Yes, and they were asked, and Dana said about the first show. Dana said, when it's time to announce, we have a massive fight. Turkey says maybe September 12th.
No.
Do you know what's September 12th?
September 12th.
Canelo Crawford?
Yes, I'm telling you all, it's happening.
I'm listening.
I said it.
You've been saying it for weeks.
I said it for weeks. and the ones behind that whole Canelo MVP Jake Paul thing, they were behind it as well. This is all very personal. You know about Nikisa's background with the UFC and the CFO and Dana and Jake and all this stuff. They weren't going to let this guy fight Jake Paul and then fight Crawford. They weren't going to get him, the potential of getting him, I don't know, hurt, embarrassed. Who knows what would have happened? I know Canelo's on a different level, obviously, but no. Okay. Take this fight on May 3rd in Riyadh.
But also give Jake Paul what he wants and a payday before that. Nah, we want it. We're not letting him have that.
No chance.
Yeah.
You think that? Look at Dana and look at those guys in wrestling and MMA. Oh yeah, you could fight here first and then you come to us.
Yeah,
no. You're coming to us first.
Not happening.
I also love Turkey, just like no nonsense, always ready to announce something. Dana's like, when the time comes, we'll make the announcement. And Turkey's like, September 12th.
Yeah. We'll see you at Allegiant Stadium.
Unlike when Dana White's like capitulating about like, John Jones is going to fight this time and we're targeting this and maybe, and it starts at 100% and goes to this. Turkey has the means to make any kind of thing happen. If he says September, he has the means to go, okay, you people, you're going to do what you need to do. I'm going to pay these people and it's going to happen in September. That's his MO. He says it and he makes it happen.
Two questions I have.
Yes.
Do we think they use the Mighty Apex in this new TKO Boxing League?
Absolutely.
And,
By the way, that is now the new name for it.
the Mighty Apex.
Yeah,
Shapiro coined it. I need a T-shirt, the Mighty Apex, and then it's just a picture of a warehouse on the outside. Second, do we think they use uniforms as well? Completely strip the boxers of their custom unis.
Perhaps
That's
for the
good call though.
By the way, perhaps for the league. But yeah,
no way Canelo and Crawford are walking out in TKO boxing.
Turkey's whole thing is the pageantry. He's always kind of like been behind.
But
again,
but listen, he said it in the thing. I'm passing it off to them.
Do you believe that?
No, he's not.
To a degree.
No, he's not.
To a degree. The league, yes. The league, yes.
The league.
The league, he will say, you guys have done it.
Yes.
You guys. Remember at the very beginning, I remember he did a sit-down interview with Ade. And by the way, mark my words on this. Ade's going to join us in an hour or so, and he's more like traditional boxing. He won't even quite get this unless he's listening to us right now because they're all sort of in denial. They're all in denial. And that's not a shot at him, by the way, but they're all like, nah, it's not going to happen. Trust me, it's happening. It's all happening in front of you.
Denial or just ignorance?
Lack of understanding.
I think it's ignorance.
Maybe.
I don't think it's denial. I think it's just a not under like the UFC model is so, as you've rightly pointed out many times in the lead up to this, UFC is a WWE structure, not a boxing structure. And so I would understand, and the Ali Act and all the reasons that it makes sense that the comparison does not make sense to boxing. I just think they're not aware of what this business model is and how it's going to fundamentally kind of shift the boxing industry. I think it's more that than denial, if I'm being honest. It might be denial from the sense that they think it can't happen to me, right? Yeah. It can't happen to me. We're old boxing. But you see from Lou DiBella, he sees it happening. He saw it happening, and now it is happening.
If anything, the fact that Turkey is putting this much faith into it and partnering up with Dana White should be a signal that it's probably something pretty serious that's going to have a shift in boxing.
That might be the best call of them all, because think about it. If you were Turkey, right, and you were like, we're starting a boxing thing, the number one person you're going to call is somebody who's in boxing, right? No.
No.
We called the UFC. We called Dana White. We called TKO because they have the model that's gonna work for this. And so that's an indictment on the boxing industry to a certain degree.
Yes, but I still think his business dealings with Queensberry and Matchroom and Golden Boy remain. But they now want to build their own thing. They want to build their own thing with their own stars and not need these guys.
It remains as long as it's useful to them.
Right.
Then when it no longer becomes useful, it's my show. It's all my show. You asked about how much of Dana's pie is going to be split. I'm guessing the vast majority is toward this, and all of a sudden,
I think he's going to be passionate about it though. Like it's
100%.
not like he's going to want to have most of his pie cut to this. I mean, obviously the Zuffa boxing in the past and everything like that, and UFC we've said several times like it's almost gotten to a point where it's sort of running itself with Hunter and everyone over there. Like it feels like he's going to fully engage in this and really try to make this successful.
Outside of Power Slap's big like move off platform to another platform, I don't think that business needs Dana White as the mouthpiece much anymore either. So I think we're shifting drastically toward Dana White boxing.
Listen, Monster Energy and Bud Light, like they ain't sponsoring this if Dana isn't involved.
Yeah,
and
you
if
do
UFC
a video from an office somewhere.
Yeah, but it's
what's up, guys?
This is in his, as he would always say, like in his DNA. Like this is who he is. He has been talking about boxing for as long as we've seen him on camera. He's always talked about boxing. He's always compared MMA to boxing and why the UFC works and the boxing model doesn't work. This has been 20-something years in the making at this point. And that's not an exaggeration. He has always said at some point he wanted to get in. And so now here we are. Now I'm curious, I don't even think they potentially know the answer to this question. You talk about these 4 mega fights. I wonder, because there's only so many guys out there that would fit the bill, or, they'll work with if it means a Fury, AJ, something. But I wonder what that ends up being. And how big, because Dana's out there saying like everyone's a target, everyone's available. Crawford has a great relationship with TKO. He's done stuff with WWE. He trains at the Performance Center. I just wonder how big they go. Dana doesn't like the stadium shows, but it sounds like this event is going to be at Allegiant Stadium. So who would have thought?
Way to kick it off, man.
Who would have thought, by the way, that the UFC and TKO's first entry into Allegiant Stadium business. I guess they did SummerSlam there, but that was pre-TKO, would be at Allegiant Stadium for a boxing match between Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez. Just a wild time.
It really is insane. You like how he still started with "What's up, guys"?
Did he do it? Did he say that?
Yeah, he did.
That's how he opened up the video with Turkey.
It's a thing. It's a gimmick.
Was this always the trade-off, do you think? Do you think Trump coming to these events this whole time, and I know Dana White would never say it, I know they're good friends otherwise, but do you think that somewhere in the back this was always a trade-off? This amendments to the Ali Act, which seems to be something they're talking about an awful lot. How long do you think about this has been in discussion? Trump showing up at these UFC events, gets massive popularity, is adored when he shows up at these things. How long has Dana White been considering this amendments to the Ali Act, or TKO, as Mark Shapiro put it?
I don't think he was there, and I don't think their relationship is based off of trying to get that done. No, I don't think so.
I was gonna say, if that's the case, this dude's playing chess out
no,
here. That would be some high level shit.
It certainly doesn't hurt.
You have to assume it was not very specific in that way. Like, we're gonna pile up and demolish this specific Ali Act, but you do have to understand the accumulation of power that is happening.
Makes it a possibility.
Makes anything a possibility. Yeah. This is why Turkey is so ultimately so successful. He has power through the money, through the means, and so he's able to do what he needs to do by accumulating, by this TKO forming and having the influence that WWE and UFC combined can have. Now you open up the door to Netflix. Now you open up the door to do these deals with Saudi Arabia. Now you have a kinship with President Trump. There are all these things that can happen by that accumulation of power, that all things become possible, not just this one, like, we did this for this specific reason. It's everything. It's anything.
Craziness.
Man,
Craziness.
Those King Callum Walsh orange, white, and green custom Venom shorts are going to be sick.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be fire.
You think Venom's going to do it?
I feel like Venom's out at this point.
It could be like Everlast.
Yeah. It's going to be a
All right, I can't wait till we get
whatever he wants.
What do we have? Yellow, green, maybe a black and white Everlast shorts.
PT, can we just talk about the absurdity of this like groundbreaking landmark announcement being littered with King Callum Walsh B-roll footage?
They were literally ringing people when he fought, like in Dublin, like begging people to go to this fight. Do you want 15 tickets? You know, it's like It was crazy. So, look, fair play to him. Like, fair fucks, Callum. I think he's a talented guy. The thing that happened when they came over here in Ireland with that boxing event, the thing that I was most blown away by was even the boxing media seemed to be learning about who this guy was. The Irish boxing media, well established for decades and decades. They were even like, and a lot of guys I think would be top of the charts in terms of Irish boxing journalism. They weren't even at this event. So very interesting. Look, it's a great spot for him to be in. If he's being the guy that they're going to blueprint this off, like, look what we did with Callum Walsh. We're going to continue to do that. That's a great spot for him to be in. And, nothing, you can't criticize him for being in this spot. You know what I mean? So fair play, I guess.
This is, I'm asking a massive question right before our next guest is about to jump on, but maybe in a word or two, is there, we've been kind of waxing poetic and glowingly talking about all this. Is there any chance it falls on its face? Is there any chance?
There's always a chance, yeah.
To me, the only way that happens is if Turkey and that group, that fund,
have a falling out,
gets into a tiff with them, or gets bored of it and says, you know what? We're actually going to do it over here. We'll do it differently. New opportunity arises and they can kind of separate and do it separately. I don't think resources are going to be an issue. I don't think the way that the UFC is able to operate is going to be an issue. I don't think the Ali Act is going to be an issue. To your point, I think they can do it even with that established.
What if interest is an issue? What if it's just kind of like top-ranked fight nights that not a ton of people are watching?
But the big events are still going to be by them and featuring the biggest names in boxing. So they've got the hack. By the way, a great call from our good friend Jedi Goodman, who notes that September 12th, which is the date that Turkey mentioned, is actually a Friday. And so are you looking at a situation where it's September 12th at Allegiant and September 13th, Noche UFC? Maybe not at the Sphere because we haven't heard much, but, a massive UFC the next day.
Now we're cooking.
I could see that.
Now we're cooking.
And a massive WWE event on the Sunday.
The pockets are going to be empty if you're in Vegas after that one.
Hell.
If you don't lose it at the table, you're losing paying for those three events.
Jeez Louise. On a Friday.
Sounds like an uncrowned weekend.
Yeah. A good friend of ours, Yochanan on Instagram, told me, you know how I always talk about the Venn diagram, the middle part, the intersection?
Shout out John Venn.
He says that section needs to be called the uncrowned section. It's
we're going
right
to own
there.
it?
Well, I mean, it's us. We're the only ones. We're the only ones covering all three entities fairly, without bias, no deals. With all due respect to our good friends, our old friends at ESPN, but they're in business with these people. They can't do it unbiased, in an unbiased fashion, unbiasedly. What's the word I'm looking for? You get what I'm trying to say.
You were doing great, mate.
We have great grammar here too. We're the only ones. Visionaries. Ahead of the game. We started it. No one believed. By the way, the real story today is uncrowned.
Here we go.
That's the real story. You're all missing it. That's the real story, SBJ. That's the real story. Wall Street Journal is uncrowned. That's the real story.
Yes.
Is our guest here?
Not yet. We're just
it looks like they just popped in.
All right. But that is the real story. Make no mistake about it. Pete, can you join us on the back end for On the Nose? I didn't expect this to go so long, but
what time is that?
Wow.
Oh, sorry,
Pete. Sounds like he's busy.
It sounds like actually a mysterious Frank cut your head off and says that we can't.
Pete, when you learn how to mute your mic, we'll talk.
Wow.
Oh,
You didn't ask me to mute my mic.
Yeah.
All right, Pete. I guess you're
See you later. Enjoy the rest of your show.
Enjoy the rest of your night, man.
I guess we'll talk to you later. Catch Pete on the crack on Friday. He'll take you home. As we head into UFC 313 weekend, which has 313 kind of flown under the radar a little bit.
Feels like it a little bit, but
right?
I don't know, man. It's anytime Alex Pereira is fighting, I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, you guys will get us hyped and we'll answer. There's a bunch of 313-esque questions. I actually have a hot take regarding 313 and what is at stake. This came after a conversation that I had with my pal JD Bunkus of Rogers Sportsnet 590 AM radio in Toronto. So we'll get to that on the back end. Still to come, our good friend, another good friend. We have a lot of good friends. Ade Oladipo will join us in about an hour in studio. We'll talk much more about all of this, so stay tuned for that. I'm curious to hear from the old boxing guard, so to speak. And prior to that, we'll be joined by the legendary Big John Fisher. We'll talk a little Chinese on this Wednesday. in addition to other things. In a matter of moments, though, we are going to be joined by long time MMA manager, football agent, and now CEO of Dirty Boxing. Dirty Boxing, of course, is the promotion that was launched in July, headed up by one Platinum Mike Perry, and his guy who has been by his side for quite some time as far as representation is concerned, Malki Kawa, of course, alongside his brother, Abe Kawa. They've been in this business for as long as I have, obviously on the management side of things, with the likes of John Jones and Jorge Masvidal and Yoel Romero and very recently Ilia Topuria and on it goes. Anthony Pettis back in the day. So many big names, so many stars, so many champions, current champions, former champions, all that stuff and more. We found out on Friday that he is going to add CEO, Chief Executive Officer, to his resume of Dirty Boxing Championship. In case you're not familiar with DBX, as they call it, we have some footage from their first show. Their first show was in November. 5-ounce gloves, spinning back fists, Superman punches and elbows allowed. No grappling or submissions, but ground and pound on a downed opponent is allowed. There's no split decision. Instead, another round will take place to determine a winner. Remember this? They held it in some sort of like smoker type warehouse venue in Florida. And I believe he also has some information on their second event, which is planned for the next couple months or within the next couple months here in the year 2025. And so without further ado, let us say hello to the aforementioned Malki Kawa, longtime MMA manager, football agent, and now CEO of Dirty Boxing. Yes, there he is, my old friend. Long time.
Yes, sir. How you been?
I've been great. How are you?
I can't complain, brother. Thank God. Everything is wonderful.
Yo, what a time. We have a lot to talk to you about, but for the past hour plus, we were just talking about this TKO boxing situation. Did you see this today with Dana and Nick Khan getting involved with Turkey? Well, just as someone who's been in the business for so long, it sounds very clearly like they're going to try to make a league like the UFC for boxing, not have the sanctioning bodies and all this stuff. Do you think this will be successful?
Absolutely. I mean, listen, you got to think about it, right? You got the money and you got the know-how and you're putting it together. And you got the desire, right? You got the guys that want to do it. And I think, by the way, I just want you to know, I've known that this was coming for a while. They've always talked about doing boxing. There was a time when Lorenzo was around, Dana would wear the Zuffa boxing shirts and they'd all. They finally found the right partner to do it with, I feel.
Yeah. So this is going to be very interesting. But do you think, by the way, just as someone who's been in the MMA business for so long, not as much the traditional boxing business, do you think that the boxing establishment will stiff arm them? Will say, no, you're not going to revolutionize sport, or basically, you know what? You don't even have a choice. We're coming and there's nothing you can do about it.
You know, I don't know. This is an interesting one because I thought about it yesterday, right? Like, so the funny thing is, right, Ariel, I have a couple of boxers, really popular young boxers that I'm working with right now.
Okay.
And I was excited to take them through the traditional boxing model. And I thought about it, right? Like, I'm going to call Dana and be like, Dana, listen, I got these 2 kids. You got to sign them. Like, they're right off the rip. Immediately, he'll have 2 young guys that they can build up and stuff. But then I thought about it, right? What if these guys become Floyd Mayweather, right? Like, does it make sense to go this way or that way? So I start to figure out what they're doing. But I believe that if you're in the business of boxing, you're probably going to stiff arm them, and you're going to probably try your best to stop them from getting in your way. I mean, you have to, right? Like,
yeah.
It's I don't know. It's no different than if a new manager popped up and was like, I'm going to try to sign these guys. You got to go get them out of the way. You know what I mean? So.
Fascinating time. Also fascinating in your world because on Friday we found out that you are now the CEO of Dirty Boxing Championship, which we first learned about in July of last year. Mike Perry leading the charge, his promotion, and obviously you guys were helping him out, first round management. You've been with him for so many years, and you had this first sort of like invite-only event in November. Why take this on? You've got a lot going on. You're in the world of fighting. You're in the world of football, doing big things. You've got the management company, CEO of this promotion. That seems like a big job. Why do this?
Oh, dude, it's actually, That's actually a great question. I'm gonna just, it's such a great question to ask.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Compliment there, buddy. But that was actually a great question. I'll tell you why. Because first off, this is the promotion that we founded. You know what I mean? Together with Mike, and so I was always involved in it. And so the first show, had a lot of things to it that was great, and a lot of things to it that wasn't. And I just, the group as a whole just felt like, hey, you need to jump in here and kind of take this going forward. The reason why I did it, to answer your question, is because I really actually believe in it. I just think it's different. It's not boxing. It's not MMA. It's not bare knuckle boxing, right? So it has its own little thing to it. And man, after the feedback from the first event, even potential, streaming partners and things of that nature, we're just getting so much good feedback that this is something that I really want to take on and do. It's just that, I got to do it, eh? I gotta do it, Ariel.
Okay, so what about your other duties? Does this mean you're walking away from something else?
No, at all. It just means that now, instead of me getting to go out to eat lunch, I eat it at my desk in 10 minutes, and I, got to keep, since I become the CEO of Dirty Boxing, I've lost 6 pounds. So by the time I get to the actual fight, I'm gonna lose another 30, and I'll be back to my promoter style.
Yeah,
that should be good. But no, I'm not gonna walk with you. I was on the phone with the head coach that I'm going over some stuff with a client, and we're at the top of our lungs, but then, it got good. After I'm done with you, I got to do something else with some fighters, and then I got to go to DBX, and it's just kind of been one of those things. I've just been taking it all on as it comes. So I won't step away from any of my duties. The good news about DBX is that I've hired a lot of people, good people, around me. So it's kind of like, here's the direction, here's where we're going, go do it, and then they can kind of go handle it. And it's not like taking too much time, but it is one of those things where it needs proper direction, and that's kind of what I've been bringing to this thing.
All right. So first show was in November. When's the second show?
This is the first show.
Oh, this is the first.
Right. Remember, the first show was just a test pilot, and everybody went crazy over it.
Okay.
And so this second one, but everybody's calling the second one. Really, this is DBX1. We're calling this DBX1.
Okay.
Right? This is the one that's gonna come out. This is we're live on YouTube. Okay.
Okay.
I turned down, just so you know, I turned down 2 offers now to stream it and to have a streaming partner, fight deal with different streaming partners that they were paying, and I turned it down. I didn't like the way the deal looked, and I didn't think it was the right deal for the company, right? So I'm gonna do, and it's crazy because you hear me say we're gonna be on YouTube. Most fights, when they start off and don't get streaming deals, go on YouTube, and then you hear Dana just also announced that Slap was going on YouTube and it was powered by VChain and all that. So we kind of have a lot of the same stuff going on. And so we have some streaming partners that came to us, and we turned them down. We're not ready for that yet. We don't want that yet. I don't want to say we don't want it. It's just not where the deal's not where I need it to be, nor is what they're looking for where I need it to be. So we're going to do it on YouTube. So we want everyone. So the first one, I was testing it. I wanted to see what we had. Do I actually have a product? The answer is yes. Is it exciting? Ariel, 4-ounce gloves, man. 4-ounce boxing gloves. Not really, the gloves that kind of curve your fingers down to stop you from the eye pokes. So 4-ounce gloves, okay, padded, right? So you're not bare knuckle. That just got approved. And one of the changes that we have to make. So now it's 4-ounce
Malki,
gloves.
your internet's coming in and out.
Super exciting.
The internet's coming in and out in the middle of the announcement. That's always been a staple of the FRM interviews from the office. The internet has always been a little bit dodgy. I'm now remembering this. Is there anything we could do? Because I don't want it's every minute you're getting cut up here. I want to be able to understand what you're saying.
I don't know if there's something I'm doing here that's wrong.
Let's reconnect with him if we can. Maybe we can guide him through it. Go on LTE, or is that cool, guys?
Absolutely.
I just want to be able to officially understand, and I'm sending something to you guys as well. I sent it to Jordan regarding this announcement that he is attempting to make. But we'll reconnect with him in a moment. DBX is what they're calling it, and I guess DBX1. The first one was this pilot event, which again it felt like it was in some sort of like warehouse smoker type of environment, and I'm curious if they're going to stick with that look, because I kind of dug it. It kind of felt old school in a weird way. And I guess now it's 4-ounce gloves, as he said, not 5 ounces. But the footage was great. And the first show, by the way, wasn't even live. Like, you couldn't watch it anywhere unless you were there. And they had big names there, luminaries. John Jones was there, etc. But there was nowhere to watch it, which initially I think a lot of people were thinking like, oh, this seems a little bit weird. This seems funny. Why would you not make it available to the world? And then it kind of created this sort of, I don't know, mystique surrounding it. But good to know that that's not the plan moving forward, that you'll be able to watch it. And it sounds like you'll be able to watch it live on YouTube. Any sign of Malki? All right. That was a stable. That was a stable or a staple, I should say, a staple of the FRM interviews back in the day with Jorge Masvidal. I remember in the office, old time fans will remember this in the office, and there was like a webcam. It was like 1996, 97, like one of those Logitechs. Logitech's still a thing, I think. I don't mean to hate on Logitech.
Logitech's the GOAT.
Is it?
I think so.
They're the number one?
I mean, they've been around a long time. They got their hand in too many pots these days.
Sounds like someone we were just talking about. Let's go back to Malki and see if the internet has improved. Oh, this is better.
Does it work now? Is it way better now?
It's infinitely better. Okay, so you were setting up DBX1.
You're right. So like I was saying, so I don't know what part we got cut off on, but the first fight was a private event, so we don't call that DBX1. That was just a private show just to test the product. And believe it or not, Ariel, we only invited like 350 people, and almost 1,000 showed up, unexpected, unannounced, found out about it and came. We did no marketing. We did zero announcements. We didn't do anything, towards it. We just wanted to see what we had, and it kind of took a mind of its own and just took off. And so, we had 8 fights on that show. 5 of them were KOs. Here we now go into DBX1. Okay. We've reduced the glove size from 5 ounces to 4 ounces. We just got that approved. So that's going to be a new thing now that we're, releasing for this one. And we've got, instead of, 8 fights, 12 fights, and we're live, you know what I'm saying? March 22nd on YouTube, you know what I mean? At the hangar in Coconut Grove. We're the very first combat sports company to ever be there. And they've had a lot of companies try to get there, but this is a beautiful, beautiful location. Beautiful, beautiful location.
Okay. And who's on the card? Do you know who's on it?
Am I supposed to tell you that?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, listen, we're going to bring back El Cubano. You know what I mean? Your buddy, Diddy Boxing, the man
Joel.
himself. Joel Romero, he's coming back. He's going to be in the main event again. And then, it's crazy because I'm trying my best not to do this like UFC fighter versus this guy or that guy type of thing. And we've just got a lot of young guys coming up on this card. I even got a Canadian for you, Ariel.
Oh, thank you.
A kid named Cody. I got a Cody Chovanacek. This kid was the number 1 ranked bantamweight in Canada, right, in MMA, who is down to come do it, which is the best thing about it. And so he's going to come down. He's going to fight at 145. And so we're working through the fight card now as we speak. But I literally have, like, it's stacked, bro. Top to bottom, it's stacked. You got young guys coming in the bar to fight. You got Yoel Romero. You've got Maurice Green. You've got, you've got a Miami legend in Ulysses Diaz, who's, another guy that's a boxer that, is 14-0-1 or something to that effect. And he's coming in here now. He's going to fight. I mean, you just got, it's for our very first show, you got some name quality and you got a lot of young guns coming up.
And Romero, who's he fighting?
That's the thing. I got a guy for him. I don't want to announce it yet because the thing is, look, here's the thing. You know what I mean? Part of this whole dirty boxing thing for us has been to kind of like make you guys kind of figure it out, right? Like the first one, everybody was like, oh, who's the main event or who's not? But you know what? F it. It's Ariel. So he's fighting a guy named Roz Hilton.
Okay. I thought you were going to say it was me. I was like, what?
Nah, hell no, bro. I would never. Yoel comes to my office every week and beats me up for no reason. So I know what that feels like. I don't wish it on nobody.
Okay.
But we want a guy. This guy Roz Hilton, good fighter, and he stepped up to the plate and he's looking to fight Yoel Romero. He was like, dude, give me Yoel Romero. I'm like, are you crazy? He's like, no, I want Yoel Romero. So we want to give it to him. We got to kill. Listen, we got kids on there like Mike Breeden. You know what I mean? Another good fighter. You know what I'm saying? Maurice Green. He's going to fight Rakeem Cleveland. I mean, it's just you got a pretty nice card here. A lot of heavyweights. And at one point, dude, we were looking at doing like Jairzinho Rosenstrike versus, you know what I'm saying, so and so and so and so. But then, you know, we started signing. There's no funny thing about it, right? So being a manager, you know, these guys want to fight in certain locations. So then we turn around and, you know, they come out of this location, you know, one promotion, and it's like, come fight with us. If you want, we can give you this fight in the meanwhile. And then, hey, Glory called. So, all right, we're going to sign him over here. Hey,
Yeah.
PFL called. So we're going to sign him over there. So it's wild that our card kind of depends on, you know what I mean? You follow me? Like what we're doing as far as, you know, we got this opportunity versus that opportunity. But we put together a card that's like so off the chain. You know, when we announce the whole thing, you guys are going to be impressed with it. But the main event is going to be Romero again, and he's going to fight Rod Hilton. And that's going to be in Coconut Grove, March 22nd, you know what I mean, at the hangar.
Okay, can I
Here in
ask
Miami,
about the
Florida.
look? I talked about the look of the like the pilot show. It looked kind of like a smoker in a warehouse. Are you going to stick with that look, or was it just for that one?
No, we're going to stick with that type of look. Our idea, Ariel, is to give you guys a smaller venue, okay? Less people, way more exclusive. If we get 1,000 people for this event, you know what I mean? That would be probably like the target number. I don't think we're selling more tickets than that. I could be wrong, right? From what
Yeah.
they told me, you know what I mean? I told them, I said, I don't want to go to 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. I want it to be very, very tight, very, very small. Our venues might get bigger, might not. But I don't know that it'll ever get to like a full arena, even if we could do it, right? You saw BKFC. I'm super proud of BKFC. You saw they went and did a 20,000 seat arena in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And they sold it out. I don't know that I will ever do that. Maybe I will at some point. I don't know that I want to, right? So our thing is more of an intimate, more, you know, closer to the ring, VIP type of treatment, bottle service, food. It's a whole different type of like fight
Vibe.
experience live. Right. It's completely different. So think 1936 speakeasy. You go down a, you know, New York alley, you knock on a door, and then you walk in and you got this like upscale, you know, lounge type of thing. But there's fights, and that's kind of what we're doing.
I dig it. You mentioned some of your fighters there. I'd be remiss if I don't ask you about some of them. What is going on with Ilia Topuria? 2 weeks ago, we find out he's no longer the featherweight champion, and he's moving up to 155. And then we all assume it's going to be against Islam. But then Dana White says, it may not be against Islam. We haven't heard anything new since. You're his guy. I remember your brother calling me and you calling me up saying, we got the guy. We got the next Conor. We got the guy from Spain. I remember this before he even came into the UFC. And so tell me, what is happening?
Well, I still think that he's the next guy. I think he is the next Conor. I think
Yeah, he's there.
You know what I mean? That's kind of part of like, you know, what he's doing. You come into the UFC, you get to a title fight within, you know, 6 fights. You go beat arguably the greatest featherweight to ever, you know, fight at featherweight. And then, by the way, all respect to Volkanovski, because he was a hell of a champion, and he went up and fought at 155. And Ilia, you know, challenged him, knocked him out. No one at 45 had ever done that to him, if I'm not mistaken. Then you go fight Max Holloway, who no one's ever done that to him, ever, right? Ever, no matter who it is at any weight class, never knocked him out, or even, I think, am I right when I say not even,
Yes.
didn't even like knock him down? Is that accurate? Like no one ever knocked Max out? Okay. So then he knocks him out. And the truth is that the weight cut is hard for him. And it was, you know, look, you know, Ariel, when you've been in this business for as long as we've been in it, right, you kind of learn certain things. And the longevity of fighters, especially at the highest level, when you talk about being a champion, you're talking about a guy who has to fight the Volkanovskis, you know what I mean, the Charleses, the Oliveira, the Islams, the Maxes. You know, you're talking about fighting the best guys in the world. So if you're cutting all that weight, and what you're basically also doing is taking years off your fighting life. And so this guy's looking at longevity. He's looking at the fact that it's almost, you know, a 50-pound cut every time. It's time to move up to 155. I'm confident that Islam will accept it. I'm confident that we'll be fighting for that belt, but it's really not on us. It's on them. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of where we're at with it, if that makes sense.
Is it up to Islam at this point? Like, meaning, does the UFC agree with him fighting for the belt in his first fight at 155 now?
I mean, look, let me ask you this question. You've known me now for 20. I've been in this for 20 years, right?
Yeah.
Do you really think that we make moves without like trying to like, you know me, you know,
Yeah.
I'm trying to like be ahead of it when it's time to do something, and you know, we don't just jump from here to there without like having the conversations and certain things. So no one told us that we couldn't fight for the title.
Mm-hmm.
And to this day, no one has said that you're not fighting for the title. So, you know, I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there out of respect to everybody else on the other side and what they're trying to do or not do. You know what I mean? But nothing has been said. No one's told me no, this is not happening. Let me just put it to you like that.
Got it. Yeah.
Okay?
Well,
So
I said there's. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
There's no chance Ilia Topuria is vacating his belt without a title fight in his next fight.
Well, I don't know if it even makes sense for them as a promotion to allow him to fight anybody else when he's a champion. And if we're being honest, this is probably the biggest fight you can make right now outside of Bones versus Aspinall. So I don't know if there's another fight out there that's bigger than this fight, unless there's something that I'm not aware of. Ariel, you'd know better than me. You know what I'm saying? But this is the biggest fight you can make. And then, I think here's what the fear is for a lot of people is that what if he does beat Islam, right? Then you're talking about this is the biggest star in the sport at that point in a long, long time. You know what I mean? In a long, long time. And I don't mean like any of these other guys aren't stars, but I'm talking about this guy then will start to reach that stratosphere that Conor got to, especially if he wins by KO. Because this guy's got that Mike Tyson-esque thing to him. And if he continues to fight this way, I just don't know how we're not looking at, you know what I mean, the same type of thing as Conor McGregor.
Funny you mention Bones versus Aspinall. Dana White was on First Take today, and he was asked about that fight, when we will see John, and he said this summer. Your thoughts?
Maybe. I don't know. You got to talk to Abraham about that one. I'm going to defer to Abe.
Come on. I know you're back. You're back there, dude.
Listen, no. Abe's actually right here in front of me.
Hey, bring him on.
No. Abe's
Come on, Abe.
No.
I've never known you to be shy.
Ariel, listen to me. Let's just put it to you like this, right? We sit in negotiations all day long and we talk about things all day long, right? And I think that everybody that's involved in anything to do with any of this stuff wants all these fights to happen, right? I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. Do you think it happens?
I think that it depends on certain things and whether or not everybody want to make those certain things happen. And if the answer to everybody else is yes, those certain things happen, then yes, the fight will happen. That's all I'll say to that. I'll just leave it at that, bro. Yeah. I don't want to, you know what I mean? You know how this is. They get upset when you start talking about it, and I'd rather just leave it alone as opposed to adding fire to it. Because if I mess around and say the wrong thing, then the wrong person takes it the wrong way.
You're not scared.
Nah, you know me. I'm not scared, but I'm not. But you want it to happen, right? So I don't want to mess anything up. Sure. I don't want to go into the media and discuss anything that I don't need to discuss. That's all I'm saying.
In other words, you got to pay the cost to see the boss.
Who's the boss?
Bones.
He is the boss.
That's right.
He is the boss. I mean, listen, let me tell you something. I gotta give him a lot of credit too, because you know what I mean. We've known Bones since he was 20 years old.
Yeah.
And man, the guy that he's become now is completely different than the guy he was when he was 20 years old. You know what I mean? So
in what way?
I tell you, I'm very proud of him, and I'm very proud of the position that he takes, the stances he takes, the way that he conducts his business, and the way that he operates. It's been a pleasure to watch. Been a pleasure to be a part of. It's been a pleasure to see. So I can't, I can't say anything other than, he's the best in the world. I take it personal when people don't have him one in the pound for pound rankings. I think that while he's active as a fighter, he should be number one. I think, out of respect to what he's done, he has had the toughest strength of schedule that I think anybody in the history of the sport has had, especially as a champion. He's had the longevity as a champion that no one else has had. And I think whenever he's active, whether that means once a year or twice a year, he should be considered the number one fighter in the world, pound for pound. No disrespect to anybody else. I think all the guys that get that type of recognition deserve it. You know what I mean? They're good fighters in their own rank. But, man, I don't know how anyone can tell me that guy is not only the greatest of all time, but the number one fighter, pound for pound in the world.
Well, if Dana's prediction is true, and it does happen this summer, we could be staring at a summer where Ilia fights Islam and Jones fights Aspinall. What a time for first-round management.
What a time, dude. What a blessing. Isn't that crazy? And Ariel, isn't it crazy? They told you that I was, what's funny about this is that all the MMA agents tell the clients, well, he's a football agent.
Oh.
And all the football agents tell my football clients he's an MMA agent.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's weird to me, bro. You know what? The one thing I will tell you, Ariel, is that I think that when you do good business, the thing just comes back around, right? And a lot of people talk a lot of different things. I just don't come on here anymore like that, right? Like I'm not. You remember back in the day, somebody would say something, and Eric, put me on the show right now. I got to talk about. I got right. Okay, you notice I don't do that anymore. I don't call you. I just do good business. We stay quiet. We stay in our lane. We're still gonna get you paid more than everybody else. I don't care if that's football or MMA. We're gonna do our job. We're gonna go in there. We're gonna fight. And we're going to keep good relationships, and we're going to do good business. It just is what it is. And that's kind of, where we're at now at this age and this stage of our careers and lives. And we've got other guys too that are coming up that are really, really good fighters. That little by little, that when they start to get there, you guys listen. You remember this Cody kid I'm talking to you from Canada?
Yeah, yeah.
Ariel, he's one of the best fighters in the world. He's the number one or number two ranked bantamweight in the country, in the world right now, overall. And I think he's number one in Canada or something to that effect. He'll probably end up on the Contender Series at some point, or straight into the UFC. But that kid can fight, and he's a stud. And we've got a lot like him that are coming up that are on their way. The next, like Ilia Topuria type stuff. And I'm excited to bring that to everybody.
By the way, tougher to navigate from a business representation standpoint, NFL or combat sports, MMA? Which one's tougher? Which one's trickier?
So trickier is MMA is NFL, because there's a lot of like components to these deals, right? So you got salary cap, you got the way they do the numbers. You guys, see deals that show 5 years, $100 million, at an average of 20 a year. It's not really 20 a year. There's math that goes to a lot of this stuff. In MMA, it's kind of interesting, right? Like a lot of it is just, okay, here's, well, I shouldn't say it's easy. It's not easier. The contracts, when they're done, it's kind of like, here's the numbers, and then you got to kind of work the numbers. But there is other stuff that goes into it, like trying to figure out what pay-per-views are, whether you should take this fight or not in that fight. So a lot of analytics. But in football, you have all of that, and on top of it, you know what I mean? Just the way that the system is set up. So there's a lot of trickiness to it when you're negotiating these contracts. But ultimately, it's the same thing. People always ask me, which one do you prefer? I like the structure of the NFL. I love the fighter.
Okay. That makes sense. And by the way, you're not just building up great athletes, building up a nice stable of managers and agents. Shout out to Jose Diaz. Shout out to Primo Kawa as well. I mean, it's a whole new slew of youngsters coming up through the ranks.
Yeah, dude, and they're phenomenal. Like when you look at Jose Diaz, right? Let me put it to you like this. This is the difference between, I think, myself and a lot of these agents, right? So you see all the young guys that come through with all the little agents and their little T-shirts and all that stuff. And here comes Jose, and I go to a UFC fight. Now, mind you, I'm an OG in this thing, right, Ariel? At this point right now, from all the major agencies out there, I've been in this game longer than every last one of them. I've had more champions. I've represented multiple champions multiple times in my career. I've been doing it for a long time. And I'm the only one that came from the football world that actually succeeded in football, right? When the ones that have their licensing there never really did. That being said, right, the proudest moment for me was when Ilia won that belt, and I'm walking through the back, and I'm watching Jose, I call Chichi, little Cheech, is going back there, and he's legitimately high-fiving and hugging all these people that I just don't know. And then all the people that do know me are, hey, Malk, how you doing? Jose, come here. Let me give you a hug. Oh, my God, I'm so... And when you hear people that I've done business with for, 15, 20 years tell me what a great guy he is and how great of an agent he is, that's, to me, is the best thing I could do, is just show the young generation how to do it. And so the fact that he's been able to go out there and build a nice little stable of guys for himself, and that he does this business at the highest level of like ethics and honesty, to me, it's unbelievable. Now, Primo Kawa, also known as Malki Kawa, because we're named after our grandfather, you know what I mean? Is also, but you gotta expect it, bro. Like if your name is Malki Kawa, well, effort, you better go out there and do some stuff. You know what I mean? And I'm proud of him. He just got Austin Vanderford in the UFC after years of trying, and he's taken over Paige Van Zandt for me, and if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be with you. I love Primo. So you know how that shit goes. You know what I mean? Dealing with the girls is the best, and Primo has this way of whoever thinks that I'm too hyped up or too loud and obnoxious, they love Primo. So you can't beat Primo. And then listen, bro, you're still forgetting that the one guy that really makes all this stuff go around in the MMA world is my guy Abe.
Yeah. The other
they're
OG.
all better than me. Hey, listen, they're all better than me, Ariel. They're all legitimately, learned from me, and then they all went and did it, and they do it better than me. That's the truth. Like the way they take care of the clients and all that stuff, you know what I mean? I couldn't be prouder of every one of them. It's a family business. That's what we do. And then now, you gotta look, listen, DBX, we're gonna bring you the same quality stuff. Abraham, Primo, they're all involved. Cheech, every last one of them are involved. My guy AJ, he's the matchmaker, all involved. I mean, look, bro, let me tell you something. We hired UFC producers to come produce the show. I hope you show up to the show. I hope you come. We're inviting all the media to come. We're inviting all the streamers to come. We're inviting all the, listen, a lot of celebrities are going to be there, including your boy Bones. You know what I mean? So any of you media guys want to get an interview with with the champ, then you better be there and have your little recording device ready, and maybe he'll give you an interview. I don't know.
Maybe,
you know what I mean?
maybe,
But
maybe.
maybe.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Make the trip, come down there, pay some money to get
Yes,
in,
and then maybe.
you might just get an interview. You know what I mean? So, but no, dude. I mean, honestly, we're trying to. I think we stamped our names in this business, you know what I'm saying, a long time ago, and we're continuing as a family to do a good job for all these kids. It's our responsibility to make sure this generation of fighter, you know what I mean, understands what it really is to be a professional athlete and a professional fighter in this climate.
Saturday, March 22nd, DBX1, headlined by Yoel Romero at the hangar at the Regatta Harbor in South Florida. Looking forward to it. Great to have you back on, Malki. Congrats on all the success. And don't be a stranger, all right? Anytime, come back on.
Well, dude, listen, I mean, that's on you. Have your shady producers hit me and call me and tell me, hey, get on this. And you start asking me questions about something else,
All right.
So it's always a pleasure. No, listen, Ariel, honestly, God bless you too, man, because I know how tough some things have gotten for you over the years and how much you've been able to take, you know what I mean, certain situations and turn them into a real positive one. And to watch you have your own platform and your own stuff going, all that stuff, dude, I can't say anything but good things about you. And to all those new guys that are, watching this, I just want you guys to know that Ariel used to be that little nerdy reporter that would be in all the little shows grinding to get to where he's got today. And he doesn't even come to the shows anymore. And I think to me that's like, no, dude, but listen, you know what I mean? People get mad at me for not going to the shows all the time, but you know what I mean? It's tough, right? Like you got Friday this, Saturday that, Sunday that, and it's like I'm all over the place, especially during football season. So I'm proud of you, dude, because you've done your thing, and so anytime you want me on, I'm here.
All right,
so
much
God
love.
Bless you. But don't try to kick me off, bro.
No, I mean,
stay on another 30 seconds.
We got a guest waiting. We've gone 5 minutes over because of your bad internet. We love you. Good luck. Looking forward to it. March 22nd. There he is, the one and only Malki Kawa. One of the great talkers, one of the great businessmen and managers in the sport. All right, let's move along to our next guest. I'm so excited to have him on. I've been wanting to have this fine gentleman, this unbelievable talent on the program, and then I sort of felt like I was one of the first in North America to recognize his brilliance, and then he got so big that I felt like he got too big for us. I first came across him when I was like, wait a second, is this Johnny Fisher's dad? Why am I so captivated by him just ordering Chinese food? Why is this so damn entertaining? If you have never seen it, this is one of the earlier clips. Take a look at this.
Okay.
Is that you, Richard?
I'm
all good, thank you, sir. Can I order a takeaway, please? We'll come and collect. I could have a shredded chicken chow mein, plain chow mein, a special fried rice, an egg fried rice, sweet and sour chicken balls, spicy pork, sweet and sour chicken Hong Kong style, shredded chili beef, salt and chili king prawn, mini pancake rolls, sesame prawn on toast, a curry sauce and chips, please.
See you in 20 minutes.
Yeah, no problem, Richard. See you then. Cheers, mate. Bye.
Don't tell me that's not captivating. Don't tell me that's not enthralling and entertaining. And then all of a sudden, fast forward several years, this past weekend, I see him at the Brits, very prestigious award show in the UK. Take a look.
We've got special fried rice, chicken chow mein, sweet and sour chicken balls, sweet and sour prawn balls, sweet and sour chicken Hong Kong style, sweet and sour pork Hong Kong style, shredded chili beef, beef in black bean, salt and chili king prawn, kung po prawn, salt and chili chicken, barbecue spare ribs, chips, prawn crackers, curry sauce, and don't forget Charlotte mini spring rolls. Bah!
What an absolute legend. It's an honor to say hello to the one and only, the incomparable, the often imitated, never duplicated, Big John Fisher. There he is, Big John. I'm a little starstruck. This is incredible. How are you, sir?
I'm all good, Ariel. I'm starstruck as well because I've been a big fan of yours. We both have, myself and Johnny, for a good few years now. So thank you very much for having me on.
You're an absolute legend, and it's so great to see what you have become and how popular and famous you have become. And I know sometimes you get a little stick, as they say, for overusing the word surreal. But your life must feel surreal, does it not?
Listen, I get a lot of stick for quite a lot of things, so using the word surreal doesn't bother me. But yeah, it is, Ariel. I'm just a normal man, normal family man from like East London in London, like on the Essex borders now we live. And it's crazy. It's crazy what's happened to me the last few years, but I am just that normal man. So anyone can say what they want, bring it on. I don't care.
When and how did it all start for you, Big John?
As you say, about three years ago, my middle son Henry just used to put videos of me on the internet, eating Chinese, ordering Chinese. and a few of them went really big. And then it just sort of blew up. I started doing nightclub appearances for students, throwing prawn crackers out and chicken balls to the crowd. And it's just gone from strength to strength. And thankfully and hopefully people still find it amusing or captivating, as you say, in a way. So
It is.
long may it continue.
Enthralling, entertaining as well. Your day job, what is it?
Well, I had a cheese firm for like 20 odd years, went family business. Still got the cheese firm, but I don't work on it physically anymore. But it's still there. Listen, we've had a lot of stress and strains from business and work. So I'm still working now, but it's just a little bit easier. I've got a nightclub appearance, believe it or not, tonight in Brighton, which is on the south coast of England. And I've got to be there for 1 a.m. in the morning. So after we do this, I'll have a couple of hours sleep and I'll drive down there.
Okay, but so like the cheese business, are you not a part of it, actively working on it because you've become so famous doing this other stuff?
Yeah, I used to do like nightclub appearances and that, and then just get straight back in my van 2-3 o'clock in the morning and go and deliver cheese. But thankfully now, I'm earning enough money not to have to do that physically, go out in the van and do things. But it's still there. The cheese company's still there. My main supplier sort of took over the customers, so I've still got a hand in it, but not day to day.
And so when you make a nightclub appearance, what is that like? What is going on there? What does that entail?
I'll go in the DJ booth, just say hello to everyone, get them going, go through my array of international bosses, who wants a burger, things like that. And then we do a meet and greet so people come up and have a queue and have a photo with me and I have a chat with everybody. I did one in Hong Kong on the way to Australia a couple of months ago and the queue was 3 hours long. I was in Hong Kong in a bar for 3 hours.
Come on.
Saying hello and taking photos with people. So it's all over the world, Ariel. And I'm very grateful, very thankful because we're humble people. And for people to want to come out and say hello to me, it is surreal. So, but long may it continue. It's great. And hopefully be coming to New York very soon because I haven't been to New York yet. And we've got a lot of Bosch. My followers are called Bosch soldiers. Mine and Johnny's followers are Bosch soldiers. So there's a lot of Bosch soldiers in New York, Boston, Chicago. So I've got to get out to that part of America.
Oh yes, and how did the whole Bosch thing start as well? That's kind of your sign off, right? You always say it at the end. Where did that originate from?
Listen, a lot of people say Bosch. It's been going for like 50, 60 years, for as long as I can remember growing up. Comedians used to say it. And then just in one video, I just said Bosch. And didn't think nothing of it, didn't say it again. And then I had thousands and thousands of messages. Why are you not saying Bosch? We love the way you say Bosch. And then I sort of done international Bosches so it spread around the world, and I've just become known for saying that as well. I think it's the people like the way I say it. It's a little bit of energy, a little bit of fun. So again, long may that continue as well.
My favorite, by the way, is when you say Le Bosch. I like the French one.
Listen, that was a great moment. We was in the middle of France on our way down to the south of France. It was 100 degrees. I was with my family, and someone just put a camera in my face, and it just come to me. I was so happy, nice feeling. I just went Le Bosch. And that sort of took off instantly. So a lot of what we do, you're not looking for anything. It's just happened naturally. So, again, I think it's the best way to be. I'm just a normal bloke, as I said, normal man and a family man. And everything I do is to put food on the table and roof over our head for the family.
Perhaps this is a question best for your wife, Charlotte, your children, Johnny, Henry, William, Hetty. Am I missing one?
Johnny, Hetty, Henry, William. That's it. 4 children.
Okay.
3 boys, 1 girl.
Well done. What do they think of their old man? What does your wife think of all of this? Is this?
She's sitting opposite me now. She keeps my feet on the ground. Don't worry, because I have plenty of photos with young women, and she goes, "Oh, you was enjoying that too much. Your eyes were enjoying it too much." But listen, she's good. She knows I'm earning a living. I do travel the world. I try and take her whenever I can, but obviously we've got a daughter who's 16 at school, so she can't come everywhere. But they keep my feet on the ground. Don't worry. If I ever say anything and they think I'm getting a bit too big for my boots, I'm quickly brought down to earth. So don't worry about that.
As far as your son's fighting career is concerned, Johnny Fisher, the Romford Bull himself, how involved are you with him? Do you manage him? Do you help work on his career? Obviously, you help promote him as well. Eddie Hearn is his promoter. But like, how involved in the business of Johnny Fisher are you?
I'm involved in the business of being a dad and helping sell him tickets. He's got a massive following, and his following and my following go like hand in glove. So I stay out of the business side. I stay out of the training side because I am a dad. There's nothing worse than an interfering dad. but I am there for, if he needs my help, I can give him dad advice. But he's got a trainer, Mark Tibbs and Jimmy Tibbs, very good, one of the best. He's got one of the best promoters, if not the best, and he's got good managers. So I'm there as a dad, just purely dad advice, but I do help promote, and that is what I'm good at. So that's what I'll stick to doing.
Did you used to be a fighter?
I had 10 amateur fights, believe it or not, when I was a lot fitter. I did used to look like Johnny back in the day, until the Chinese took hold. But yeah, I had 10 amateur fights. I think boxing or any combat sport is the best thing any young man or woman can do. Teaches you discipline, self-respect, and it teaches you that there are people out there that can do things to you. So it stops you being a bully. So we put all our children into boxing, but Johnny is the one that truly loved it. So, he's the one that stuck at it.
By the way, in late December, we last saw Johnny a tough fight against Dave Allen, and I was hearing rumblings as recently as yesterday that the fight announcement regarding your son is imminent. That we might be getting something in the next day or two, a potential rematch against Dave Allen. Is this accurate?
Well, listen, we thought it'd be today. Johnny's got fight news. All I can say is I can't jump the gun before Matchroom or DAZN, but Johnny's got a press conference on Friday and Dave Allen's got a press conference on Friday.
Okay.
So we'll see if they're both at the same press conference on Friday.
The haters came out of the woodwork following that fight. What was that like for you to hear a lot of people now start to, criticize your son?
Listen, I'm used to the hate with being overweight. A lot of people, I've had that all my life, or not all my life, ever since I've been on socials. But with Johnny, when I saw that night, it was a tough fight. He had a blood clot on his ear from round 3, and he got through the fight. The doctors were amazed he got to the last bell, but that's because of the size of his heart. He has got a tremendous heart, and he showed a lot of character. And for people to have a go at him, just admire what the man's done. Don't have a go at him. It was a close fight. We watched it back. We analysed the fight with his team, his trainers, and he did win the fight. He won the fight by 1 round, and that was without us being through, special glasses or whatever you want to call it. He won the fight, but it was a tough fight. So if anyone said they thought it was a draw or they thought Dave won by a round, not got a problem with that. There was a lot of histrionics, robbery. It wasn't a robbery. So I'll stand my ground and I'll stand Johnny's ground when I think anyone's taking liberties. Because I'm a normal man, as I said to you, so I will stand up as a normal dad. But Johnny showed a lot of character, a lot of guts that night, and he did very, very well to get through the fight. He had no balance from round 3 to 4 onwards. He couldn't stand up. That's why I had to keep leaning in. So credit to him for that. It was a great fight. It was a great fight, by the way. So that's why a lot of people want to see it again.
By the way, are you and Gareth A. Davies okay now? I've known Gareth for a long time, and I saw there was a little friction after the fight. Everything patched up?
No, not at all, and I won't patch it up. I'm the sort of bloke, Ariel. I come from an area where you stand by what your friends, you stick with your friends. I thought he was a friend. He's been to our house a couple of times. He's done things in our house that will stay between us. And for him to act the way he acted, I didn't appreciate it. So once the snake shows its true skin or its true colours, it never changes. So he can stay where he is.
Okay, fair enough. It was cool, though, before the fight, Turkey Al-Sheikh saying to your son, where's your dad, right? Something to that effect.
Yeah, again, the word surreal. It's Turkey, the man who sort of saved boxing, put a lot of good fights on. For him to be asking where I am was very surreal. So we use that word. That's why I like the word surreal, because it fits.
It's a beautiful word.
Yes.
You're going to be the special guest referee for the Sausage and Cider Festival starting in May. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it's sausage eating contests. They're big festivals. There's loads of them all over the UK. I'm going to 10 of them. So I'm judging the sausage eating competition. I might do a little bit of sausage eating myself. Can't beat a good sausage.
What is like the most random event that someone asked you to show up to?
I asked to get to a lot of stag do's to surprise people, and the stags are tied to chairs and they think a stripper's coming in. And they take the blindfold off, and it's me standing there with bags of Chinese. I've done that in Marbella in France, in the centre of London. So that's probably when people think they're getting a stripper, and they take the blindfold off and they get me. But so far, everyone's been delighted to see me. So there's some shocking people out there.
What a compliment. And how would someone even go about hiring you to do something like this?
Normally people message me on Instagram at It's Big John 1, or in my bio there's an email they can email. And I've still got a few stag do's coming up in Ireland, one in Germany, I've got one in France. I did a couple in Spain. I do like the stag do's. They're very good because I do like surprising people, and a lot of the stag do's that I've been to have remained good friends with the actual stag and a few of the people that were there. So I do like to make friends. I'm a jovial person, and once you're my friend, you're my friend. So it's good to meet lots of new people.
You're on Cameo. You've got the YouTube channel. You've got the merch. Obviously, Instagram, TikTok. It's like this is a real business. This thing that people laugh about is a true blue business.
Well, the Chinese sit down. If you're ever over in London, we'd love to have you on that. Because
what an honor.
People share a Chinese in our house. Me and Johnny, we film it, and it's not like a normal podcast. We just talk about a range of things, play a few games. The merch, my son Henry organises. He earns out of that. Good luck to him. He's doing very well with that. So it's good to see. And obviously Johnny is part of it with us. But the most important thing is Johnny's boxing, Johnny's career. So it's good that I can earn a living as well doing what I'm doing. But Johnny is the most important one because he's the one that gets in the ring and gets punched. And I respect any boxers, any combat fighters that do that for a living.
Sure.
We take our hat off to them.
We're here in the United States. We're here in New York, and if you're ever in New York, hopefully we'll be able to see you. If not, over in London. But I'm familiar with the Brits, and so I'm wondering when you got that call to do that bit over there, was that kind of like the apex of it all? Was that the coolest thing that has come of this so far?
Let me tell you a little story. I'm at the Brits, and I did my bit about 5 to 10 at night, so it's quite late. I was there all day, and I kept getting asked, "Come and have a photo with this one. Come and have a photo with that one." But I just wanted to sit down, relax, and get my line right that I had to do. So I'm not there to follow people or have photos with people. I was enjoying what I was doing. And when I had that call, yeah, it was very, very strange because, as I say, I'm a normal person, normal dad. And Jack Whitehall was very, very friendly. He was a gentleman on the day. And I'm just glad I nailed it, didn't stutter or stir, and I didn't repeat any of the order. So I got it bang on. So I was quite happy with myself.
So if I happen to be patrolling the streets of Romford and I happen to stumble upon the Blue Orchid, I do believe it's called, the world famous now Blue Orchid, thanks to you and your family. There she is, right? Is that it?
It's an unbelievable place. Unbelievable place. It's a family restaurant. We've been going there, me and my wife, since one was going out of each other before we had kids. Same family, still runs the Blue Orchid. Ray and his two sons, Richard and Daniel. And I don't get any monetary gain for promoting the Blue Orchid. I just love promoting it because they're wonderful people and it is wonderful, wonderful food. I've been lucky enough to eat in all the fancy restaurants around the world, Chinese. This is the best Chinese anyone will ever have. And people come from all over the world now to eat there. That's it. That was a couple of weeks ago. They're brilliant people.
They must absolutely love you. What would you suggest as a first timer? What's the order? What would you suggest that I order to get a true taste of it all?
The true taste of the Blue Orchid, they do a set menu called the B2. You sit down, you have mixed hors d'oeuvres, which is spicy pork, their own special recipe, sesame prawns on toast, mini spring rolls, chicken satay and crispy seaweed. Then you get crispy aromatic duck with all the trimmings. Then you have your mains, the special fried rice, chicken chow mein, sweet and sour chicken Hong Kong style, shredded chili beef, plain mixed veg, and then on the side always order some chicken balls and chips. And then after that, you get banana and apple fritters with ice cream, with caramel sauce, and then a coffee. It is a wonderful, wonderful meal.
Look at that menu.
Yeah, there's the Blue Orchid menu. Look at that.
I mean,
they're great people. They're great people there, Ariel. They're some of the best people we've met. So good luck to them. They deserve everything that's coming to them now because they've struggled through the last 50-odd years. And thankfully, they're getting a little bit of fame and fortune from it now. So
I would love to go there one day. I'm so hungry.
Listen, when you're in London, you've got to come.
Okay.
Come.
And could I? So you posted on your Instagram one time like what the order was. I'm putting you on the spot here, but I have it in front of me here. No, don't put it. Don't get rid of it. Get rid of it. There it is. I want to know. I want to know if you know it off the top of your head. With nothing, there's nothing in front of you right now. There's no.
No, nothing. Listen, if this is Saturday night Chinese.
Yeah.
I would have plain chow mein, shredded chicken chow mein, special fried rice, egg fried rice, spicy pork. We'd have barbecue ribs, sweet and sour chicken balls, sweet and sour chicken Hong Kong style, shredded chili beef, beef in black bean sauce, beef with onions, chips, prawn crackers, curry sauce. We might go for a Singapore rice noodle, and it all depends if Johnny's with us if we get another couple of other dishes as well. But it's pretty much the same week in, week out. And you make me feel hungry now, even talking about it. So
Is this every
I've been
Saturday?
Chinese for a couple of days.
Is it every Saturday?
Every Saturday and sometimes on a Friday as well.
Wow. And what about Monday,
yeah.
Tuesday, Wednesday? What are you eating on those? Like, what's the other vice that you have as far as food?
Well, Charlotte's sitting opposite me now. She does a bit of cooking. She's not the best, but she tries. She's just giving me a dirty look. But she does like to burn food. That's probably why I've put weight on and I eat out a lot.
It's her fault.
I like fish and chips. We're blessed around here. We've got fish and chips, Chariot's fish and chip shop. And we've got some good Indian restaurants, some good curry houses, as we call them, where we live in Gidea Park. So if it's not Chinese, it'd either be fish and chips or curry.
Yes. Is it not accurate that Charlotte, your wife, and I heard you give her a shout out when you did the bit on the Brits, so she has to be thrilled with that.
No, come on, do you want to see her?
Let's see her. Let's see her. Come on, Charlotte. Don't be shy.
I'm not ready to be.
Yeah, look, just sit there. There she is.
Hello, Charlotte. How are you? She probably can't see me because we're full screen. Put me on there for a minute. There she is. Hello, Charlotte. How are you?
Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice to see you. What do you think of your husband becoming this international superstar?
Oh, I'm very proud of him. He's worked very hard for 30 years on the family business, which has had its ups and many downs. But no, it's I'm proud of him. It's great.
I've got a trophy wife, haven't I? Look, she looks gorgeous standing there.
Cook dinner.
Yeah.
And did you have?
While is looking at her.
Does she have her own spring rolls? The Charlotte spring rolls, are those on the menu?
Mini. She always says every time mini spring rolls. She loves mini spring rolls, so that's why I put that little bit at the end.
I love it.
Every time, if I'm ordering on the phone,
get some because you're ordering.
I don't forget them. I never forget them. Never forget them.
What a
right, thank you, Charlotte.
Yes.
Bye.
Fantastic. Nice to meet you, Charlotte.
Nice to meet you.
I feel like the move, John, I'm not trying to take away business from the Blue Orchid, but is the move for you to open your own restaurant?
Listen, a few people have said that. A few people have, but I think, could I open a Chinese restaurant? I'm not Chinese, so I don't really think that would fit. Could I go in business with somebody? Yes, probably. But if I had a restaurant area, I'd want to be there as well. So people could see me and we could talk, and I think that'd be a big pull. But at the moment, I'm travelling around quite a lot. So perhaps a restaurant in a year or two time when I stop travelling around so much, that could be the next step, yes.
I do see sometimes you responding to the haters talking about, your health and whatnot. I think that is a fair question. What do you do to try to remain as healthy as possible?
Listen, I've been fit and healthy all my life. Thank God, touch wood. I used to box. I used to be a sportsman in many ways. So it's probably helped me now. I've put weight on. But we do a lot of walking. We've got 3 dogs. I'm a member of the gym. We do swimming. But I have got to get a bit healthier. You can always get a bit healthier. I'm not here advocating unhealthy lifestyles. It's just I do enjoy my food. I'm 51 now. So I've just got to make sure I counteract with eating a bit of food with being a bit more active. And I know I've got to be a bit more active than what I have been. But we'll start tomorrow.
Okay, yes. By the way, yesterday, International Pancake Day. Lemon and sugar is your order? Lemon on a pancake?
Lemon and sugar's got to be done. You put the lemon over it, then the sugar, roll it up, more lemon, more sugar. It is the best. Might seem strange for you over there in America.
Yeah.
But for us in England, lemon and sugar is the main thing. And so, especially for me.
And which football club do we support over there? Is there a Romford team?
Listen, we got Romford. They're like an amateur team. My son Henry used to play for them. So big shout out to Romford. But our local sort of the big team around here, there's two. You've got West Ham United and Leyton Orient, who I used to play for as a schoolboy. And we go and watch a little while. They're doing okay at the moment, Leyton Orient. But West Ham, my good friend Steve Potts, he's the under-23s manager there, and his son Freddie Potts is a player. He's on loan at Portsmouth. So West Ham are our local team. But William actually supports Spurs. So William is a Tottenham Hotspur fan.
Okay, I think Leyton Orient were the ones that kind of went toe-to-toe with Man City recently, right?
Yeah, they did. They lost in, I think, the last minute or so, but they were winning for a long while in that game. But they're a good local club, got a good fan base, good people running the club. So we've been fortunate to go over there a couple of times. It's just getting time, Ariel. You know, I haven't got the time really to support a team
Yeah, I
on
know.
a regular basis, and I wouldn't be like other people making out they support a team.
No,
Just to
plastic.
tap into fan base. Yeah, it is what it is. You know, I'm more of a rugby man than football man. I love my rugby.
Okay.
I love supporting England rugby. Do a bit with England rugby. I just think rugby players, you know, they're unbelievable what they do each week in, week out. Physical demands on the body, and I just love the honesty of the game. I think football's lost a little bit of that at the moment, but rugby players have got that honesty and integrity still when they play.
So you've got the appearance tonight at the nightclub on a Wednesday night, by the way, in Brighton.
Yeah, student nights.
Ah, fun. Well, give us a
Yeah.
couple more in the coming weeks and months, places that you'll be.
Well, we'll be in the French Alps in a few weeks.
Wow.
In front of 2,000 students. I'm taking Charlotte there. I'm taking the whole family there. We've got a nice lodge right in the middle of the French Alps. Where else? Just come back from Dubai. I've done a couple of appearances in Dubai. I've just had a month in Australia, and I'm going back to Australia in about 3 weeks' time. So Australia is big for me. It's a massive following over there. And Hong Kong. Going to be going back to Hong Kong as well. I've just recently been to Hong Kong.
Unbelievable.
And we're just talking now. Yeah, I've got to come to New York, Boston, and Chicago, though, because a lot of people keep asking me. I'm going to make sure I get to New York. Never been to New York, and it's, it's one of my aims.
Yeah, I know. You have to come. By the way, one last one. Hong Kong style, when you say that, I love the way you say it. What does that mean, Hong Kong style?
It's like chicken or pork or lamb or beef, and it's sort of fried in the sauce, and the sauce sort of becomes sticky. Not quite kung po sticky, but it sort of comes part of the chicken, if you know what I mean, with a little light crispy batter, but you can't even notice the batter after time. And it comes with like pineapple, peppers, and some onion, and it's all mixed up. It's very nice.
Wow, you're making me so hungry. It's a delight to follow you and your family, and I wish you guys nothing but the best, all the success and love in the world, and don't listen to the haters, and I know they're few and far between. Sometimes they could be a vocal minority, but there's a lot of people who get great joy out of your zest for life. You have a joie de vivre that's really a lot of fun to follow.
We've been a big fan of yours for a long while. Appreciate what you do. And listen, appreciate people following me. It is crazy. Even the haters, you know, a lot of the time I go back at the haters, and 9 times out of 10 they'll end up being my friend, and I'll be friends with them. It's always good to talk. You know, a lot of people do things when they're online. We've all done it. We've all said things online that we shouldn't say. And when you actually call people up on it, they realise, oh, perhaps I haven't been right there. So even the haters are welcome to keep hating, because hopefully I can change a couple of their minds.
Much love, Big John. All the best to you.
Thank you,
continued
Ariel.
success. Thank you for coming on. Hopefully, we'll be able to speak to you in the very near future and enjoy
Hopefully
Chinese
I'll be in
together.
New York soon, but when you're in London, definitely having a Chinese with us.
It's a date. Thank you so much. All the best to you.
Cheers, my friend. Take care. Thank you.
There he is, the man himself, the Bosch master, the one and only, the food consultant, the leader of the Romford Bull Army, the husband to Charlotte. How lovely is Charlotte? Wow, that was great. The one and only Big John Fisher. Hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. Thank you very much to Averon for their support. AveronActive.com/uncrowned. In about an hour's time, we shall answer your questions on the nose. ArielHelwani.substack.com is the place to send in said questions. But my friends, we're still digesting. We're still thinking about. We're still dissecting in our minds the big announcement earlier today from TKO, from Dana White, Nick Khan, and of course, Turki Al-Sheikh. And when I told my friend Ade Oladipo to come join us in studio because he's in town for the press conference yesterday, and of course the Canelo press conference on Thursday here in New York City, didn't know it was happening this morning, but how fortuitous for us. And so without further ado, let us say hello to one half of the critically acclaimed Ariel and Ade show. On DAZN, the one and only Ade Oladipo. Look at this guy. This is like your second home. This is, No, have a seat. I don't even have to do the whole...
Do you know how crazy this is?
Come, please.
The commitment I have to you in this show.
Yeah.
Like Liverpool are playing PSG right now.
That's right, Champions League.
Champions League. It's on right now, and I'm like, no. We got to talk some boxing.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, we've got to talk some boxing because it's gone crazy.
The world of boxing.
Dude, it's gone crazy.
So I'm actually really... By the way, what is the score?
No, it's just started.
Okay, and don't tell the viewers because I don't want them to click off.
No, stay, everyone.
Yeah.
Stay. Make sure you stay because this is this conversation we're about to have right now is incredible.
Well, what timing though, right? Because when I asked you to come on, I thought we'll talk more about Eubank Ben, and we will.
Yeah.
Press conference yesterday, we will. Canelo, we will. But this morning we wake up to this news,
which we knew was coming.
We knew it was coming, but we didn't know it was coming today.
No.
And I was saying to the guys that I wonder if you will have the same reaction as I did. My reaction, in short, which I've said on the show, this is gigantic, this is seismic, this is game-changing.
Yeah.
They are going to change boxing as we know it.
Interesting.
And I can explain why.
Okay.
When you heard about this, did you feel the same way? What was your reaction?
It wasn't that initially. It grew to become that. As sort of the next sort of 10 minutes and then the minutes passed and the minutes passed, I was like, okay, wait, what does this mean? And then I started to kind of listen to the language used, especially by Turkey when he said crush, we're going to crush all the other promotions. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
But what, 1 second, the promotions you've been working with, as in Queensbury and Matchroom and Golden Boy and Top Rank, like what does that mean? I find it interesting. I find it puzzling.
What's puzzling?
What does it mean? Does it mean, okay, or does it almost mean kind of what PBC tried to do, where they were trying to create a PBC belt and they tried to sign every single fighter and they very well nearly exceeded in doing so? Does this mean that he's trying to literally take over the sport of boxing? So all the fighters, all of them are in this league. Do fighters immediately start jumping ship and signing to him? Because to be fair, we're in a world of boxing now where no fighter has an 8-fight contract anymore.
Yeah.
Most fighters are kind of fight-by-fight contracts. I mean, does Shakur Stevenson, who's only got 1 fight left with Matchroom, after that fight, does he go and join this TKO promotions? What does it mean for Eddie? What does it mean for Frank? Are they now on the phone with each other now saying, okay, we're not accepting this. We have to fight back?
Right.
Or do they jump in bed with it? I find the whole thing.
There's certainly a lot of questions.
There is.
But here's what I know for sure.
Okay.
What I know for sure is they're going to put on these 4 mega events over the next 2 years.
Yeah.
And the first one could very well be Canelo Crawford. And so now we get a little more insight as to why they were fighting so hard to not have Canelo fight Jake Paul. There's a history there with the TKO guys and Jake Paul and Nikisa Badarian. No. You're not going to go fight Jake Paul and then fight for us.
100%.
We'll add another fight to the deal. You'll fight William Skull May 3rd in Riyadh, and then you'll fight for us at Allegiant Stadium. That will be maybe like their first entry. But in addition to that, they're going to have this promotion, this league as they're calling it, where they're going to sign fighters kind of from the ground up. You know, the Keyshawn Davises post-Olympics, the Pat Browns post-Olympics.
Do you think that's what they're going to do?
Yes, I know that's what they're going to do.
So you don't think they're signing established fighters?
It's a mix. But you know how they keep promoting this guy, King Callum Walsh?
Yeah.
Which the boxing establishment says this guy ain't really the man, right? But those are the types of guys that they're going to sign, try to build up. They'll populate the mega cards with these guys and hope that if you're tuning in to watch Canelo Crawford perhaps on a Netflix and you happen to see a King Callum Walsh fight, then you'll follow him to the league. But now here's where it gets seismic. That's just an idea. That's a concept like PBC. This is where it gets seismic. They're not playing with WBC and IBF and IBO and WBA and WBO. They're not playing with these guys anymore. Yeah. Dana said it himself. Our belts don't have the 3 letters attached to it. Now, it'll be their 3 letters. Whatever this promotion is, TKO, whatever name.
Wait, are they banking on the fact that the fighters won't want to win these titles anymore?
Yes.
I just don't see how fighters, I don't agree with
and
that.
This is what
I don't see how fighters don't care about that. I feel like
if you get them from the ground up, if you get them from their entry into the world of pro boxing and you're shaking hands with Dana White, with Turkey, with Nick Khan, and they're like, we're going to make you into a star. Just look at what we did with those guys in MMA. They didn't need sanctioning bodies. We're going to do the same thing here. He keeps saying it. Everyone keeps asking me what the model is. It's the same model. It's the same model that they use in pro wrestling, which is 1 league, 1 belt. What's the richest prize in pro wrestling? The WWE Heavyweight Championship. What's the richest prize in UFC? The UFC X Division title, right?
Yeah.
And what's going to be the richest prize in their boxing world? This. Now, is this going to happen overnight? No. Is Eddie and Frank going to just lay down their arms and be like, sure, guys, come in? No. It's not going to happen. And I could imagine the sanctioning bodies almost teaming up with the promoters and being like, we have to stop this from happening. But they're going to try to there isn't a sort of Ali Act in the UK, right?
No.
There isn't anything like that.
Yeah.
They're going to try to get rid of that. And if they're successful, great. And if they're not, it's still going to be what they're going to try to do. This is gigantic. Dana's always talked about getting into boxing, and that was going to be big. But when you think about TKO as an entity teaming up with Turkey to do this, who has endless funds, pockets as deep as anything. It's
the biggest
it's a game
kickback
changer.
here is trying to sign the fighters, because I get what you mean about signing fighters from the bottom up, right? It's easier as opposed to maybe getting the established ones, which again will cost a lot more than the fighters coming up. But I can't see how, even if you do, say you sign an Olympian coming through right now, right, from Paris Olympics, you sign an Olympian, their dream is still to become a world champion. I don't believe that their dream is just about money. I do believe their dream is still to become a world champion.
I think it's an old dream.
No.
Now, to be clear, you're not going to convince an AJ or an Usyk or a Crawford. And when I say Crawford, I don't mean like Crawford's going to maybe fight on this card for them, but he's not going to like completely leave that dream. He wants to be undisputed champion at 168. You're not going to convince the old guard.
Are you trying to say you think, and by the way, we're talking in 10 years' time, right?
Yeah. It's going to take...
You think that will happen where fighters won't care about the traditional four governing bodies?
Yes, and they are going to convince them that this is an old way of thinking. This is an archaic way of thinking. Just look how successful the UFC is.
No, but there was nothing before the UFC, so it's easy to kind of say, okay,
these are the questions that the fighter should say.
Yeah.
But this is what they're going to tell them. I know the pitch is this. Look at what we did with the UFC. Look at what the WWE is. We don't need anyone else. We don't need to have these. We don't need someone to come in and tell us what we're going to do with our belt. Like, oh, Usyk Fury, and then we're going to take that IBF belt away because the IBF said so?
This is why your language surprised me when you said seismic. This is what you mean by seismic.
Yeah.
Then
we're not going to listen to
the governing bodies are gone.
In their world.
In their world.
They're going to occupy. They're going to.
Well, no, they're gone then. They're gone. If they're gone in their world, and I think that world is the future of boxing, then they're gone.
Well, Eddie could still work with them. Frank could still work with them. Oscar could still work with them. And I would imagine that those older generation guys...
Then it gets even more...
fractured?
The waters get a bit more cloudy and muddy.
No, they're going to say...
Because over there, then, there is a world champion, and the WBC or the WBA have given them a belt, but then TKO have a world champion over here.
Yeah.
I mean, are these world champions going to...
They're going to say the water's nice here. It's nicer over here. They're going to say that those belts mean nothing. They're going to say those belts are like the way they talk about the PFL belt or the One Championship belt or the Pride belt back in the day or the Elite XC Strike Force. Our belts mean something. They are our belts, our rankings.
But I think
you're not the best.
History, and this is why I like the comparison that you make between ONE FC and Pride. The UFC, although Pride has been around a long time, UFC was still the first.
Yeah.
So UFC has that history. The TKO will never have the history of a WBA, which has been around since, I don't know, it's 104 years old.
Yeah.
It won't have that. So you'd always be able to sell the history. And look at the champions. The names that are attached to those belts being the biggest names of the sport. Like, you're saying, okay, you can be like Muhammad Ali. You can be like Floyd Mayweather. Even the kids coming through the Olympics that weren't even born when these guys were fighting will know of these guys. So you'll always be able to sell them that history. I think it's a great wake-up call for these governing bodies. I think the governing bodies have been trash for years. I think the way in which they rule in terms of someone just jumping up the ladder, so to speak, when that person's automatically fighting, all of a sudden they're number 2 ranked. Like, they weren't even in the rankings.
Right.
The sanctioning fees that fighters have to pay, the interim belts, the international belts.
This is what they're going to sell them
crap.
on. This is all crap, and you don't have to deal with any of it. And you're going to come train at the Performance Center, and we're going to get you the best promotion, and we're going to put you on these weekends. You know, September 12th. Turkey said September 12th today on the Pat McAfee show.
Sorry.
September 12th.
Kind of let slip. I don't think he was there. Yeah.
Nah, Turkey does whatever the hell he wants. September 12th is a Friday. Is it possible they're going to do a Friday Canelo Crawford and then a Saturday UFC 3, whatever it will be, 21? Like, you know, and they're going to promote them on UFC. I mean, we even see King Callum, and I keep talking about him because it was so funny in that video with the announcement.
Yeah.
All the B-roll footages of King Callum watching the face. Isn't that crazy? Because they don't have a lot of fight footage, boxing footage. But what they did with him is they pick a guy who they think, okay, we could build him up. He's Irish. He's got a look. He's got a style, whatever. And they're going to try to find those guys, and they're going to populate these mega cards with those guys, and then hope that they then find the next. You know, etc.
Again, with the language used, and I can only go with what's been said or what's been written. That there seems to be this suggestion that Dana White is the guy to fix boxing. Like, he's the best.
He
promoter.
says it.
Yeah, and I'm like, as good as what Dana White's done with the UFC, there is nowhere on earth that Dana White's a better boxing promoter than Freddie or Frank. I'm sorry, Eddie or Frank. I'm just not accepting it. Just because, and I go on what have you done for me lately, your history, and Eddie and Frank are put on the biggest shows in the world. It's like the same way I wouldn't say Eddie and Frank are bigger than Bob Arum. I can only go with the history. And Dana White's history in terms of boxing promotion is null and void.
Well, it's non-existent.
Yeah, null and void.
But he's going to say I'm the best combat sports promoter.
I don't
and
know.
so if I did it there, I could do it here.
I don't think he's even that anymore. I think he was that. I think there was a time when his ceiling was through the roof. I mean, you watch MMA way more than I do. Even sort of in terms of seeing the best fight the best in UFC, it doesn't happen anymore. We don't see it as much as we used to.
No, the business model has changed.
Yeah,
he always used to say that we would never turn into boxing. It will never be just like a top-heavy card. It will never just be like...
It is that.
Oh, it's 1,000%
It's that.
But guess what? The biggest star in the sport is the UFC. There is only one combat sports entity on the planet, if we're going to exclude WWE from this.
Yeah.
If we aren't, they could be included. Where they say the UFC is coming to town for either a fight night or 312, and they're selling out.
It doesn't matter who's on the card. It's the UFC.
Matchroom can't do that. Top Rank can't do that. If Golden Boy says we're coming to Southern California, everyone's like, yeah, and with who? If Matchroom says we're coming to London, the O2, yeah, and with who?
Okay, and you're on the thinking, because I'm not, that TKO can say they're coming to town and everyone gets excited like it's the UFC.
It will take some time. It will take some time. But yes, he is going to back. Now, it's going to take some time. Look, they did the Callum Walsh fight in Ireland. We just had my friend Pete on in Dublin. He's like, they were giving out tickets.
Yeah.
And he was there to promote it. Like, he actually made the trip.
Yeah.
And so it's not just fait accompli that it's like, hey, we're open for business. But with their funding, with their promotional skills, with their production as well. Let's be honest. He was doing an interview earlier.
Stephen A. Smith, one?
Yeah, First Take, he said his son went to the Barclays Center this past weekend, and the production was great. And he's right. It's not great.
It wasn't.
It drags. He jokes that people are doing podcasts in between the fights and stuff like that. They put on the best sort of like bang, 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 right? Some of these shows drag. Some of these shows, we talk about the weigh-in sometimes. Tank Davis showed up, I think, an hour and a half late to the weigh-ins. They would never allow that. Yeah. It's ruling with an iron fist.
Boxing hasn't helped itself in this situation. There's so much wrong with the sport that someone's come in and said, okay, we can clean it up very quickly, and Turkey's done that. And it's almost allowed someone to come in the door because there are so many problems.
Yeah.
And because there are problems that it seemed like couldn't be fixed. And all of a sudden, someone's come in and said, okay, we can fix it. This is what we can do. We can give you the biggest fights, and fans have gone, yay! And what Turkey does have, and what he does so well, is Eddie and Frank are both good at it, but Turkey has this relationship with fighters where he speaks to them, he calls them. When everyone goes together for Riyadh season, he sits down with them personally.
Yeah.
So you can only imagine if he's trying to sign these fighters, and he knows what deals they're on. He knows exactly how many fights they've got left in their deal. It's just a conversation of, do you want to come over? And they'll be like, yeah, look at the way you treated us in Saudi. Look at the money we're getting. We're coming over.
Yes.
My concern is, and I think I always had this concern when one giant controls the sport like the way UFC has over the years, is fighter pay.
Yeah.
That's been the biggest problem for UFC fighters, right? And it's something that's now that it's come out and everyone now speaks about it. It's all well and good, this TKO thing, but let's just fast forward 20 years and it's the only promotion, right? And it's killing it. And there are no more, there are small ones. Fighters are going to lose out on this because the pay that fighters get, because, well, go there then. If you don't like us, go over there where you know you're not going to get paid anything. Or you're going to get paid crumbs. You're going to have to stay here because this is where all the money is.
I wonder if they're going to have to change that a little bit.
With Dana White at the helm?
They're, a guy who...
He sips some tea as he says this.
A guy who enters the UFC gets 10-10. Like a low-level guy. Like, what does a curtain jerker get on a Matchroom card? He's probably not getting more than 10-10.
No, but
and when I say 10-10, I say
you are correct. 10,000 to show, 10,000 to win. You're right.
Which is a BS model as well. That model doesn't exist in boxing.
Yeah, and you're right. They're probably going to get 4,000 or 5,000, but their jump to go past 10-10 is just like that.
Okay.
Whereby in the UFC, I mean, someone could be literally 10-10 or 20-20.
Look, what does Johnny Fisher get?
Oh, I don't want to talk about a man's pocket, but Johnny Fisher's
it's more than
way higher than that.
Okay,
we're talking good, strong 6 figures.
Oh, okay, all right. Well,
good, strong
Johnny Fisher in the UFC ain't making that.
There you go.
Right.
There you go.
Like what? Yeah, like some. It's by the way, don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. In the middle of the show, we had Lou DiBella, Lou DiBella, Hall of Fame boxing promoter, tweet at me regarding this, and he's been a little kind of like getting over boxing, and it seems like there's some hard feelings, but he's been in the game for decades. This is what he tweeted to me. We could take a look at it right over here in a matter of moments. That's me on camera. Hello, everyone.
Guys. Sorry, not right now.
Not right now?
Not
we
right
can't
now.
do it?
Sorry, guys.
Okay.
Not everyone back here.
Tell me.
What are they on break over there? What's going on?
They're cooking.
They're cooking. Okay, here's the Thanks. Maybe Frank can pull it up. Okay, this is the tweet. I'll read it to you. I have it in front of me. Paradigm of existing boxing is failing and being redefined. Couldn't be more seismic. And I told you this entire shift in the model was coming. No surprise that Turkey aligns with Nick and Dana. And the timing couldn't be better. Boxing people, we did this to ourselves. Sport couldn't have been more poorly governed. Those who don't get it because they are without vision or dumb, which is one of the reasons the old house of cards is falling. This isn't evolution, it's revolution. This is what he wrote to me.
That's interesting. And you know, I think that relates more to boxing over here in America. Like once HBO kind of waved the white flag and said, okay, we're not losing any more money in this sport, and they decided to walk away, I was like, oh, HBO? I grew up with HBO.
Yeah.
And then when Showtime did exactly the same thing, I was like, okay, what's going on? And Top Rank still with ESPN, it obviously comes to an end in a few months. I'm like, okay, this is mega over here. It's not so much the case in the UK. I know Sky Sports still show it, TNT, to an extent with Queensbury, and obviously
that's coming to an end.
That's coming to an end.
Yeah.
But I almost feel like if Queensbury wanted to stay, they could have stayed with TNT. So in the UK, it's still quite big. There are stadium fights, there are shows every single week. Over here, and I mean, me and you spoke about what's going on with fights in New York. Like we haven't seen a big fight at MSG since Serrano Taylor. So over here in America, I feel like boxing's almost destroyed itself. The stars don't fight, and the stars that do fight don't talk. PBC seem to have signed everyone at one stage, and those fighters seem to have made so much money for doing nothing and then giving us one fight a year. Boxing killed itself over here. And it became, over the last couple of years, a sport just in Europe, where it felt like everything was happening in Europe if it wasn't Canelo or Gervonta.
Yep.
So I kind of agree with Lou, but I think Lou's referring to boxing in America as opposed to boxing worldwide.
That is a good point. I've talked about it all the time. I can't believe midday on Talk Sport, the network you work for. You guys are talking boxing. It's football and then boxing.
Yeah.
It's crazy to me. And it's sometimes not even like high level.
No, we'll get anyone on.
Yes.
And it'll do great numbers.
Like you guys are talking about, and I know Dillian White is a big deal, but like he gets injured. And you guys are talking about it like we would talk about
it makes
massive
pages.
Yes.
In the UK, it's like, oh my God, Dillian White's out.
Yeah.
Where over here, I'm trying to think of who.
There would be no one.
The comparison to Dillian
Crawford
White.
doesn't get talked about on any radio
This
station.
is the point. So it's killed itself over here for years. And maybe it does need cleaning up. Honestly, maybe it does need cleaning up.
So he said to that point, Dana White did, that we're going to start here. We're going to start in America. We have to fix it here. And if we can establish ourselves here, then we'll be a thing. Just like the UFC was, right? They were a thing here and then it expanded. My question to you is, what do you think? You know some of these people well, and obviously this is most fair to ask them, but since we're here and having this conversation, what do you think Eddie and Frank, and these guys know about this? Like they knew it was kind of the worst kept secret, but like all this being said now, how do you think they feel about all this?
Do you know how many times I thought Frank Warren was done from boxing?
Yeah.
The amount of time I was like, oh, Frank ain't surviving this one. Like impossible. And he always does. He always finds a way. Frank's been doing this boxing thing longer than me and you've been alive.
Yeah.
And Eddie Hearn, through his dad, has been involved in boxing for as long as well. I almost feel like they are right now with their thinking caps thinking this is almost a declaration of war.
Do they feel that way? Because let's be honest, the guy in the middle is still
bankrolling a lot of stuff. This is why
he changed their business.
This is why I find it very strange. And again, I go back to the word crush.
Yeah.
Because that's the one that kind of stood out in bright lights for me. When I saw the word crush, I was like, are you referring to Matchroom in Queensbury?
Yeah.
Was there not? I actually thought a couple of years ago, I saw you, at least when Turkey sort of came to the fore, that there was a conversation about him buying Matchroom in Queensbury. And that obviously didn't seem to happen. So I just find the language interesting. But if you're Eddie and Frank, I think it's business as usual. I think the idea of this TKO promotions and what it's going to be will only be that in a decade. Where we think of it as it now runs boxing, I don't think it's going to be as quick as people think.
No.
I think it's going to take time. So I think Eddie and Frank just think, okay, we just do our thing like we've been doing. And if they invite us over for Riyadh season events or if they want to use us, fine. But for now, we're okay because we are well established. And I think that
to a degree, but you have to admit, like Turkey changed their business, right? Dramatically. He changed their business dramatically. They're putting on these.
I don't know if that's true.
Eddie Hearn was at the press conference yesterday. He had no fighters on the card.
But when you say change the business, I look at Eddie and Frank prior to Turkey's involvement, and I still see stadium fights. I still see sold out arenas. I still see fights that did enormous pay-per-view numbers without the presence of sort of Saudi involvement. Obviously, Saudi involvement's helped incredibly. I wouldn't say it hasn't, but I grew up where your friend Carl Froch had 80,000+ at Wembley. AJ's had significant stadium fights doing millions of pay-per-views prior to that in stadiums, not arenas, stadiums for our American viewers. This guy was doing 90 to 80,000 back to back to back to
Right.
back. Tyson Fury stadiums. So they've always had stars and they've always done big numbers. So I don't know if it changed their companies to that extent. It's helped and it definitely gave them a push. But I almost think prior to that, they were always big players in boxing, the biggest.
My prediction is, if asked, they'll probably say, this is a sign that boxing is on fire. The business is booming. Everyone wants to get
Do you
involved.
think, how concerned do you think both of them?
I don't think concerned.
Because obviously they would have known about this,
Yeah.
maybe even prior to them joining up with Riyadh season, they would have known about this information.
I don't think they're concerned, but obviously they perk up and they say, okay, this is interesting. And I ultimately wonder, they're not going to say anything negative. Turkey, they need
yeah.
Turkey. And I wonder two things. Does this league, not the mega fights, but the league, do they play ball with others? Or do they say, like, you're fighting for us and only us? Probably that. And also, do these guys here, the old guard, say, like, nah, don't worry, IBF, WBA, WBC, like, we got you. We're still going to be, and they all work together to kind of shun and stiff arm this entity and this vision here. Because the ones that I think should be sweating right now are the sanctioning bodies.
Yeah.
They're the ones.
100%.
Because
I mean, the sanctioning
explain to me
fees
this.
alone.
Why do people even... I bring up IBF all the time because they seem to be the ones that like really like are sticking to their
Quite
guns
firm
on
with
certain
their-
things.
yeah, with their rules.
Why does anyone have to listen to them? Is it just because of the history attached to these belts? Like, why doesn't Matchroom just create their own belt?
No.
Why doesn't Top Rank create their own belt? Why doesn't Queensberry do that?
Because it doesn't have the history. And the fighters won't
starts
care.
at some
The fighters
point.
necessarily won't care about that. But I will agree with you to the extent of why does everyone care about what the IBF's... Like, I'm with you on that. Like, why do they care about what they say?
Right.
I just throw the belt away.
Right.
Like we've seen fighters in the past. Okay, I'm not paying these sanctioning fees. Goodbye. Like I understand why young fighters coming up who chase the dream of Olympic gold in a world title. I get where they kind of have the love for the organizations because it must be exciting to just win that belt. But for the guys that have won it several times, like Canelo, why does he care what they do? In fact, Canelo kind of dances to his own tune. I mean, I can't remember the last time he had a mandatory. He kind of does what he wants to do. So I don't understand why the old guard even care, but I can understand why the new guard who are desperate to become world champions. I was actually thinking of Shakur Stevenson on the way here. I was thinking he's a freeweight world champion. Does he care? Or is it now just money? Like, does he care about winning another belt? Does he care about becoming under? I don't think he does.
I could see a Shakur joining forces with these guys.
100%.
He's like actually that
he's
perfect.
The one. He's the perfect.
A Boots.
Yeah.
Those guys that are
Devin
sort of
Haney.
like, yes.
All
in
of
the
those
middle.
guys that literally have no real promotional contracts with anyone and have done what they wanted to do. I almost feel like everyone actually on that Adeus yesterday, everyone on that top table, I think could sign. I mean, everyone. Ryan, we know, has always had issues with Oscar and Bernard, and he seems okay now, but I think him. Teofimo Lopez, I mean, he can't stop tweeting nonsense about Top Rank.
Right.
He's ready to go whenever they are. So I feel like everyone on that top table could be your first signings for TKO Promotions.
By the way, Top Rank leaving ESPN, we talk about, I would not be shocked. As I said, the UFC deal.
I didn't even think about that.
The UFC deal is coming to an end. You want to do business with us still? You got to take this too. And I don't think ESPN will be upset about that. Why wouldn't they want the new shiny toy? Top Rank old guard will get your new promotion. It's backed by Turkey. Dana's involved. Nick Khan's involved. It's done in August. They could slide right in there, right? So they do the new deal with. I wouldn't. The way I feel all this is going is UFC does a deal with Netflix and ESPN, and the major shows go on Netflix, and the fight nights and maybe some other pay-per-views go on ESPN, and they figure it out. And then this boxing league, ESPN shows, and then the 4 mega events on Netflix. It just feels like it's right there. Amazon might be a player, but if I'm UFC,
I find it all weird with regards to the broadcasters, and obviously that's a conversation that no one's really touched on. Because again, you just mentioned that there is a potential, and I believe it will happen, that Crawford and Canelo fight on Netflix. It just seems to make sense. All roads lead to that. If I'm DAZN, I'm like, 1 second, we had Crawford on our last fight, and we're doing Canelo in his next fight. We don't get Crawford Canelo. It almost seems like they're getting crumbs of whatever's left for them. Which I find crazy. So if you're DAZN in this and you're
Let's
seeing,
see.
How does it play out for them?
I don't know. I mean, there was an investment recently. This is why I keep trying to tell the audience, and I know it's kind of a, it's an MMA audience to a degree, but we're expanding, we're evolving, uncrowned,
but
all
you've
that.
seen all this play out with the UFC.
I was telling them from
the jump.
Yes.
But they was like, oh, Ariel, what does Ariel know about boxing? Well, you know now.
Yeah.
kinda
Thank
know
you for
now.
that. That's
No,
the
no, no,
nicest
no,
thing you've
no,
ever said
no,
to me. I
that's not
appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Okay, let's put a pin in this because I do want to talk about yesterday.
I don't. I want to continue.
Oh, you want to keep going?
No, I'm joking.
Okay, well, we'll
There's
come
so
back.
much,
We'll
there's
come
so
back.
much, yeah.
But I wanted to ask you because we did our show yesterday after the press conference, and then all the fighters left, and then we found out where they went. They did a whole bunch of face-offs in Times Square. Some amazing scenes, and it almost just like crystallized all of it. Like these guys are actually going to be fighting in Times Square with like the lights and the video boards behind them. Let's react to some of the face-offs if we can, unless Andy tells me we can't. Oh, we can. Here's Barbosa and Teofimo, who kind of stole the show.
Yeah,
right?
that's the main event for me. Well, it's at least the people's main event because the other guys don't have heat. These two have heat. And look, credit to Barbosa, who, again, look, we were at his fight, what, a year and a half ago when I thought we lost to Sean McComb. And Sean can't get a fight, and here is
Less than a year
Barbosa.
ago. 10 months
Was it
ago. Yeah,
wow, look
April.
what he's done in 10 months. That's crazy. But he's like, okay, this is my time to shine. I've been wanting you, Tio, for ages. And Tio's a character. You know the way I feel about Tio. He's a bit of a character as well. I think this is a fantastic matchup. And again, you've got people in Times Square that have no idea what's going on. And they're stopping by like, oh, so who's this guy with no top on? And dungareens and a hat. Like, what's going on here? And I think it's such a good idea.
Okay, what a look that was. Then we move along to the chief support. Is it the chief support? Is it the co-main event? I don't know.
Chief support.
Well, what do you think's the difference, by the way? Chief support or co-main? Like, what's bigger?
Co-main sounds
Co-main's
better.
bigger. Chief support is like for a fight night. It's the second to last. But it's not quite.
Yeah.
I've always said a co-main is a co-main and not a chief support. If the main event falls through, this could slide up.
I like that.
Yes.
That's
Chief
this
support.
chief support is almost the case of you are definitely second.
Yes.
No doubt about it. Everyone knows you're not the big guys. Where you look at this card, and I mean, all three could be chief support.
Yes.
Then, right? All co-main.
No co-main event.
All three
It's
could
a
be co-main.
tri-main event.
Yeah, I think Dougie tried to say that yesterday, but he
Said
kinda-
tri-main event.
Well, no, he tried to say they're all co-main, but then he said this is the main. I was like, come on.
No, that doesn't work.
Yeah,
Here we have Devin Haney and Jose Ramirez. A bit of a subdued face-off.
Subdued. They need to they need to do something here with this because even the crowd. Did you hear the last one? The crowd were kind of getting involved.
yeah.
Where's the crowd?
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Okay, they're kind of there.
Maybe they went up. Maybe they went
this camera
first.
Spans a bit higher. Okay, maybe. I think this is a great
Also, how
fight.
did Bernard get the honor of being in the middle?
Eddie left, didn't he?
Eddie left.
Eddie's like, okay, I don't need
Oscar.
to be here. I don't promote any of these fights.
What did you make of Devin, by the way? He just kind of seemed, he's always sort of reserved and subdued, but I was expecting fireworks. He's up there with Ryan Garcia, the guy who beat him, and then got popped, and then the lawsuit, and there was nothing. There was
I think
nothing
Devin's
there.
been through a lot since that fight.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, I mean, I think you mentioned he's had a baby, but I think he's been for a lot. I think the heat that he got from Ryan fans is insane. Honestly, and I think it can drain you. And I've seen him try and respond to a few, and I'm like, just stop responding.
Yeah.
Because Ryan fans are just, they're unlike anything I've ever seen in the sport of boxing. So I almost feel like he's drained. And that's why I think when we did our show yesterday and I said, you asked me who am I most concerned for, it was Devin, because I don't know where Devin is mentally. But Devin will be ready. I think come fight time, he'll be ready. He knows, you know what it is? The carrot being dangled in front of all their faces is so scary, but it's also so rewarding. So I think he knows the carrot being dangled is millions.
Ryan Garcia, in my opinion, is one of the most famous and certainly in America, like top 5 most recognizable names as far as boxing is concerned. And
Give me a 5. Give me a 5.
Top 5. I mean, honestly,
dude, he might be number 1.
I was just gonna say,
dude, he might be like.
You will hate me for saying this, but Jake Paul might be number 1. He is. If you go up to any sort of person and say, "Name me a boxer," does Jake Paul count? That might be the question. Now, if we're gonna remove him from the equation, Ryan, Tank, Terrence. I'm talking Americans, right?
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay.
I guess Canelo probably counts. Yeah.
That's it.
And who would be 5?
Devin.
No
Shakur?
way. No way.
Oh, wow. Jeez.
Tyson.
Okay, Deontay Wilder?
No, Tyson Fury.
Oh, you even though he's not American, you just
Well, Canelo's not American either.
Okay, I thought you meant American based.
Yeah. No, as far as recognizable. Anyway, here's Ryan Garcia. And this was a solid one.
Nah, yeah, this is good. This is a good one. This is
And
a good
Willie
one.
Romero to
Can I be honest with you?
Yeah.
And I think I've got to word this correctly because obviously look, what he was going through last year was, and we talk about depression and mental health and everything. I don't want to see wild Ryan back.
Yeah.
Like,
you want him to dial it up?
If Ryan was 100% wild last year, can I get 30? Because that was one.
It's kind of refreshing.
No.
That was a little much last year.
I need 30. Okay, forget the drinking and all the other stuff he was doing. I just need a 30. I need a bit more. Like, honestly, that press conference, when I heard the names, I was like, oh my God, this is going to be crazy. Because obviously I did Eubank Ben the week before, and I was thinking, this is Eubank Ben, but with 4 other guys that don't like each other, that all speak. And
It was a little flat, but I feel like he is working very hard to correct the mistakes of the past year.
I think that's a dangerous thing. You know, like in any sport, I almost feel like the crazy in some people is what makes them. And again, it's almost like trying to rein in John Jones. You almost have to accept the bad and the good with John. That's just what it's been. And for years, we tried to hide that bad from John, but that's just who he is.
Yeah.
And I almost feel like with Ryan, you might have to accept the bad. That's just who the guy is. He's a wild character.
But it went too far.
No, he went too far.
There was racist stuff in there. There was awful
too
stuff.
Far, but I think if we're trying to get the best Ryan, I almost feel like you can't let that side completely vanish because it's part of you. You need to control it, but you can't let it vanish.
So we were talking about the risk of having them fight, because the big fight to make, of course, is Garcia versus Haney too, and they're fighting 2 other guys, and they should beat those guys. But things happen. Look at this past weekend. Tank had a plan, ends up a draw. You break a hand, you slip, you turn an ankle, you tear an ACL.
Anything,
who the hell knows, right? And so it's a risky game. And so we were talking about this on our show yesterday. And there's our mutual friend Tony Bellew weighing in. Did you see his tweet?
No, I didn't.
You didn't see his tweet?
I didn't. What did he say?
You don't check Twitter.
No.
He
What did he
weighed
say?
in on our discussion. Here's Tony Bellew. Good points, but let's all just be honest. These are fights both should win. The opponents on hand here have both lost to lesser men. It's smart matchmaking and a great show, but they're both fully expected to be winning, in my opinion. Great job, by the way, you two.
Hey, well done.
Okay, I get it. But
he's got a point.
Of course.
Yeah.
But again, you could still break a hand in a match against someone that you
get chinned.
Yes.
But ultimately, you can still get
end
chinned.
up being a draw, or you could slip, or you could get grease in your eye. Who knows what could happen?
knows? And both of these guys have been out of the ring for a year. By the time this rolls around, it would be like 13 months.
Yeah.
So they're not fresh. They're moving up to a weight class, and yes, so are their opponents, but they're moving up to a weight class which both of them are not natural at. They're 140 pounders, really. I find it very risky. Honestly, I find it very, very risky for both. And it's funny, because there's obviously a lot of conversation about the biggest fight up there is Ryan versus Devin. I almost started to believe the biggest fight up there is Ryan versus Teofimo. I think Teofimo is he's almost emerged from this. It's like, oh, you think
but there's a history there with Devin. There's a
there
whole story there.
There is, I guess,
Lawsuit.
yeah. But Teo's just sliding his way in as like, I'm the guy here, everyone. He was the best at the presser.
He was great.
And I think he's been an idiot with some of the stuff he said, but it seems to somehow have made him even more popular, which annoys me. But I don't know. I feel it's a lot, because didn't they say, like, if Ryan wins and Devin wins, Ryan and Devin fight each other, then the winner fights Teo. I'm like, you can't plan like this. What's this planning that you
I think what they want, correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan wins, Devin wins, they fight. Teo wins, Boots wins, and they fight.
Oh, wow. That's phenomenal.
Right? That's pretty damn good.
Yeah, there's a lot of ifs there, and buts and maybes.
My boy Stanionis, he's about to shock the world too. See, again, I don't like when they plan these things 2-3 fights in advance, because something goes awry, either a loss or an injury. And I disagree.
And you know the worst thing as well about all of this, and this is where everyone's got to be a bit careful. When you plan, boxing fans already think judges take bribes. This is just a conspiracy theorist of boxing fans. They do not trust judges whatsoever.
And
when a fight's close, they also, it was obviously he was going to win because that's planned with that.
Right, yeah.
So they got to be very careful with that type of matchmaking.
I disagree with what Oscar said to us yesterday, which was he's like, no, this isn't how you build fights. You're coming off a knockout loss, you got to fight someone else. No, again, that's old school thinking.
TKO promotions.
UFC, you lose that fight, you're right back in there, right?
Straight back in. Straight back in.
Izzy gets knocked out by Alex Pereira. There ain't no tune-up fight.
Nope.
Back into the fray.
Straight back in. Conor, Nate Diaz, what, you choked me out? Okay, let's go again.
Yes.
Same weight class.
Yes.
Yeah.
You got to strike.
Agreed. Honestly, I don't understand why they're not going straight at it. It kind of baffles me. It's the easiest
fight in Times Square.
It's the easiest win ever. So I said when that fight, I remember saying if this fight happens again, because of the controversy, it's 1 million pay-per-view buys. Not that necessarily the Saudis care too much about that, but it's a massive fight. And it's maybe too big for Times Square. That is an arena. That's actually an arena sold out. I know you Americans care so much about gate. It does a massive gate as well, doesn't it? So, yeah. But look, we're getting big fights regardless.
We're getting big
fights.
Oh my God, what a stretch. You've got Eubank Ben on the 26th, this card on the 2nd, Canelo on the 3rd, maybe Inoue on the 4th as well, and this Crawford-Canelo stuff in September and a whole bunch of other stuff. I want to ask you about something because I just mentioned Alex Pereira.
As you said that very quickly, I am a bit concerned about all those because all those are pay-per-view. And I think if you're DAZN right now and hopefully they watch and listen, I almost feel like if you're a fight fan and you can only afford one, do you decide which one?
Yeah.
Or do DAZN at this point in time maybe put a package deal together where you pay for
well, they've been making them pretty cheap, right? Like $19.99. I mean, a UFC pay-per-view is $74, $79.
Yeah.
You could get 3 for the price of 1.
And I guess they appeal to different markets.
Yes.
You know, not many fight fans across the board watch everything. So maybe they just pick and choose which one they want to watch.
What I'm curious about is, I said on the show a couple of weeks ago, and you're a big MMA fan as well. You've been following, watching for a long time,
Yes,
covering as well. I said that the UFC has a star problem. The biggest star in the sport is the UFC and Dana White, right? And that's by design. That's not a mistake. But you start talking about these larger-than-life characters in boxing, right? Right now. Who's larger than life? Canelo's larger than life.
Fury's
AJ's
larger than life. So many.
Fury. Garcia's in that conversation.
Bacoli's emerged. Like there's Joseph Parker.
People are
know
coming
these
up.
people, yeah.
Better be a Bivol. Maybe not in America, but on a worldwide scale, right? And I'm starting to think like, man, listen, I'm not going to get into the argument. Eddie said it on the show that like boxing is hotter than MMA. The MMA business here is on fire. The UFC business in particular, their deal with ESPN is going to be gigantic. Their pay-per-view is big. Their gates are big. These are all ways to measure success. But do you agree with that assessment? As someone who follows both, knows both very well, interacts with the stars of here, has interacted with the stars of there, does the UFC, in your opinion, have a star problem? Do they not have big enough names? It's not even a question.
It's not even a question. It's not even a question.
And how does that make you feel? Like, how do you feel about that as someone who's attracted to the larger than life characters, who talks to them, who interacts with them?
It surprises me because over the years, I've always felt like if star A vanishes or disappears, the UFC quickly finds star B. They're replaced so quickly. You can go back to the Chuck Liddell, Tito Ortiz time, and then who's going to replace them? And all of a sudden, BJ Penn and GSP emerge. But now I'm like, where are they? And I think the biggest star is a guy that doesn't speak English. I love him. Don't get me wrong. I think he's fantastic. Pereira doesn't maybe need to speak English, but he's their biggest star. But even he's been willed out so much by the UFC. He seems to be fighting more frequently than any fighter.
He loses on Saturday to a guy named Magomed Ankalaev. It's not great.
Dude, he could lose. He could. That's such a scary matchup, and I'm surprised they've made it just because
they didn't want him.
Is a wrestler, and he feel like he could just keep him on that floor for 25.
Then what are you looking at? You're looking at a promotion that doesn't have Conor fighting actively these days. Sean O'Malley, who was supposed to be the next guy, is probably going to fight for the belt in June, but that's not a gimme fight against Merab. Pereira just lost. Izzy just lost. Who knows how long he has left. Like, who are your guys? Now, I was on a radio show earlier today with my friend JD Bunkus, Rogers Sportsnet, and he has been banging this drum for a long time. There are no stars. They have a big star problem. And I would always say, no. But for the first time, I was like, no, you are right. But I don't think on a Monday morning the UFC wakes up, if Pereira loses on Saturday, Dana White, Hunter Campbell, the bosses, and says, oh my God, the sky is falling.
No, you know why they don't? And this is the problem between fans and businesses. Businesses look at numbers, fans look at the names. So I'm guessing the UFC model will be, well, 1 second, let's look at the numbers though, dude.
Yeah.
And all they care about is numbers. That's it. There are guys with computers that will say, yeah, but this did. Whereas fans like, okay, no, but where's the star? Who can we relate to? So I don't think they care as much as we think they do.
Do they maybe not care on Monday, but they should care about what it will become in a year or two? You have to have stars. At some point, this stance, which I believe in now, which is the UFC is the biggest star.
By the way,
at some point that fizzles out.
UFC, and I don't know if this is a direct relationship to no stars, but the Apex is killing me.
Oh my God,
dude!
Don't even.
But that could almost be the reason as to why there is no stars as well. I know eventually if you're good enough, you go from the Apex to a numbered event, but like the Apex is just ruining people. Like to the point where I don't even watch what goes on. I don't even watch the fights at the Apex anymore. Yes. So sometimes you get really good performances at the Apex because you see the highlights and who's this dude? But you're not invested in watching at the Apex. Like the Apex for me was just for COVID.
It's pandemic.
All of a sudden, Dana's like, no, it saves us a lot of money. Let's keep it in house. It's ruined the UFC. The Apex.
it feels like McDonald's. It feels like everything is just carbon copy. They're all wearing the same thing. A lot of the fights are happening in the same place. Nothing's sticking out. And that to me, again, right now is not a problem because they're flying. But in a year from now, if you're left with an organization that doesn't have any stars, what's so interesting about this, I was talking to a manager about this yesterday, and he was saying to me, he was complaining about this. And I said, I don't know how to come to terms with the fact that the sport has never been more popular in America. Younger kids have never been more into it. My nephews who are in their teens, who are in high school, are asking me about like mid-level guys. I'm like, I can't even believe you know who these people are. And yet I feel like there's this lack of star issue. And I don't know how to explain. It's never been more popular. Kids are loving it. It's not just like a 34-year-old male sport anymore. And yet, if they only knew what it was 6, 7, 8 years ago, could you imagine in the era of GSP and then Connor and Anderson Silva and all these guys? What would it be like? Maybe they just don't know better. Maybe they just don't know, and it's this nice new thing that they love.
Even after them, we still had. I mean, look, Kobe Covington's crazy, but at least he tried to create his own thing, right?
Yeah.
And that little beef with Kamaru. We had those guys, at least, you know, we had Jorge Masvidal. We had people that are like, okay, you maybe weren't as big as Conor as GSP, but you filtered out and you were still big. And the female side of thing, I think, is horrendous, dude. Like, dude, honestly, it's...
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean? I'm a big defender of women's MMA, but I see a lot of people aren't on the same...
The lack of stars in the female side of it, I don't even know what to say. It's horrendous.
Is it a star thing or a talent thing in your opinion? Are you one of those?
No, they're super talented.
Okay.
No, they're super.
Because there are some who say they're not.
You watched it. No, there's still some talent there. I mean,
there's just no. Zhang Wei Li.
Yeah, and her and Shevchenko are gonna look like they might, but there's such a seismic size difference in that. I think it's too big. So again, it's almost like we're trying to force two stars that really shouldn't be fighting because there's not a weight category for them, I think, to get it on.
But it is cyclical a bit, right? All combat sports. Boxing may be flying high, and then there's the heavyweight division.
The drop in the UFC.
Yeah.
Not to the extent, and then you don't get.
Are you less interested?
John Jones? Yeah.
You are.
Yeah, because I would still put myself down as a casual UFC fan. I mean, I watch most pay-per-view events, but I'm like, where the star? Like this Aspinall John Jones thing.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Like, dude, if this was the UFC 5 years, that fight's done. 5 years ago, I feel like we're getting that fight. It's happening. There's no.
Do you know why we're not? We're not getting that fight because John is asking for a lot of money, which he deserves. He's not out of bounds.
What kind of? Give me a number, rough. I know you won't know exact pocket numbers, but what? Give me a rough number.
What was that Deontay Wilder number?
What did he get? 20 million?
20, 30.
Something like
20, 30.
Okay, cool.
So
why can't he get that?
They don't need to make it. There's no pressure on them. They sold the pay-per-view business to ESPN. At least for now. It could change at the end of this year. But what I mean by that is...
No, but then you make Aspinall a star.
Yeah,
if Aspinall beats John...
It's all bought and paid for. There's no pressure on them anymore.
And that's the problem.
This is the problem.
So Aspinall's not a star because
there was once a time where they were desperate to make these fights. They had Conor Khabib. You got to make that fight. Are you kidding? You have to do everything in your power to move mountains to make that fight.
John and Ngannou
went away, and I could see it now. John asked for a lot of money. You could see the press conference right now where he'll sit up there and be like, "Yeah, we couldn't make it happen. He was asking for too much. Aspinall's the new champ." Right? Like, can you not see that press conference?
UFC fighters, and I say UFC because, again, that's the big boy organization. They must see the numbers that some of these boxers are making. And we're talking mid-tier, lower-level boxers. I'm talking that fight on these Riyadh season cards. And obviously the numbers are rumored, but they must hear or see the rumored numbers and think, well, what's going on here?
I don't even know if they do. I really don't know if they do. They don't look at, by the way, we've been talking about this for years. The UFC is about to sign a multi-billion-dollar TV deal. Do they look at the NBA and say, hey, those guys are getting 50% of that deal?
Again, and this kind of goes back to the...
They're getting 0%.
And this goes back to the top of the discussion that we started with today. When one organization is running the roost, they can literally do whatever they want. And that's my fear with TKO Promotions. Look, it was early and we're just sort of throwing things out here, but you will get to a stage where we can pay you what you want because there's no other organization that's going to pay you. So this is it and whatever. This is it and whatever. Don't know.
Can I ask you?
You can ask me 1,000. I don't want to go.
Okay, you're having a good time.
Yeah, I'm staying forever.
This isn't like when you're on with Simon Jordan and Jim White. I mean, they don't let you get you a word in edgewise.
And not only that, but they try and stitch me up with stuff.
Yeah. All caps. Ade banned. I mean, craziness. What about Eubank Ben?
Yeah.
Like what about the buzz? Like I want to be there.
The buzz.
I want to feel this.
Dude, the buzz is incredible.
They love me in Tottenham.
Dude, the buzz is incredible. You know, I think I said this to Eddie on stage at the second presser. The first presser we had fans. I don't know why we didn't have the second presser. It annoyed me.
Oh yeah, weird.
But
another thing they need to change.
Yeah, the fans, big time. Let them in. Let them in. But at the second
200
presser,
fans
the
outside
amount of
yesterday.
Media.
Oh yeah.
That were this, and I remember telling Eddie this. I can always tell when this is big just by the amount of media that turn up.
And was it legit media? No, I'm sorry.
No,
I'm not putting down boxing, but like the
Legit
mainstream.
media.
Yes.
Like all the written sheets, it was all those. And I'm like, this is big. This feels big because they've almost ticked the box for 3 generations. You've got people older than me that know their dads that are just tuning in because of the names. Then you've got my generation that know both the dads and the sons. Then you've got the lower generation that don't even know their dads. Like, sorry, who are Nigel, Ben, and Chris Eubank. So they literally have 3 generations of fans all biting to see this fight.
It's Tyson Paul-esque. Don't laugh. But in the way that kind of like hit different generations. We like
okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
There were the parents my age.
But you know what it is?
older.
The only difference is there was no hatred between Mike Tyson and Jake Paul. Apart from the slap when he stepped on his toe.
And this is obviously a lot more legitimate. Yeah.
These guys, they don't like each other. They don't. They're so
Did
different.
you do a face-to-face?
No. We
did the one.
I did the one because I knew as soon as the egg slap happened, I was like, oh my God, that means we're going to not do the face-off. And then they kind of said, okay, we're going to do the one and we're going to kind of stitch it together. So I asked Conor a question and I asked the same question to Chris. So they're not.
So did you get Chris?
No.
Oh, you never got him?
I haven't got him.
He never showed up?
Yeah, he did show up.
So what happened?
He's like, I'm doing it. I was like, what do you mean?
You saw him?
He's right there, right like this.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, because they said, okay, Ade, 5 minutes, Chris is coming. So I'm like, here we go.
Yeah.
Like these, I've done Conor already, and they said, Ade, Conor one was. I was like, okay, and then Chris came, and he was quite casual. He's always dressed up with all designers.
Yeah, I love it.
It was quite casual, and he was like, what's going on? And I was like, oh yeah, you're going to speak to Ade? And I was like, what's up, Chris? And he's like, yeah, what's up? It's a bit of a bit of heat there.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, I'm doing this. I was like, what? He said, no one told me about it. I was like, someone has definitely told you about this. I'm not having that. No one told you about a face-off when you know this is how it works.
Yeah.
This isn't your first rodeo. And then he's like, I'm not dressed for it. And I looked at him, I was like, what do you mean you're not dressed for it? He's like, I'm not dressed for it, I'm not doing it. So his manager went to one side and I was like, and this was a big deal. They spent thousands
it
on
looked
this
great.
place.
It
And I was
looked great.
like, he's going to do it. Surely he's going to do it. And they're like, he's not doing it. So he didn't do it.
Do you think it was because of what he was wearing?
I think he's got such an ego where it could be. I think everything with him has got to be like, the beard's got to be fantastic and everything's got to be good. The way he walks with so much is exactly like
I can't get enough of him.
I think he is.
Last week was amazing.
I'm so upset he's 35.
Yeah.
Because when you just said sort of the faces of world boxing, I don't know if his ability would have got him there, but I do think just him being him, I think he could have been a star anywhere in the world. There's something, like he would crush anyone at a press conference.
Oh my God.
And no one, good luck to anyone.
He annihilated Eddie.
Yeah, he annihilated
With all
all
due
of us.
respect, yeah.
It was him against us four. I felt like I was team match.
Yes, he was.
And he gave me
Get control,
Yeah,
Ade.
I was
He's
like-
telling you what to
I was
do.
like, what do I do here?
Yeah. Oh my God, he was so great. And then it's his voice, it's his cadence, it's the way he speaks, like the slow, methodical way. I couldn't get enough.
Dude, it's one of the first ones, and this is what I guess and this is not digging out Dougie Fisher or anything, but we're quite different. Whereas I would never interrupt the fight. I don't go.
Nah, you gotta let him
So I was like, when he went and he was like, I was like, in my ear, I'm thinking they're trying to tell me like, Ade, and I was like, no, I'm letting him, this
let
is
him go.
gold. I don't want to do anything. And he was just 10-7 everyone.
It was
like literally everyone. Even 10-7 Ben Shalom.
Oh yeah.
And his trainer, Ronnie Davis, like, Ronnie, I told you not to say this. I was like, he's gold.
So you think come fight week it's gonna be gigantic?
Dude, I think this is going to be unless they make AJ Fury, which I still have and harbor hopes about, I think this is going to be the biggest fight. I'm going to say the biggest fight in the world this year in terms of just numbers, but I do think.
But it means,
Crawford
it means very little here.
I know. I said that to someone yesterday at the press. I said,
Chris Eubank walks down the street here. I don't know.
Come over.
No.
But it's the same thing with, I was watching all those, I was thinking about that as well yesterday, because as much as we say these guys are big stars, there is only a handful of stars that can cross across each pond and be known. Like Devin Haney walks in London, he's not getting any notice.
Right.
Teofimo, literally no one would know. Ryan, people might say, is that Ryan? But even then, it's very little. So it's the same. It's just football over there. Football. And they might know a few NBA stars because they're taller. He might be playing in the NBA. It's the same.
Did you see Buddy Hield yesterday?
Dude, I saw Buddy Hield.
Where? What a random tweet from you. I didn't know if you went to the game.
No. So I was.
How did you even know who Buddy Hield was?
Oh, come on.
You don't know
one
who
of the best
Buddy Hield
3-point
is.
shooters in the NBA.
My God.
And obviously, I'm a big Golden State Warriors fan.
Are you?
Yeah, I am.
Well, what do you mean, obviously?
For the last decade.
Oh, wow. Okay.
New, obviously. Sorry, one second.
What? Forrest.
This guy just started supporting them.
I'm not bandwagon. What if they want?
I'm bandwagon. But yeah, I'm definitely. So he walked into the restaurant.
Oh, wow.
I was like, my God, I was like, how tall is this guy? Because, he looks about, because Steph looks about 5'7".
Yeah.
He looks about 6 foot, Buddy Hield.
Yeah.
I was like, my God, he's the same height as AJ. He was the same height as AJ. I honestly, it would always shock me, this tweet's so true. I mean it, by the way.
By just how big they look in person.
Zion Williamson, I think Wade, did you see Wade's response to it? Wade said he would never get over the fact him seeing Zion Williamson next to Ngannou and realizing that Williamson was bigger than Ngannou.
Like LeBron.
Yeah.
LeBron is like a heavyweight that has to cut to make 265.
Crazy.
But on the court,
He's so big.
Did you say anything to him?
Nah, yeah, I said, buddy.
Did you really? Where were you?
Some Chinese restaurant, which was very bougie.
You and Big John? No?
No. Actually, could have been. But I didn't realize how fancy it was.
Oh.
All superstar cars
Was it
outside.
Mr. Chow?
I don't know what it was called.
That's a super famous.
Is it? It might have been that because it was very fancy.
Who'd you go with?
There was a lot of ballers.
Thans for the call.
Well, you said that you were busy.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know you were going to fancy schmancy Chinese restaurants.
I didn't know until the bill came. I was like, what's this? Sorry, who ordered this?
Were you with some executive?
No, I was with Chris Glanville, a few designers.
They could pay for that.
They did pay. I didn't empty my
nice.
pocket whatsoever. But yeah, Buddy Hield was enormous.
I did see, you fancy yourself like some sort of like athletic influencer type.
Yeah.
I did see you on the streets of New York doing
please
pull-ups. There it is. Come on.
Wait 1 second. Look at the form in this. That is, look at the form.
It's
That's
impressive.
incredible.
It is impressive.
It almost, if you didn't know, you'd think someone's pushing my legs up. That's how good the
it's
form
impressive.
looks.
I can't do one of those.
Dude, it was easy. I was like, how many have we done? 20? I think I've done like 25 or something.
Two things I love. Number one, I love that you knew just by my setup that the video was coming.
Yeah, I knew something was coming.
You knew it. And number two, I couldn't help but wonder, but like, you know how dirty that bar is?
Dude, when I dropped down, I looked at my hands. I was like, my hands have changed color.
Yeah.
It was disgraceful.
I would never do that.
No, it was disgraceful. But they challenged me. They're like, Ade, can you jump up and do 2? I was like, 2, I'll give you 20. And they're like, where? I was like, 1 second. I can
easy
do
work.
20.
See, this is the difference between you and I. I big you up. I build you up.
Yeah.
I give you props upon props.
do.
Anyone
Oh,
says anything
God.
negative, I stop them in their
What are we
tracks.
doing? What
And
are
then
we
again,
doing?
it's like,
Here we go.
it's
Go on.
like,
Play
where
the
is it?
tape.
No,
Play the tape.
we're not even playing it. We're not even bothering with that. We're just showing the picture because yesterday we couldn't show the picture. You know, him and Flat Earth, him and the guy who stabbed me in the back. Do we have it? God, there it is. There it is. Look how happy you are. Look how happy you are.
Oh, God. This is so
Why are you
bad.
so happy in
You know
his
what?
presence? This
Because
guy's trying
can I
to
be honest
ruin
with you,
me.
This was actually, he's not trying. No one
No,
can
I
ruin
know.
you. So you're untouchable. But this was the bit when he said he would fight Jake Paul and it would be for charity. And I looked at him and said, dude, what are you talking about, charity? And he's like, I said it already. And I said, all right, say it again then. He said, I've said it. I said, say it again then. And he just couldn't say it again. Why do these fighters always lie about charity?
I know, because then they think it's impossible to go back on that. Like you can't hit them, you can't criticize them, you can't knock them down if it's for charity. Oh, it's for charity.
I did because I was like, you're lying. You're not doing this for charity.
And he wants the fight.
He is. I don't care what he says. This camera. He is desperate.
Yeah,
For
desperate.
this fight.
Wow.
I would say desperate to fight Jake Paul. I don't. Carl's rich. Carl's made a lot of money in his career. He's not like he's poor, but obviously who wouldn't want another 5 million? I think he just wants to beat him up. I think he just wants to show that he still got it.
Yeah.
And I think Carl needs to be concerned because he's not had a proper fight since George Groves, which was a decade ago.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know.
You know what's so crazy about the Carl Froch thing for me? Like I remember the Super Six, I remember all that stuff, and like so to hear him insult me like I'm some, and I never really never said anything. All I said was literally what you said.
What?
Stop lying. You want the fight. That's it. And then he went on this whole thing.
I think
Who's
you said
this
a bit
guy?
more. I think you said something. I think you said nobody knows who he is.
Yes.
And you know, to a fighter, and
Agree or disagree? By the way, we just said the stars of today. No one knows who they are. You think they know who Carl Froch is?
See, but
Come on. You know I'm right.
That would hurt him so much.
Okay, fine, but I'm telling you like it is. No one knows who you are.
You know, obviously with him, his thing is 80,000 Hall of Famer, all
in
that
England.
kind of stuff. So for him, and by the way, obviously, look, most of the times when he walks around in the UK, which is most of the time, he's known by everyone. So when he hears that no one will know who he is in America, I think it hurts him because he had a couple of decent fights over here.
Decent fights. He fought at Boardwalk Hall twice.
Jermaine Taylor.
And then he fought once at a nightclub in California.
See, this is the problem.
But I'm telling you,
this is your issue.
Fought literally
this is your issue.
in 3 venues.
You just let it go.
I'm sorry. I always think of that Frank Warren drop. You know that Frank Warren drop?
No.
Who gives a flying fuck about Carl Frock or what he's got to say? Is anybody really interested?
Why does Frank keep calling
What an operation. What an operation.
Calling him Carl Frock.
Okay, speaking of athletics, we have a great sponsor here on the program, Averon. Are you familiar with the Averon?
I do. I was about to say its competition's name.
No. Don't talk about the competition.
But obviously, it's
Averon
a
Active.
bike. And can I get one?
Oh, we can work on that.
Say it again.
Averon.
Can I get one?
Yes, we're going to work on it.
Yes.
AveronActive.com. But we have our guy in the back, GC, Connor, who's been killing everyone. He's been doing a 60-second challenge against New York Rick. You know New York Rick, Eric, who you've been in contact with. And then all of a sudden, he started to insult the good people of Long Island. And we have a producer on our show named On Air Jordan, who hails from Long Island, who has now challenged him. And this is in the interim because Sean Brady, the UFC welterweight contender who's fighting Leon Edwards in London, actually was the first one to be challenged by him. He went from New York Rick to Sean Brady, who's a Performance Center champion when it comes to the bike challenge. And so we have this whole thing. Anyway, in case you missed the backstory.
Well, one second.
Here it is.
Have we finally got there?
No, here it is. Here's the backstory.
All right, here we go.
On Air Jordan.
I keep hearing stuff about Long Island out there, so you know if that keeps up,
get on the bike and represent your trash ass little city of Long Island. Get on the bike and bike against me, Jordan.
City.
Did we just develop a rivalry?
I'm ready whenever you are,
It's been
Jordan.
developing, Eric, since
off the
Fight
couch.
Feast. Literally, I'm playing nice during Fight Feast, but the whole time Connor's just
You were stewing.
talking so much shit. Oh,
I'll come straight off the couch and work your ass, Jordan, whenever. I'll do it for all the anti-Long Island people out there.
I don't want to mess up your precious bike ride with Sean Brady here. Though,
So you think you're gonna win and you're gonna
fight, and I steal the race from you.
Oh, so you want Brady?
You can go against Brady if
Well,
you
let me
beat
take
me.
down GC so everyone knows that he's Georgia. Nothing compared to Long
This is
Island.
this is the easiest work in my life. I'll give you a 10-second head start. What do you want, Jordan?
Look
this
out,
is
by
the
the way,
easiest work of my life.
I don't need any head start.
Whatever.
Honestly,
Why don't you just show up and I'll show up and we'll see who wins.
Okay, so here's the thing, Ade. There's been a lot of tension back there on the program, a lot of tension between the production team, and this has been simmering, and so we thought we'd have the challenge right now.
What?
We watch it.
Yeah.
You and I watch it.
I thought you were going to try and tell me to... Okay, because I'm not ready for that.
You're not ready?
It's a challenge?
You don't? No. It's going to be Jordan. It's going to be me and you watching.
outside?
Yes.
Outside,
No, we're going to watch it from here.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Guys, are you there? There they are. Hello, gents. How are you?
Look at Jordan. He's become a boy in the back. Look
Yes.
at the back here.
He's all the way in the back. Jordan, is this your on-air debut?
I was on Fight Feast.
No,
where this
on the
whole
AH
thing-
show.
I
On
mean,
the AH
yeah,
show.
Yeah, that's
It's
my
kind
debut.
of surreal to see you in this spot right here.
I can hear his heart beating from here.
Can I be honest
He's
with you?
nervous.
Jordan looks a bit nervous.
Jordan looks nervous.
Jordan looks a bit nervous.
This is just my face. honestly.
You talked a big
This is
game
pure
there.
rage and
He
anger.
does. No, he looks a bit nervous. I can't lie. Looks a bit...
Honestly,
Jordan,
this
you're
is
doing
for
this.
all of Long Island. This is for, he talked a lot of trash.
Good.
This is for Mariah Carey.
Yes.
This is for, Billy Crystal.
Make sure it's for
This is
everyone when you
This
disappoint
is for the
them.
greatest musician of all time, frickin' Billy Joel.
Yes.
I mean, the disrespect is unbelievable. I'm going to get out there, and I'm just going to leave him in my dust. He's going to
I
be eating my
love it.
shorts at the end of this.
Okay, that's the
disappointment's
fire.
going to taste that much sweeter. I can't wait.
Okay, now you mentioned something, GC. You said 10-second head start. Is that an official?
They say no. They say no.
Okay,
Who needs
all
a
right.
head start?
I actually wanted to go 5 minutes. I wanted 10 minutes. I wanted to really show the domination. They
can't lose.
demand just
You
the
can't-
1 minute.
You can't lose.
All right,
this
who's
trash.
up first? Who's up first?
I'll go first. I'm the
Challenger always goes first.
Okay, challenger up first. There he is. Oh, look at this tail of the tape. 3-0 against 0-0. Give us the tail of the tape, Ade. You do this.
Wait, one second.
Yeah.
I don't know if Jordan's taller. I don't know if that's a fact.
Oh,
You
interesting.
know, like WWE where they lie about the height.
Yeah.
Yeah, he lied about his height to make
Yeah,
himself feel
I
better.
don't think he's 6'2".
Oh, look at that. He's got the 3-1.
Oh, I love it.
this. I like this. Shout out to Averon. There's the bike. It's a
This is
beaut.
so much pressure. Wait, has everyone been drug tested here?
No, we let it go.
no,
Yeah, no,
I was actually
forget
just
about
working with Lance Armstrong.
it. Okay, so what are you doing? Set the stage for us here, Jordan.
By the way, this bike cannot be easy to work. I'm going in,
Look at
set
this.
up a profile, competition. We're going head to head here, 1 minute, and we're just gonna.
I was ready for 5.
God, this is,
We're gonna get it going.
this is incredible.
Crank
Get that
this
resistance up.
all the way up.
Crank that resistance up, man. Set a number.
Oh, it hasn't started yet. I should probably.
This is incredible. The tension is
60 seconds, right?
60 seconds. Give me something to beat here, Jordan.
And so the number to look at is the output. It's
Rick
right
thought
in the
this was difficult.
right in the middle over there. You see that 3?
Just getting started.
So it's the one with the highest number. So he has to push. But the mistake that New York Rick made last time was
going
that
too
he
far.
Push, Jordan. Push.
too hard, too
This
early.
is for Long Island.
And so he fizzled out.
What's a good number? What do people get?
Rick
to?
is not. I mean,
GC, what did you get?
GC's
What did
gonna-
you get? What's your high?
Terrible.
High is like 26.
Wow.
By the way, is Jordan going really slow or is
No,
it
he's on,
just-
he's on 150 resistance right now.
Why are you doing this? Why are you going so
he's
high?
biking through the mud right now.
Oh,
His legs have
Is he
completely
stopped?
stopped.
What
His
happened,
legs have
Jordan?
stopped. He had to crank down the resistance.
Jordan, what
A
happened?
massive mental
Got the
error.
dog.
He's back.
All that
We're
shit
good, we're
talk,
good.
and he does something like this.
He's back.
Jordan, what's going on?
How much time's left, Jordan?
Respectable.
I think
got
you're
10
at 10 seconds.
10?
Yes.
That's it? And we're at 16? This is
Jordan, push.
This is a cakewalk.
Push.
Jordan, come on, Jordan. Get to
3,
20. Get to 20.
And that's
my
time.
God.
Go back to
18.
Long Island.
Oh my God, Jordan.
This is
feel
what
like I
you
let
did for the
go.
people of Long Island.
Jordan,
This
do you by
was your
any chance have
representation.
citizenship with any other
I feel
country?
like I let everyone down.
Everything
on Long
I've
Island.
ever said about Long Island is
Precious
true.
Billy Joel.
Jordan.
Holy shit! How much money did you waste on that T-shirt? Just like that, one minute, you just threw away the usefulness of that T-shirt.
All right, head over there, GC. Let's see. I mean, I think he might be able to smoke him in like
he'll do it
25
20
seconds. Yeah.
20 seconds, he'll get up there.
Golly, Jordan talked a big game. He showed the shirt.
T-shirt, dude.
He had it
Honestly,
made.
He's like Mariah Carey, Billy Joel. It's like, oh my God.
Have you ever been on one of those?
No.
You've been on the other bikes?
Yes.
The other bikes are fun, but this one, what's great about the
I ain't gonna
Avron.
lie, my hands are tingling.
Oh, really? You want some of that
The
smoke?
competitive juices are running through me right
Wow.
now.
Wait a
Yeah.
second. Wait
Oh,
a
no,
second.
no, no,
Okay,
no,
we'll
no,
put him.
no.
Look at this guy. Look at this. He is.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's in shape. He's
No,
in
he's you
shape.
can tell he either runs marathons for breakfast.
Do you run marathons?
Not for breakfast, but I have run a marathon.
See, there you go. I knew it. Probably like avocado and toast, dude, right?
Are you an avocado and toast dude?
Oh man, one of my favorite meals. You're speaking to me, Ade.
I knew it. I knew it.
Goes to the gym every morning. Okay, what is the prediction as far as how long it will take you to beat the 18?
I think I can probably do it in 40 seconds.
Okay. Wow, really? I thought less.
All right, we're gonna log out. We're gonna go to my profile. Look at that big smiling face.
Look at this production, Ade. I mean, you can't.
I can't lie. I mean, Averon, is
Yeah,
that correct?
Avron, yep.
They must be paying you guys bucks for this.
Here we
Is
go.
fantastic. No one's
Head to head.
no one's ever done anything like
1
this.
minute.
It's fantastic. Oh, here we
Time
go.
machine.
Okay, 5-second little head start there. The official.
What was it? 18?
18.
18? It needed to
You
be
all right?
20.
Yeah.
Frozen?
I'm trying to find Jordan's thing.
It doesn't matter. You just beat the 18.
All right. That's all I need to know.
Here we go for all the marbles.
Yeah, he's gonna do it.
Sean Brady's probably watching
This
as
is
we
me
speak.
against me. All right. I just have to beat 18 resistance.
Yeah.
Here we go.
3, 2, and we're off.
What?
He starts standing.
Georgia start.
Jeez, he really is gonna.
Oh my God, he's already at
He's really
3.
dominating me already. This is embarrassing.
10 seconds in, he's already at 7.
All right, we're already at 9. 10.
That is a Georgia peach.
He's at 20
11.
seconds and he's got 6 more to go, 5 more to go now. This is impressive. Is he going to
You've got
stop?
really strong legs, in it.
Look at this.
Is he going to
17,
stop at 19 or go the
18.
full 60?
19, 35 seconds to get to 19.
Yeah, there it is.
I got worked. I got
There
worked.
it is.
Work,
Wow,
Jordan.
what
Embarrassed.
happened?
The rematch will happen. I'll get in shape after the summer. We'll be good.
Easy work.
Let's just set a number here real quick.
Oh no.
Just a little something like
No,
25.
ease off, Connor. I have an idea. Ease
I'm not
off.
getting involved. No, I'm
Ease
not getting
off.
involved.
Ease
No, I'm
off.
not
I
getting
didn't
involved.
ready?
Connor, he wants that smoke. He wants that smoke.
I don't know how to do it.
Come on, all you gotta do.
no,
No, you gotta do it.
no.
Connor, he said that his hands were tingling.
I trained legs.
Do
I
you
trained legs.
challenge? He just did it.
Trained legs today, so my legs are weak.
Connor, do you challenge Ade right now?
Anyone.
Yes.
4-0. Just like that.
Rick,
I don't care.
Rick, come get.
No,
Do it. Do it.
I wouldn't even know what to do.
What do you mean know what to do? You
Like,
literally
like
have
a
to
number,
pedal.
I don't know what to press.
Let's ask the chat.
Come get on the bike.
Chat.
Come get on the bike. Ade.
Should
Don't
he
be
do
scared.
it? They're all saying you should do it. They're all saying you're a coward.
You're lying.
They're all saying he's a coward. Oh, it's not working right now. It's not working.
Come
get
It's
not.
hamstring. My hamstring just went.
Wow. This is cowardly.
I would do it, but I'm just.
Your hamstring just gone.
Literally just went.
Tom Brady, not the only duck.
Guys, he just said his hamstring just went. He literally just pulled a Michael Johnson against Donovan Bailey circa 1996. Oh, he's going out there. He's going out there. I don't believe it. He's walking out there. Yes, now they're all saying it. They're a little bit, they're calling him a duck. They're calling him a coward. Do it, Ade. Ade afraid. He's about to get smoked. I'm worried. Connor, are you okay? Do you have anything left in the tank, though?
I'm not going to lie. The legs are a little bit jelly, but we never stepped down from a challenge.
I want him to go first. Let him go first.
Yeah. Give Connor a rest time.
Yes. Let him set the standard, and you blow right through him.
We'll see what he gets. Did y'all see Jordan? Can we go back?
Yeah, we saw me. Don't worry, we saw me. We'll get a part two.
By the way, very good chance Ade doesn't know how to get there. He's only been here once before, so we might have to go grab him.
Jordan had a real belief that he was going to beat me. He actually thought he was going to beat me.
Oh my God, they're calling Ade a duck.
He is. Where is he?
It's all ducks in the chat right now. Oh my God, Ade. They're killing you. They're killing you.
What kind of pants was he rocking?
He was wearing like jeans, but they were a little baggy, so I think he'll be okay.
All right, we got some behind the scenes people going to find him right now.
Oh my God, he is really lost. He stormed out of here, and he probably made a right turn into Yahoo Finance. He's probably on the Yahoo Finance show right now.
I actually think he's doing some push-ups outside to look a little swole for the bike.
This is early MMA days. I'm taking 2 fights in one night.
This is a one-night tournament. They're currently I'm seeing a minus 20,000 for GC. I'm seeing a minus 450.
Look, Ade just did like 25 pull-ups last night. He's in unbelievable shape. I've already done it once.
Some are saying that he's in his car, that he left, that he actually left. He's gone. By the way, this is a 2-minute walk. Where could he possibly be? Where did he go?
I think he might be hiding in the bathroom.
Yeah, he left the building. He just walked out. It's over. I mean, is that a 10? This is like that fight where they fell out of the ring. Oh, has he emerged? You see him?
Nope. Don't see him.
What do you think he's doing? He's either gone in the bathroom or doing
People keep walking out. I keep expecting it to be him.
At some point, it's almost like you have to count him out, like old school pro wrestling. Yeah,
literally our production team.
Was that him? There he is.
Look at him. He's in great shape. He's in unbelievable.
Look at those pythons.
Ready to go right here. All you gotta do is press go.
Ade, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Ariel.
Oh my God. Okay, they were miking him up.
Mic his ass up.
I can hear you.
Ade, how do you feel?
I'm feeling nervous. I don't like this.
Oh, I love it.
But I'm gonna do something here. My trousers are too tight.
His trousers
I'm wearing the
are too
wrong
tight.
boxers, but no excuse. Oh my God.
Ade, you're the
I love
B-side.
that GC's watching. Just standing.
I need to make sure he knows how to, operate the bike.
I just want him to get me to operational mode. All right.
Ade's the B-side, so you go
wait,
first.
What about the tension? How did I do all that?
All right, so it's going to be right here. It's going to come up on your left and your right side. Super easy. You just scroll through it.
So I want it. Okay, what did you start with?
100.
And what did you end with?
Like 70. Scroll down a little bit as it goes on, as the legs start to give.
So 22 was the number, yeah?
Yep.
All right, Ariel, let's do this.
Yeah, you feel good? Are you nervous?
If I get injured because of you, and I can't make... Okay,
there's resistance right there if you want to change it. Scroll it.
Oh, here we go.
Change the resistance. There we go.
Let me tell you, don't go to 150 right off the bat.
I'm actually a little bit nervous myself now.
Here it is.
Wait,
he's having a hard time.
Come on, Ade.
Oh, this is power. This is real power from Ade right here.
Here it goes.
I'm thinking a number's about to come from this.
This is English power.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Oh, he's putting up a number.
Wow. This is impressive.
No, I'm not going to be able to beat this. There's no way. No, this is insanity right now. He is posting a number.
Oh, here it is. This is impressive.
I'm so tired.
What? That's it?
Wait, can I go more?
Yes.
It's a whole minute.
You have 20 seconds.
He's putting up a number right here.
Oh, that's it.
What do you mean?
Keep going. You're right there.
His legs are dying out. He's got to go down on resistance. Go. I thought we were
go
looking at like a
Keep going. You got 7
I thought
seconds.
we were looking at like a 35. This is still not bad.
Keep going.
23.
And that's it.
23, not bad.
Hey, that's impressive. But why did
that's
you
way better
stop?
than I was
What do you mean, why
expecting.
did I stop, Ariel? It was hard.
I thought this motherfucker was going to put up a number for a second.
No. I mean,
I saw
I
my
got to
belt
say,
being taken off my waist.
for a first time,
Yeah.
that's damn
That's
impressive.
incredible. That's better than anything Rick and Jordan have been able to do.
It's that Nigerian power. Oh, my God.
All right, now
my
I need
legs.
to beat this.
Yeah. How do you feel? How do you feel?
I don't feel great. Legs kind of hurting from the first one.
Oh, I'm not joking. My legs have gone completely.
No, they're gone. Mine don't feel great right now.
They just go.
Mine
By the
don't
way,
feel great.
why do you guys keep putting the resistance so high?
Oh, one
That's how you-
second.
that's how you-
Is this
that's how you
Ariel
get it
the
up.
expert talking?
No, I'm
Ray,
just
he's
wondering.
never gotten on
Ariel's
the bike.
number.
He's never gotten on the
Where's
bike.
your number, Ariel?
I just sit back and commentate the fights. I don't actually
right, here
partake
we
in
go.
them.
You got to put the resistance high so that you can get good output. If you put it too low, remember the first time I went, it was on super low resistance. You're not getting anything. You're just spinning
23
in
the number
place.
to beat.
I think
Mind
the
you,
best resistance is like
Ade's saying his legs are completely gone after doing what I've already done. Now I have to beat that.
Oh, here we go. He's sticking.
All right, here it is. Okay, so what was the final number?
23.
23.
He's going to do 23.
it
When you
was
get to like 17, oh my God, it's brutal.
It's gone. It's gone. His legs are gone. All right. Let's see if I can go time machine.
it was a little suspect.
Woo.
I think this is Rick right here. He just did it. Yep. All right, here we go.
Okay.
Here we go.
Do I get anything for winning? Do I get this bike?
Yeah, you get the
Can I
bike
take
if
this
you
bike to
win.
London?
If you beat him right now, you get the bike.
He ain't fucking beating me. He ain't fucking beating me. Come on.
Let's go, Jesus. Let's go. Do it for the show. Wow.
His legs are gone. He can't do it. They're gone. They're gone. They're gone. They're gone. They're slowing down already.
Pace yourself.
You gotta be on the resistance good
He
this
ain't got
time.
it. Right. He ain't beating it. He's gone.
I can't speak.
He's gone. He's gone. Come on. He's gone.
Yo, Connor, this is getting worrisome.
He's gone.
Jordan.
Yes.
30-second mark.
He
Keep
ain't
going.
doing it. He ain't doing it.
Georgia.
Come on, Connor. Keep going. Keep pushing. 20 seconds.
John Brady ain't calling you.
Connor. Connor, come on. 15 seconds. Oh, you're almost there. 10.
Got it, GC.
Keep going, Connor.
No,
You
got
got
it.
this. Hang on.
He's got it.
He's got it.
He's got it.
The
Yeah.
ride is still on. The ride is still
The champ
on.
reigns.
Oh my God. One of the greatest
Oh
moments
shit, my
in
legs
the
are
history.
legit gone.
That is so hard. That is so hard. It is so hard.
That was truly one of the most dramatic, one of the most entertaining, one of the most captivating moments
My legs are
in the history of this
they're
program.
gone. They're gone. I'm not even making this up.
Thank you very much to our good friends over at Avron Active for their support. AvronActive.com/uncrowned is the place to be. If you want to get $50 off your first order, and they have gamified workouts, treadmills, bikes, rowers. What's better than that? That was incredible stuff. Well done. Fair play to the great Ade Oladipo for jumping in on that. Check out my show with him, Ariel and Ade, on DAZN each and every Tuesday. Tremendous stuff there. We're going to take a quick break. We'll let them relax. We'll be back with your questions. Do not go anywhere. Let us say hello to old friend Tony Ferguson. Tony, are you there?
What's up, my guy? How you doing, Ariel?
I'm doing great. It's great to hear from you. How was life?
Oh, man, I got to tell you one thing. I heard check this out.
Okay.
Who said this before? When you shake things up, the cream always rises to the top.
Ooh, yeah. Dig it.
Oh, yeah. Can you dig it?
Yes.
I'm excited. I'm pumped up. I got a fight coming up May 11th in LA for GFL Promotions.
This is big. I think this is breaking news.
This is cool. This is awesome, man. I mean, bro.
Okay, you're breaking up there a little bit. I think perhaps it's cutting in and out, but we'll fight through it. So is this the Dylan Dennis fight that we found out about in just a couple of days ago? What's that?
Yeah, so first I was offered a boxing match against KSI. Now, see, I was offered a boxing fight against KSI at first.
And what happened?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so I was offered a boxing match against KSI. We were in heavy. Yeah, we were in heavy negotiations, which was awesome. I'm ready to take the fucking fight because, I mean, in MMA, we don't get to wear shoes. In wrestling, I wear shoes. I move completely different in boxing than I do in any other sport. So you ask anybody who trains with me. I'm ready to fucking go. And then they had me wanting to go to a press conference the week after, and I was ready down. And I started thinking, I was like, okay, let me talk to my team. So I started talking to my team, talked to my dad. I got my father, my dad in my corner now, and I got a couple other people that are good advisors for me. And we're like, hey, you know what? Let's finish up mixed martial arts. Let's get going, and then we can worry about boxing later. So it wasn't like we said no or we haven't said yes, but we started focusing more towards MMA. And then obviously KSI went and I guess found a different opponent because by then there was the draft. That was when shit was all going down. And then when the draft happened and everything, it was like kind of like, okay, yeah, we're certain that this is where the direction where we want to go. We want to turn some heads. We want to make sure that everything is good. And we're tired of fucking losing. Like it's dub season all day from here on out. You know, when I left the UFC, everything was, I hate to say it, I wanted to fight another time, but obviously, I mean, even me, like, it's kind of like, okay, I have to excuse myself, guys, but I don't want to leave on bad terms. And so talking to Hunter, actually, and then coming into terms with it, it was like, we all agreed that, it was with best interest for me to move on. Like, honestly, it was awesome. I want to go and I want to play different sports. I want to go and I want to experience new things, new trophies, new rings, new fucking championships. I want to keep adding to my resume. And we thought it was necessary to be able to do that for me to be able to start and grow, not only as an athlete, but as a man. Now, for a long time, Ariel, you've been covering this sport. And, this sport has been built on the backs of very strong men and women, all the way from the fighters, all the way up to the promoter. And I have been knee deep in most of the fucking changes that have been made in this sport, alongside some of my other, classmates, I guess you could call us. You can't be afraid of change. Like how Macho Man said, when you shake things up, the cream always rises to the top. And here we are with GFL. Wasn't too sure about how the transition was going to be, but I have to tell you, I packed up all my UFC stuff. I put it in the bags, and it was the hardest fucking thing I had to do. It was like a couple of days where it took time for me to be able to adjust. And I put everything in big storage bags, and I was ready to move on. And it's almost like I went in the Ultimate Fighter with the purpose of, was winning a fat check so I could help, my family out, my grandma and everything. And then, I ended up getting a contract. So this whole entire process has never been a disappointment, but what it has been is a learning experience of how, one, I go about my business, two, about how I treat my close circle, and three, about how I want to plan for the future. And right now, where we're at in this stage, it's so amazing that there is an opportunity for a lot of other people to be able to display their things and to be able to wear some new clothes and a new jersey and a new fucking name in the shirt. And it's such a great feeling to have and such a relief to be able to move on. And no bad blood anywhere. I think this is great sport. I mean, I think this is great. I think the direction that it's going, one day we will see in the Olympics, but it's going to take us in this class that we have for the GFL for 2025, especially May 11th, to come out there and make sure that everybody understands that we're not fucking around. We're getting paid right. We have teams. This is exactly how I liked it in wrestling. It might be an individual sport, but you're still fighting for a team. You get a pin, you get 6 points. And this is as close to like that kind of scenario as in like a professional, legitimate collegiate type of atmosphere where it wants to break into the new atmosphere. And I've been talking a lot, but I'm excited, dude. I'm going to be real with you.
I wanted to let you speak for as long as you wanted, Tony, because everything that you're saying...
There's a lot I didn't say, Ariel, but I'm going to be real. It was a really crazy emotional experience to take my stuff and to put it in the bags, but it felt like I was closing a different chapter in my life and writing a new book. I have fought for fucking, I don't know how many years waiting for a championship and then getting it and then having it taken and then, dangling in front of me again like I'm fucking, like what? Like, what do you think I am? Like, I'm a human being. I'm not trying to bitch and moan. I'm a tough motherfucker and I'm a human being. But at least if you do this to me, you're not going to feel bad for doing it to the next person. And then there's a lawsuit and there's other things, but that's not what I'm focused on. My focus is always to what? Keep the sport moving. Didn't I always say that, Ariel?
Yes.
And I've always kept that to my word. And if I can demonstrate May 11th that a guy that had a 12-fight win streak has an 8 and then come back and fucking steal the show and fucking win every single fight and go out there and look like a completely different fighter, that's beyond legendary. It's never been done, and I love doing things that never been done.
Tony, the last time we saw you in action, and I really appreciate you talking about this. We haven't heard much from you in the form of interviews since the last time we saw you in action, which was back in August. And so if we could kind of start there, if you will. I know we've already started, but you did take off one glove, which, usually we see the two gloves.
Look, bro, man, I wasn't ready to fucking retire, but it felt like I had to do something. Dude, I was so fucking sick. I had heat stroke. Like on that Thursday, I went and ran every day in that area, right? And it was hot and it was humid. It wasn't wet. The one day that I didn't pay attention to my shit. Dude, I lost like 8-9 pounds. And I fucking felt like I was not like dead, but I felt like the weirdest fucking shit. I didn't stop puking and everything. I didn't eat. I didn't rehydrate. And I thought I was nervous. And it was just a lot of shit that was going on, bro. But I was really fucked up. And I don't really like to say that, but going into that, I was puking like a motherfucker. And then you had the Bullet, dude. What's his fucking name? The guy from Dagestan or the wrestler?
Shara Bullet.
Yeah, dude. And he's looking at me. I'm like, I started strong, and then all of a sudden, like, I started overheating, and it was like that whole entire trip was just meant to be. God was like, you know what, dude? Hey, we're trying. It's good. I see that you're fucking trying. Let's find a new avenue for you. Let's find a new direction. You're gonna have to go through this one. And you're going to have to make the trip, and you're going to have to prove to me that this is what you want to do. And going through that, it was the most miserable fucking process, but I had my family with me. And the week before that we went out there, we had a miscarriage.
I'm sorry.
And so, like, well, it happens. I'm not the only one. But what we do is we don't dwell on it, and what we do is we get back to the fucking board and we make sure that we try. So my takedown defense is very strong right now, Ariel.
What I was wondering was, in that moment, did you think that maybe it was the last time you were going to compete in MMA?
No, absolutely not. It might have been the last time I was going to compete for the UFC.
Okay.
When it goes into an athlete like me, I've never really been cut from a team ever. I have to say that. I've always worked my ass off, and I've always found a way, even if I wasn't able to play. I had broken my arm one time my sophomore year, and I switched schools. I had to sit out for 6 months, or I sit out for a whole fucking semester because of the thing when you switch schools. And I sat out, and I suited up every fucking game. I suited up every fucking practice, and I showed up, even knowing that I wasn't going to be able to play. I'm a fucking gamer. You will never find another fucking professional athlete like me. You might, but we're few and wholehearted, man. I had a chance to talk to Coach Teddy Atlas, and he said some pretty fucking cool things to me that I needed to fucking hear, because when you have an athlete like me, you have to have somebody or something just get your fucking attention. I've had almost like a domino effect of certain people that have gotten my shit together for me, because you know what? I got so tired of my own shit. I almost had to start fucking my own self up. I had to start beating my own self up of taking these fights and wanting to start something new. And you should never want to do that, Ariel. You should love yourself enough to fucking to be able to go all the way through and not let anybody's words or actions, no matter what happens, deter you, and to be able to want to feel pain like that.
What do you mean? What do you mean when you say that? Hurt yourself?
Bro, I'm gonna be real. It was the most miserable experience after I won that belt, and then they took it away from me, and I went back and I fought that motherfucker, on that fight card. I try to keep it lighthearted because I feel that this has made me such a stronger, better man, no matter what kind of adversity I've been through. But I have got people, my fans, that are sending me memes about when Khabib and Conor were looking at me in the background, scared shitless of when I was fighting Pettis, all bloody up because they knew of what I went through and what they had done. So the UFC too. It's going to take a lot more for me.
That was my conversation with Tony Ferguson from Monday's show. How great was that? And how are Conor's legs? I'm very curious.
They're coming back. I mean, really, there was like a 5-minute period there where I was like, "What's going on, man?" I like it. My legs feel like jelly, but we're good now. We're good.
Oh wow, look at that!
Yeah, hell yeah. Floyd Landis wishes he could be me.
Yeah, do you want to be Floyd Landis though?
I'm me. Tadej Pogacar, Lance Armstrong.
But didn't Floyd get popped?
Everyone got popped.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll get popped one day.
There was a moment there where it got very dicey.
You've little face stopped believing.
No, I said push through, but you had to dig down deep. Have you ever had to dig such?
That was deep. That was deep for sure. To do it on the back-to-back.
Yeah.
Ade, I mean, he showed it. He died out. Yeah, he's a beast. And the way that the bike just stops, laughs in your face when you stop pedaling.
I have to be honest. He's very fit, as they say. He's a fit bird, as they like to say in the business. I think with a little more prep, he gives you a run for your money.
Oh, he gave me a run for my money.
Yeah.
Now we'll see how I do if I'm fresh.
Yeah. Are you
Tom
okay
Brady's
now?
taking in his
You look
boots.
like you're struggling.
The legs have come back now. The legs feel better now.
I still hear, by the way, Connor, on the speaker. Can we take that off?
Frankie, can we take the speaker off?
I wrote it on the thing. No one saw it.
How about now? Just let me go.
Oh, that's much better.
There it is.
Thank you so much. Tremendous stuff, gents. And again, thank you very much to Averon for the bike. You can't get that kind of content anywhere else. Let's get to the questions, shall we? It is time, Frankie, for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for On the Nose.
Been a long day around these parts. I'm losing my voice. Tom has fallen. Let's get into it, shall we? MMA Anonymous has asked me this question a few times, asking if there's a resolution to the James Krause situation. I haven't heard anything, and I don't know if there ever will be a resolution, to be honest. He has kind of emerged. He's popped up again. So I don't know if that's a sign of everything being okay, but as of right now, I don't know of anything coming down the pipeline, if you will, as far as some sort of resolution. This story is well over a year old now. So I've seen you ask this question a bunch, and the reason why I didn't answer is just because I don't have an answer. It's kind of like bigger than sport, but I don't know if anything is coming in the near future. This is from Matt Rick. The Gathering. First question from my new name as I'm moving from San Diego to Whistler this year. What should I know about Canada before moving to the Great White North? Well, San Diego, the weather is way better. That's for starters. Whistler's a beautiful town. I was there in 2010 for the Olympics. If you're a skier, you'll love it. Obviously, there's the free health care. Some might say the people are a little nicer, kinder, more I don't know, more down to earth, friendlier. Although I love San Diego, I can't really say anything negative about San Diego. The food is great there, but I would say the food is good in San Diego. We're very much like you. We're very much like you. We're good, kind-hearted people, and if you're a skier, you're about to go to paradise. So, congrats. Yes.
I feel like you were struggling to put that together. The game I play is Magic.
Yeah, no, I know,
Gathering.
but he
Matt
spelled
Rick,
it.
the gout.
Oh,
Lorraine.
got it.
He's
Yeah.
just combining all my little in jokes together.
Okay, I got it now. BS11759, can we get the boys in the back to play UFC 5 during fight breaks this weekend, similar to how they did for the boxing card a few weeks ago?
We got some stuff planned. Maybe
I'm
not
down
that
for
for
that.
this weekend, but we'll do it at some point. But we got some other stuff planned. We're going to try and keep it light.
Okay. That was fun. That was Undisputed, right?
Yeah.
What would you guys rate that out of 10?
I'm out of the video game space for a while, so I actually really enjoyed it because I haven't played like a boxing or fight like UFC type game in a long time, and I was impressed by the graphics. But like maybe I'm not the best bar.
What were some of your favorite matchups?
10
Graphics and gameplay was fun, but like man, it was quite limited.
Frank asked that because in practice, I knocked out Carl Froch with Roy Jones Jr. You know, no big deal.
Look at that one, he licking his lips.
I thought the graphics, but like it's hard if you're not playing it. You know what I mean? Like I don't know.
You see it like swinging with air, and
Yeah.
you're like, look at these jamokes. Yeah, it's hard. It is difficult to kind of find your timing and your stuff, but I quite enjoyed it. But again, I haven't played a game in 10 years, so anything's going to feel pretty great to me.
Mr. Mystery Balls, congratulations on 250K subs. Yahoo. Thank you very much to the subscribers and the supporters and all the people who have our back. Mazel tov to everyone who is working or has worked on the channel. It is a treasure. Thank you. Special shout out to Ad Evans. Yes, he was hilarious in the chat. And to Luciana Andrade. Yes, the 10 and the 7 or Ariel and the Bad Girl was the highlight of my week. Wow, you were the one. Question, any word on when PFL announces the first round of the tournament? Well, they announced the dates, and they just announced light heavyweight. So I think we have it, no? Or is he referring to the matchups? Maybe it's the matchups. And that is TBD. Do the fighters know who their opponents are in less than a month? Only one fight is on Tapology. That's a good question. I'll be honest, I haven't asked. Finally, would you please have the Mick Grizzla on his next fight when it gets scheduled? PT should remind you. Oh, Lewis McGrillen. Sure. Big game hunting. For the whole team, I just started jiu-jitsu last month, and I'm curious, with all of you covering the sport all week, every week, how come none of you partake in any sort of mixed martial arts training? I box twice a week. I've told you guys this. I don't know. I don't advertise it very much. I'm not that good, but I enjoy it. It's kind of like the highlight of my week as far as like non-work stuff. Ariel, would the germaphobe inside of you allow you to do such a thing, rolling around barefoot and sweaty? I don't do jiu-jitsu. I have done it. I like boxing the best. And that's about it. Does anyone else do anything right now, jiu-jitsu wise?
I would like to get back into jiu-jitsu. I just don't have time.
Yeah.
I would love to. I want to put my kids in it. And when I finally do, and we have a school right near us, when I do, hopefully I'll do like a family thing. It's tough. It's honestly very tough with the kids.
It's tough.
I find it.
Thomas, Iowa, Des Moines. I was born and raised in Iowa, but left to go to College Park, work out in NE. I'm guessing that's New England. I've absolutely loved all of the Iowa and UFC Des Moines jokes from the crew. I can't wait to see GC and the rest of y'all out in Iowa in May for UFC Des Moines. I can show you all the great things in this city and my great state has to offer. We have corn, pigs, corn, Caitlin Clark, and so much more. UFC Des Moines, May 3rd. See y'all there and see you at the top.
Definitely Nebraska.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be there, though. No one else wants to join me.
Man, you won't go to the Times Square card, but you'll go to that one.
No, I'm at the Times Square card.
And then the next day?
Yep.
Yeah. Hut. Ariel, Travis Scott's real name is Jacques Berman Webster II. Is Jacques, my son once referred to him as Jacquez, Jacqueus. Is Jacques Berman not the best heel name ever? Thanks, love the show. It's tremendous, actually. It actually is tremendous. I doubt he goes with that because he's got another alter ego, which is Cactus Jack, which I'm still unclear as to how he's allowed to use that. That's Mick Foley as far as I'm concerned. But nevertheless, Hut, in honor of the John Cena heel turn, Ariel, which member of the Ariel Helwani crew would it be most surprising if they turned heel and backstabbed you? Rick tired of carrying you all these years? GC's ego going crazy and he takes a shot at the king? Frank finally rebels past the point of no return? Pizzi stomping on a Canadian flag? If Cena can turn, anyone can. Also, is there legit heat between Rick and Frank?
Oh, that's a good question.
The boys in the back gets wild. Thank you for making this crazy world a bit more fun. I would say
there's definitely legit heat between Rick and Frank.
I don't have a problem with the Stingleberry at all. So I don't know what people were reading into. There's absolutely no issue.
No issues at all. I don't think about him.
Wow.
I am consumed. In his mind, I am all that
It's
is
like a hemorrhoid. You know,
I
you
don't
can't really get rid of it. It's just always there.
I leave here, never think about Frank ever again.
Wow. I don't love
He
hearing
sees
that.
his face right when he walks back in. Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm smack in the middle.
Yeah. I don't. There's something going on. There's something going on.
PB&J, the bread.
Yeah.
And Burke's Jordan in the middle.
I would say the one that would shock me is probably Pizzi. I think Pizzi is the most loyal. What do you guys think of that statement?
Biggest brown noser is what we call him.
He's got
fine.
you wrapped around his little Irish finger.
That's fine. That's
It tracks. It tracks.
It's fine with me. But I hope we can resolve all these issues. I mean, there's enough issues on the outside of these walls that we have to deal with.
There's no issues.
Maybe a team dinner or something tonight.
I'll pencil you in for June.
Okay, I'm in. I would go. Listen, I'm ready any night, especially Wednesdays. You know, I love Wednesdays. Those are my favorite. And honestly, if I'm just being, real, I miss the post-show wrap-ups. I miss that.
Me too, man.
Hut. Ariel, history was made February 22nd, and no one is talking about it. Austin Vanderford went down in history as the first UFC fighter to show his junk on OnlyFans and get a W in the octagon. Respect. All right. Call me a party pooper, but these assaults at the press conferences are not a good thing at all. As a competitor, you should feel safe in the environment, not afraid of being assaulted. These are getting out of hand, and I wouldn't blame Dennis or others for pressing charges. It's bullshit. Thoughts? Thank you. Love the show. They got to get in the middle. Listen, you would never see someone do that with Dana in the middle. They wouldn't dare. And so you have to establish that presence. You got to be in the middle, and they've got to stop letting them go so close to each other.
There's a fine line, though, because you want that, right? Everybody is talking about how hot Eubank versus Ben is now. Like, there is a fine line. There is a needle you must thread.
Yeah.
That the promotion does want this, right? But there's also I honestly feel like you let the first offense happen, right? Somebody gets out of pocket, then you have to do the whole, like, we put the security in, this is never going to happen again. You just build it up that way. But if I'm a promoter, I don't know if I want to shut it down so quickly. I don't know if I want that.
I agree with what you're saying, but if someone pushes someone, they fall off the stage. What was the fight recently? The
car close got shoved.
No,
remember that
Keyshawn
one?
Davis got shoved.
Yeah, but that was like,
I'm just
patty
saying,
cake. Like he took a step.
Someone
off
falls, someone slips.
No, I mean Drakkar Close literally got shoved to the point that he got injured. Like there is a real
Dana wasn't there for that one.
There's a real precedent for like things going awry in this type of scenario. In reality, though, again, you are like, it builds the anticipation for it. If I'm the competitor, certainly I don't want to be shoved. To the question asker's point, I want to feel safe, but it is also something that is effective in selling the fight.
Mr. Clean, questions for everyone and no dodging the overrated question. Who is the most underrated champion currently holding a belt in the UFC, and who's the most overrated champion?
Pantoja, underrated, easy, not even a question.
Okay.
Nobody's more underrated than Pantoja.
Current champions, Pantoja, Merab, Ilya. Actually, I guess Ilya's still the champ until that fight happens.
Could it be Bilal?
Did he beat Bilal?
No, could it be?
Bilal is the most underrated?
It's possible.
I got pants.
Islam, Bilal, Dricus, Alex, Jones, Valentina, Jean. I'll go with Pantoja. I'll go with Pantoja or Merab. Or Merab.
Overrated's easy too. It's Sean Jones. Not even a question.
Interesting. What do you mean by that?
Well, if I guess I should say, like, is the thing about, are they overrated as champion? John Jones has one championship fight and then one title defense, and it is against, I think, favorable matchups. Like, that's not like really a championship legacy. That, like, I believe Tom Aspinall to be a rightful claim to being the best heavyweight or being the champion. So it's harder for me to be like, yeah, John Jones is like a dominant champion. Now, if we're talking like, is John Jones overrated as a fighter? That conversation I'm not willing to have. But if we're just going like championship accolades, like, yeah, he gets talked about in a way that is not befitting of the fights that he has had at heavyweight. Don't ask me, though, to call John Jones overrated.
I was going to run with that.
Everybody knows how I feel about John Jones.
know.
I've been on record for a decade now.
I ain't calling anyone overrated. They're gonna get so pissed.
Matt,
Matt,
I think you should abstain.
Matmo says underrated Pantoja, overrated Aspinall.
No, Tom Aspinall overrated.
He's interim.
He's not even a champion.
That is true. Curly Fries. Hey, Ariel, should I go to WrestleMania? I tried to go the last two, but couldn't. I've been falling out of love with WWE. This may very well be the last WrestleMania I would actually enjoy watching. I can afford the tickets and travel, but I'm getting married soon. I should use the money for the wedding/honeymoon. Plus, I don't have friends who enjoy WWE enough to spend that amount of money to watch it live. If I go, I'll be going alone. Should I go alone or spend the money on my wedding? Golly. Alone doesn't seem very fun, if I'm being honest. Like, I'm okay with going alone to the movies or to eat, to dinner, whatever. Alone to WrestleMania doesn't seem very fun, in my opinion. And when you break it down as like spending money on your wedding or WrestleMania, I don't know. Do you guys agree? Like, going alone just doesn't seem very fun. It's kind of a thing that you have to experience with at least one other person.
Yeah, don't go alone and I guess save the money for your wedding.
Yeah.
I think that's a better option. I feel like going alone is good in theory until you get there.
I agree. Zach, what's up, Ariel and crew? What can be said about the recent title challengers and their sense of deservingness? It seems that so often now the recent title challengers have had some sort of controversy entering fight week on whether or not they deserve the shot. Is the UFC doing a bad job at solidifying number one contenders, or is it just timing? Thanks, boys. P.S. When GC eventually has his highly anticipated face-off with Sean Brady, what breakfast food will he hit him with? Oh, I get it, in the face-off.
It's actually great. Eggs already taken, pancakes, coffee taken. Cinnamon roll?
Bacon?
Something. What
Bacon?
about a Philly cheesesteak?
Okay. That is good.
By the way, who knew that we were going to get like sub-boss Ade Oladipo involved in this? I mean, it's incredible.
That was amazing.
The resume gets deeper for me.
Yeah, he's 5-0 now. It's
Swept the trilogy against Jackman. Easy tune-up against interim champion Jordan, on-air Jordan, and then a new title challenger came out of nowhere.
Question. The experience of going toe-to-toe with Ade, who is quite fit, like I said, does that make you think twice about the matchup against Sean Brady?
His speed in the beginning was jarring. Little did I know he was completely emptying his gas tank. His gas tank was gone 32 seconds in. My concern is Sean Brady does that and sustains it for the entire minute.
Yeah. I mean,
I can only know once we get on the bike together.
Where you at, Brady? Where are you at? Okay, Noah, as a fellow Montreal boy, I felt I had to call you out on something. Calling the first DDP fight boring when DDP looked like he just got out of a train wreck is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. LOL. And funnily enough, I didn't hear you call out one of the worst fights I've ever seen in my life, which took place right before that, Pennington versus Silva. Strickland has fun fights. Have you watched his Brendan Allen beatdown, the vocal beatdown of Jack Marshman, whooping Uriah Hall, breaking Nasruddin, KOing Abus, going to war with... Yes, okay, Garrett, great. Yes, make your point. He does have some boring fights, but has also had wars. I've never called him a boring fighter. All right? Not everyone's going to be a banger, but you will never call out Leon Edwards and Izzy for leg kicking at range and doing 0 damage for multiple of their fights. Or Sterling for laying and praying, doing 0 damage for multiple of his fights. I don't agree they do that. I didn't hear you calling out the leg kick fest of Izzy when he fought Cannonier and Vittori. By the way, I did say that fight wasn't good. You're wrong. I did say that. Somehow that thing just disappeared. Aljo's one of them. Anyway, the hypocrisy. Okay. I have called these fights not good. I've never called DDP a boring fighter or Sean Strickland a boring fighter. But if you think that fight was good or entertaining, and did I even use boring? I don't even know. I just said I didn't think it was worthy of a rematch so quickly. That's it. Who wrote this? Sean Strickland? Who wrote it? Danny Rubenstein? Question for everyone in the crew. Of your many 10-7s, which has been the most satisfying for you to deliver in the moment, and for the boys, which has been the most satisfying for all of you to watch? I don't know. None of it is satisfying. I don't. You guys think I like these? I don't like these. I don't like doing them. Where's Rick? Where'd he go?
I don't know. I didn't even notice him walk out.
Did he leave? What is he doing?
What is this? You getting in the lab? You want a little motivation today?
You know what it was?
I'll go a third time and spank your ass.
No. See, I don't want the smoke. I'm bowing. After I saw that performance against Ade, I don't want that smoke anymore. I feel like I just want to play a game though. Like that's what I want to do. I want to go back. I want to just play a game. Because I saw Jordan's piss poor performance, and I was like, yeah, he was supposed to be the replacement for me, and he basically just did exactly the same thing. So I was like, you know what, I want to hop on this thing, but I don't want to do a competition. I'm just going to play a game.
Is this what the kids play when you put it on?
This is the kids game.
This is our executive producer.
Yes. What? You just left the show?
Yeah. You know what?
I'm tired of our shit. Or are these questions
honestly,
just not good enough?
I mean, we do need to raise the bar a little bit.
Wow.
On the note, also, truly presented by Avron.
Let's be real.
Avron buying real estate on the program today.
Somebody answered a question, asked a question about overrated, and you didn't even answer. So I mean, I got to save this.
You're right.
I got to save this.
What are we doing here exactly?
I'm trying to hook a fish.
And you're doing this as you're riding the bike?
Yeah, so it looks like you pedal and then...
I can let it...
You got a big grouper passing you by right there. A couple barracudas.
Get up there.
Oh, get the shark.
Pedal to get it.
Get the shark.
Oh, here we go.
This is actually kind of fun.
Oh, that's a tuna coming. Don't get the tuna. No, we wanted the shark, Rick.
Oh, no.
We wanted the shark.
Wait, what do we have to do here?
Pedal faster.
I'm trying to bring it up. Come on. Push.
Watch out for the electric eel.
Oh yeah, don't do that.
No, can I hit those or can I,
think
just
so.
bring
I
it
think
up?
so. I think you got this one on the line.
What are you doing with the U there?
Come on, man. Come on, man. Reel it in.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Reel the shit in.
Yeah, what's happening?
I'm trying.
What's going on? You're gonna lose the
Also,
damn
my
fish.
packs in my pocket are like bouncing around here.
Excuses. Come on, man. It's
Get
a simple,
on the bike.
it's a simple yellow
You see the
fish.
life
Gets
bar
on the
going
bike,
down.
talks.
Look at
shit
this. The
on
whole
my-
bike
on
is
me
shaking.
can't
The
catch
whole
a
boat's
fish?
shaking
Why don't
over
you
there.
ride back to Long Island?
Here we go. Here we go. It's coming. It's coming.
Honestly, I have to say my slander of Long Island has been tamed for the performance that.
There we go.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Get you a tuna.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if we can get another
the
one.
shark.
Oh my God, another
Get the
one.
shark.
Yeah, I
Aren't
want to
you
get
toast after
I do
that?
want to get the shark. No, the resistance is only on 30.
Hey, Jesus.
So why wouldn't you?
Throw it to the park. Easy.
No, don't get
Easy.
that one.
No.
Okay. No, not that one either.
Oh, he's getting out of breath. Yeah. That was the one.
Hold on. Here we go. Oh, what about that electric eel?
Wait, you want an electric eel?
Yeah, that one looks sick. Come on, give me something.
Oh, wait for the shark. Wait for the shark.
All right, I'm
No,
gonna
go back down. Go
Go
back down.
back down.
Oh, God. The grouper's going to get us. God damn it.
I gotta say, this is actually pretty fun.
Grouper's good.
Actually,
Good chow there.
Come on. Reel that bad boy in.
I got it. Don't worry.
Pump up the
Try
resistance a
turning
bit, man.
Come home.
Bro's just.
Who does?
It's
He's got to
coming.
get the
work
bar
for-
to the empty. Can we
It
get
has
the
like
50
a-
resistance or something?
Yes.
It has like a life bar. It's great.
Go.
What would be great is if you actually caught this fish.
Yeah, it would
Frank,
be
you
great.
hop
It'd be
on?
great as if we were fighting a shark right now.
Frank, when are you going?
Should I just answer more questions in between? I mean,
Keep answering questions while he reels in.
Yeah. Go.
T3 wants us to break the fourth wall. He's curious about how the crew behaves once the show's over. Oh, I got a lot of thoughts on this.
Complete silence.
Does Ariel start going off on the crew for any mistakes during the show?
Yes.
Does the
the
crew
most heinous way you could imagine.
Does the crew go their separate ways without saying a word? Yes. Does everyone working on content while Ariel rushes out the door? No, I'm the last one to leave. First one here, last to leave. I would love to know what happens behind the scenes. Well, what happens is it's like, did you get that grouper, by the way?
I did, but I'm trying to get the.
We're gonna skin it and fry it up.
So
Not the turtle.
what
No, not the
happens
turtle.
is
Oh my God.
it's like a 2-minute
minnow?
walk from here to the control room. So I'll usually walk. On a Wednesday, by the time I get to the control room, no one's even thinking about the show anymore. They're just thinking about boys in the back. So they all just ignore me and start talking about whatever pound for pound, whatever gimmick, whatever great thumbnail they have planned for it.
I know you
I'm
come
like,
in and you're just like,
So,
don't you just love Wednesdays?
Well, I'm just like,
Everybody's
hey, guys.
working for the weekend.
I'm like,
We're all
so
planning our commute for tomorrow.
That interview was great. You know, do we want to go over this? Do we want to go over that? No, all right, okay. Then I'll walk back to, do a couple of things on the back end, and then I'll walk back again.
Yo, sparkling shark, Rick, you have to get that. Sparkling shark.
Oh, come on.
Sparkling shark, man, come on. Wow.
I had it right at its mouth.
How hard would it be to get that? And
All
then
right, let me
everyone's
wait,
gone.
let me wait.
Basically.
Let's wait for a big one.
I know, but the argument is we're right back in 12 hours later.
Right back
See our beautiful shining faces. With the MMA hour, it was like, I don't know when the next time I'm going to see you guys.
What do you mean?
Try and get the turtle.
Wednesday to Monday? It's just like, will I ever see you guys again?
I'm trying for the turtle.
Hi, Ariel and
No, I
team.
missed
Love the
it.
show.
Let's
This is
get
from
the
G. Question for all. With the advancement of
Oh, no, was I
AI
not
and
supposed to?
technology in sport, see the NFL in first downs. Yeah, thankfully. What would be a piece of technology you would bring into MMA? Smart gloves to count the strikes? I feel like someone tried that.
To all our podcast listeners,
Yeah.
Rick is currently struggling with a fishing game.
Yes.
Well, he caught the electric eel, but it looks like the eels are bad.
Yeah, we don't want the eels.
All right, you got one more shot at the shark, and then you got to give up.
No, I think I'm done. I only got 18 seconds.
We continue. Jamal 2020. Oh, he also asked if Daria being on brought back any Dahlia flashbacks. No, it's a different name. Jamal 2020. Where's the next place you want to vacation to? I've been thinking about this. I went to Hawaii in the year 2000. Oh, time's up, Rick. That was a valiant effort. Anyway, that's a great, by the way, shout out to Avron. That's a really
game.
fun thing. I could see someone spending an easy 20 minutes on that thing and working out at the same time. That's what you want.
They make that sparkling shark tough to catch.
Yeah.
Frankie's next. Your turn, Frank.
I'd like to go back to Hawaii. I know Rick goes there like every few months. Hawaii, Spain has been talked about. Italy has been talked about. You know where's a place I'm dying to go that I've never been to? So I've been to all of those places at one point in time. I've never been to South Korea.
Ooh.
I would like to go to South Korea. I think so of the 3 countries that I'll say of the 2 countries that I've never been to, I would love to go to South Korea. I would love to go to New Zealand. I would love to go back to Australia. I haven't been there since 2015. And in America, I've never been to Austin. I would love to go to Austin. I would love to go to Portland. I always wanted to go to New Orleans. I went there for 2 days. I don't feel like I got a full experience, so I would love to go there too. That would be nice. Jacob, question for the boys. We all know Ariel has gotten some heat for predictions he has made, things he has said. Have any of you gotten some negative feedback for something you have said on the show? My mind goes to New York Rick shitting on Luke Rockhold immediately after he left his interview with Ariel. Did he do that?
I don't recall that.
No, I don't recall it either.
It's not his breath.
Actually, Jorge Masvidal got mad at them when he said that someone, I think, who is it? Was it Rick?
Hair in front of the face, sweating. No, we both did. We were just like, yeah, we're not interested in seeing Jorge versus Leon.
Yeah, we didn't want to see Jorge versus Leon.
What did he call us? Where'd you get these fucking dorks?
Jabronis.
I'm down. We are dorks.
Oh, here's a good one.
good.
Archie, 11523, first time, long time. Has anyone else noticed GC's heel turn of late? When GC burst onto the scene, he was touted as the biggest babyface in the game, being universally praised and a welcome addition to the show. Recently, though, he's been throwing shade left and right, frequently raising his voice and loudly venting his frustrations to members of the crew, mostly Ariel and Frank. It feels to me like he has settled in, his guard is down, and we are now seeing his true colors, and I'm here for it. Heel GC for life. Your response?
I don't know if this is true.
Wow.
I need evidence of this.
Perhaps the crew can weigh in. Frank, you think there's some merit?
You asked.
Yeah.
I looked over to Frank one show and he was just like,
Oh, did he do it like The Rock? Like
yeah,
two
the
fingers.
two fingers.
Yeah.
GC's the same old GC. It's Rick whom we should be concerned about.
Oh.
Have I changed? I feel like I've always been an
The power
asshole.
has really gone to his head.
Yeah.
He used to
Really?
come up to me
No.
like, hey man, can we talk about Dune? I'm like, of course, man. Have a chat with me. And then now it's like, why aren't you on work on time?
Well, if you remember, he used to be Mr.
Why
Monday
aren't you on work on
afternoon.
time?
What
Feels like
happened
a
to the
fair
Dune
one.
Used to be Mr.
talk, you
Monday
know?
afternoon.
Like,
We would only see him once a week. Then Wednesdays it was kind of, we would let our hair down. We'd have a good time. Now we're entrenched with him. The Frank and Rick thing really isn't working out.
It's
as we
really
expected it to.
Do you think that's part of the problem here? Do you think it's just too many, trips to the studio?
alternate
should he do a WHA situation? No, is it WHA?
WF.
If this is on the
WFH.
table,
Yeah.
I mean, you can count me in.
No, he can't. The ship will sink.
I'm in.
I don't know what you're talking about, but there's another question here to GC from Irish Lad. Hey, Ariel and crew, I feel like GC is falling into Tom Aspinall territory and wasting his athletic prime on a duck. May I suggest, in honor of Alex Pereira Fight Week and his now legendary walkout, that New York Rick sack up and try to redeem himself in an archery contest. We can be sure GC will welcome all challengers. Maybe the seasoned darts vet Ariel could even challenge.
The problem with this is I don't know if I'm good at archery. Like I can't challenge him in things that I don't know if I'm even any good at.
Give me a week and I'm down for it. Something that I think someone could beat me in is Jordan and chess. I think Jordan could beat me in chess.
Wow.
Let's see it.
We might have to get like an above camera thing. We can really set something up here.
Maybe Wemby can join us for that one.
Oh yeah, that'd be great. And are we talking real chess or are we talking like
What's the other type?
The digital chess. 'Cause it's
I
not
have
quite
an
the same.
actual set I can bring in.
Oh,
Same thing, yeah. We can do either.
Let's do it. And we get the little clock, and you like snap it.
Yeah. No, I'd be down. I think that might be the only thing on earth that Jordan could beat me at.
Wow. Kyle Grant.
When you know, you know.
He's pretty good at graphics.
Rick, would you rather
hit me?
Never play Magic the Gathering again?
Oh, that's tough. Yep.
Or have Frank fired from the team?
Wow. What is with people trying to stir the pot?
I feel like this is a lose-win.
This is a trick
he gets
question.
to continue to play Magic.
I get
and
both?
He gets Frank fired from the.
Surely they meant one or the other. If I had both, I mean, it's Christmas.
Yeah.
Easy.
I'm starting to think Rick wrote these questions.
I might.
Rick should be prepared for the hey man call later tonight.
Hey man, I just want to make sure. Yeah.
He doesn't pick up when I call.
Yeah. I send it to voicemail.
Who the fuck says, hey, Ariel, please go back to humming Seven Nation Army by the White Stripes when you're in thought or feeling dead air.
Yeah, you've been doing the heartbeat lately instead. That one, yeah.
Or the, or the, another one that I like to do is the 60 Minutes.
I didn't know you could do that one.
Tonight on 60 Minutes. I'm
Not
Leslie
bad.
Stahl.
Not bad.
The sound of like the impending week.
Yeah, the Sunday.
Yeah.
Those stories plus Andy Rooney after the break.
Shout out Andy Rooney, all-time curmudgeon.
Hey, shout out to 60 Minutes, man. They got some great stories.
Respect to a legend.
Aaron, with this new TKO boxing news, in a year from now, is Riyadh season /Saudi/Turkey not going to be putting on boxing events besides their own and headline these 4 events a year with real stars they work with now? Or are they still going to be pretty much keeping all these promotions alive indefinitely? No, I think they'll still... I don't know if they're going to keep all of them alive because that is not alive, but they're helping them tremendously. I think they'll still do Riyadh season. I still think they'll do Ring, and I think that this will be another thing as well. TJ, step aside, Ariel. These questions are for the GOAT teammates, the boys in the back. It's a little hair thing here.
You good?
Rick, how annoying is it on the boys in the back when Frank plays those random drops that make no sense most of the time?
I think people are picking up on how annoying Frank is, which I'm appreciative of. I think that the it's on my side. Like this.
Wow, that's a good one.
So people understand like what I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with a child with no impulse control, and so I think it's sympathetic. Out of 10, 15, as I've been want to scale things.
I got
15 out of 10.
I got Hey Man by Frank this week about the sound effects. He pulled me aside.
Is that true?
He's like, hey man, do you think I should continue to do those? Or do you think Rick's actually getting annoyed?
And?
Well, I can't.
Yeah,
it's a private conversation.
You could tell us about that, like that part of the story, but
I
no,
can tell you
your
that
response.
a conversation had, but I can't tell you what happened.
Hey man, was it a text, a voice note, a call?
It was in person, and I got the bicep grab to like pull me over. Hey man.
Noted. I didn't get a hey man on
bicep
that.
grab.
Hey Rick, is it annoying you when I do this annoying thing? Nope. Just
I don't
hey
think
man
he feels
to-
comfortable going.
Hey man to Connor. Okay.
A lot happening.
Tell you a lot right there. Huh?
Mysterious Frank, he says, can you stop playing drops during Rick's pound for pound picks?
Is this a separate person?
No.
Oh,
It's
okay.
He has multiple questions. GC, what training are you doing to prepare for Sean Brady? Has the belt been created? What are the bets? Suggested bet. If Brady loses, he has to join the Parlay Boys. If GC loses, he has to spar Sean Brady for 3 to 5 rounds. I think that's pretty good.
3 to 5 rounds.
GC
I say 3 to 5 minutes if I survive that
5
long.
seconds.
He'll tap me out 18 times over the course of that. I like the idea of him joining Parlay Pals. I've seen he has to do bets on his program. What training am I doing? Taking On Air Jordan and Ade Oladipo out to the woodshed.
Also, I like how you lose the thing and then your punishment is just getting your ass like actually kicked in real life. Like that's horrible.
Go down there. Yeah, I have to spar Sean Brady straight into a spar with Joe Pfeiffer.
Just a Shark Tank.
You versus Joe
those
Pfeiffer
guys.
would be tremendous.
It would? I don't want that.
just like the face-to-face. No, not you, GC.
I mean, I'd go down
definitely
there
not me, but I don't want him either.
and get the work. I mean, I would get tapped in 0 seconds.
Patrick, favorite segment of the week. Second question. With the announcement of Turkey Dana Boxing League, do you think this will affect your relationship with Turkey? I did see a tweet where he seems to not have liked something that Ade said on the show today. But I don't know. Ade said it, so not me. But yeah, maybe. I don't know. Who knows with these things? I hope not. That wouldn't be ideal. But we're here. I mean, I would say today we have been quite positive and quite what's the word that I'm looking for? What's the word? Glowing, optimistic about this news. I think the Johnny Fisher fight got announced May 17th. We missed it by like 30 minutes. Wait, what time?
I think Johnny Fisher and Yoel Romero.
Yeah. Keen. Hi, Ariel. I think you need to go back to college. You said the guests are 95% MMA. I did some research since the start of the new era. The guests have been 74% MMA. Rick was right. All right. Well, there you go.
Yeah, we've been getting cooked for that one.
Yeah, all
I
right.
think a lot of people doing division in my mentions.
Jordan, happy Wednesday, Ariel. When was the last time you paid to go to an MMA event? I don't know. Was it? It might have been UFC 78 in Newark. Rashad Evans against Michael Bisping. I think that was it. Prudential Center. Marcus94, hello. I'm curious, with all your experience, success, awards, the Age Show, Uncrowned Empire, what motivates you to continue going above and beyond each week? Thank you once again for all the audible goodness, your friend from the UK. What motivates me? Well, I'm only 42, and I still feel like I've just scratched the surface. I still feel like I'm just getting started. Like I said in the past, if this all ended tomorrow, I'd be incredibly disappointed. So that's what motivates me. There's still a lot to do. There's still a lot to accomplish. And yeah, I still feel, I mean, even now, we had to start all over again for the third or fourth time. And I see people saying like, oh, look at your subs, look at your numbers, look at your this, ignoring the fact that we are starting from scratch on a channel that wasn't touched for essentially a decade plus. And so there's this willingness to always celebrate. This has been the case for a very long time, to celebrate my apparent demise, to celebrate my misfortunes, my failures, and things like that. And yeah, I'm not really going to let that happen. And so we've made several calculated risks here. We've expanded the offerings. We've expanded into different entities. We've created the vertical. We've done a lot of these things. I can understand that a lot of you can't quite wrap your head around taking these risks. You can't quite wrap your head around getting out of your comfort zone and not just sticking to what you know best. I get that. I understand that you're not wired that way. But we're wired a little differently here. And so while you want us to just stick to one thing and to just do it like it's always been done, we're not going to do that. And we'll prove everyone wrong. We'll prove everyone wrong, and we'll prove everyone right who believes in what we're doing. That's what motivates me. Hi, Ariel. Rizwan, what would be your thought process or backup plan if all guests canceled at short notice on a show? Just, I don't know. That would suck. If all of them canceled in one fell swoop, that would be a bummer. But we just have to do this. And that was part of the plan as well. I never wanted the show to just be me. I never wanted the show to just be me and the guests. This stuff is my favorite part of the show. As I've said in the past, learning from the Howard Stern show, watching that camaraderie, those interactions was always my favorite thing. Mark Davies, will your sons or you be watching the Sidemen charity football match at Wembley this weekend featuring KSI? They sort of watch those after the fact, but not live. I will say my sons are way more into basketball these days than soccer. The soccer interest has gone way down. The soccer watching has gone down as well. Patrick McGrade again. Ariel, any news regarding the WWE stuff? I gotta say, I'm one of those people that are in the middle of the Venn diagram, and I miss those interviews big time. No news. Nostradamus from Papa Jules. Do you think Dana is purposely waiting till after your show on Wednesdays to drop all the fight announcements? No, I really don't. But I think it's become a nice little fun coincidence. I mean, they dropped this news today. I don't think they're planning these things, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think they're planning these things around when we're doing a show. And they should know there's a show tomorrow, so it doesn't really work. MBE 28. Hello, Ariel and team. We know you're a longtime Knicks fan, but can you name some of your other favorite players that never played for the Knicks? This could be current or past. This goes for the rest of the crew that watches NBA. Thanks and have a good weekend. I always loved Mitch Richmond, who played on the Kings and Warriors. I did love those Run TMC Warriors, but then I hated Tim Hardaway when he went to the Heat. I enjoyed those Kings teams with Chris Webber and Peja. I always liked Bobby Jackson as well, University of Minnesota. I liked Harold Miner, but that's before I started to despise the Heat. He was on the Heat when they were bad, and he won those dunk competitions. I always liked Dana Barros on the Seattle Sonics. Blue Edwards, I'm going way back here. David Benoit on the Jazz. Byron Russell. Don't call me Brian Russell, who Jordan pushed off in 98. I'm thinking of non-Knicks players. Antoine Carr, big dog. Liked him a lot on the Jazz. I liked KG on the Wolves, especially the early KG days. Although one time I saw him at a game in Toronto and he said he was going to come right back and sign a book for me, and he ran right by me, and that kind of bummed me out that he didn't stick to his word. Who else? I like those Sonics teams, Kemp and Gary Payton. Sam Perkins, Sleepy Sam, the way he shot three-pointers. Spud Greg, hello, Ariel and crew. I'll keep it short and sweet this week. I was wondering if you think the outcome of this weekend's main event could make John Jones retire. No.
Wouldn't it give him more options?
Yeah.
Pereira as a heavyweight is now another option if he moves up after.
I will say I do think it's interesting. Like, I don't think, as we were talking about that, I don't think they wake up on Monday if Pereira loses and be like, oh my God, the sky is falling. But if Pereira loses, it's not great. He's one of the most popular fighters and only getting more popular. It wouldn't be amazing.
My only counter to that is there's still some big fights for him at heavyweight. We saw it with middleweight, right? Lose, move up. I could see a world where he just loses and moves up. And now you do have another option for John Jones, even without a belt. I think Alex Pereira is still a massive star. You got another option for John Jones, or you got another option for another heavyweight person, maybe Tom Aspinall, maybe somebody else. I don't think the sky's falling if Alex loses.
Chris P. Ariel, longtime dedicated fan, multiple time writer, one-time Helwani shirtwear on a UFC broadcast, one-time custom cookie sender. Please, for the love of all that is holy, can we retire your new pronunciation of the word controversy? It's not my new. I said controversy because they said it so many times on the DAZN broadcast on Saturday. So I was just trying to.
Ariel said it on the. Ade said it on the show today.
Controversy. That's how they say it.
That's insane.
Juan versus Juan, Tuesday, anime. All these are what makes you you. But your new controversy to me is the angelic harp to Rick's ears. That was a reference to a show that the boys do on your channel at 1 p.m. Eastern each and every Thursday. Highly recommend.
I appreciate the plug in the middle there. Oh, that wasn't great.
Ariel.
Now you can understand what I deal with, Ariel.
Yeah, no. I actually like that one. I actually feel like that is
good. You have it, Frank. Transfer that one over to Ariel. I'm out.
I don't mind it.
I miss the old Rick.
Okay, just a couple more. Do we have super chats? Or not really? Oh.
Super chats.
No, I was just saying I'm going to do a couple more and then go to super chats. Super chats.
What'd you call them?
I'm tired.
Can we go back to On the Nose, though, so I can do this one?
Yes. Helwani, Mr. 107, I know you don't like the beefs, but do you have one beef where you were really proud of it? How you handled it? I think the Patty one was class. You bodied him respectfully. No. Hi, Ariel from Brantley. If you and Dana mended fences and you could interview him again, what format would you want? A quick 15-minute chat on the current state of affairs, a long hour-plus interview with the ability to deep dive? Have you thought about this? Have not thought about it, but yeah, you'd always want longer, right? Longer is always better with anyone. Okay.
I would watch a series. Let's do a 6-part
series
with you and Dana.
Deep dive. Based Ariel. Hi, Ariel. Can you explain the downfall of your relationship with Brett Okamoto? I remember you saying one time on your show you weren't friends with him. I was surprised by that because I thought you worked well together at ESPN. Downfall of relationship. I don't think there ever was really a relationship. I'm not going to get too far into all this, but we never quite connected, and I didn't feel very welcome, and honestly, what kind of created that wedge was the UFC. The UFC would feed him information to try to make me look bad in the eyes of my bosses. My boss would tell me they don't care about the breaking news and all this stuff. It was a mess. It was awful. I felt dead inside when it was over. And the part that bummed me out the most was that was the dream. The dream was to end up there. And I quickly realized that for a litany of reasons, the dream was a nightmare. So, maybe in a different world, in a different life, we're not in this weird sort of, I don't know what to call it, awkward situation, but just never were able to connect in that regard, which is obviously unfortunate because I feel like I've been able to have great relationships with most, if not all, of the people that I've worked with, and I've prided myself on this. Okay, one last one. Favorite underrated rivalry in the UFC? Gosh, what's with the... he says Dan Hardy versus Marcus Davis. That is underrated. Gosh, underrated. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm shot. Underrated rivalry. Come on, let me think of one. Iwan Kutalaba against Magomed Ankalaev?
Stop. Wait, what?
No?
Yeah, that was a good back-to-back.
Yeah.
Most questionable stoppages in UFC history. And you get the rematch.
Pantoja and Figgy. I mean, not Pantoja and Figgy. Moreno and Figgy is an incredible one. That's one of my favorites. That just because it was flyweights, nobody really cares. I love that rivalry.
Yeah.
What about what's another sleeper from the past? I don't know. I feel like most of the rivalries kind of get elevated.
There's no real mid-card rivalry. You know,
I think that's the best example because it's the flyweights. It was kind of pushed to the side or the co-main, or if it headlined that one card, but it was because it was on short the 256. I think it was because they lost the main. Those guys, Moreno and Figgy was an all-time kind of rivalry that probably doesn't get enough respect.
What about DC and Helwani?
Ah, that was a good one.
I thought you were about to say DC and Jones.
Yeah.
Sleeper one.
I mean, that's the best one.
Talk about a casual take.
Yeah.
If that was it. What do we got as far as super chats are concerned?
Super chats.
Yeah, so Jonah writes, Ariel, we know you have an army of lawyers at your disposal.
Oh.
How many did you allocate to the famous Burks versus House owner case? Yes, the currency is...
He didn't ask, so we didn't unleash them.
Is there an update on that one?
Is there an update? Yes. People are very invested in this story.
Nah, still no update. We're waiting on the fraud investigation to finish up, and then it should get resolved.
The wheels of the law turn very slowly.
Yeah, I feel much cooler about it now. It's all good.
Okay.
It'll get figured out.
Should we lob out there that the office manager has to race you on the bike, and if you win, it's done, resolved?
I'll post a 30 if that's the case. I will post a 30 if that's the case.
What else?
Jason writes, I could totally see a TKO boxing versus MVP supercard in the future.
I can't.
Yeah, isn't that the antithesis of what they're trying to do?
There's no chance.
They're trying to not have anybody involved on their stuff. They're trying to box everybody out.
Yeah. I would be shocked. Ade is on Twitter, by the way, campaigning for his own bike now with Avron.
Is he adding?
I see him already campaigning for a rematch, too. He's looking for Burks Oladipo, too. We'll see about that.
What a guy. What else?
Matt Bergerson writes, my concern about the situation is how they will balance the fights to prolong a boxer's career. Boxers cannot take the same punishment like UFC.
I don't know. I mean, look, it's not going to be a carbon copy, but it's going to be the same type of, the same type of business model. So, and again, it's not going to happen overnight as well. It's going to take a long time to get those guys, to build them up, to make them into stars. It's not, look, the Callum Walsh and Ireland story is a perfect example. It doesn't just happen like this, and not just because you're attached to it doesn't make it into a thing, but the funds are endless. The funds are endless. The resources are endless, and they're not going anywhere.
Also, don't you think that it's the opposite, right? We hear about these stories about, Lomachenko, all these guys with extensive amateur boxing careers, who have had hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of fights. I actually think it's a shorter path in MMA. You've got less fights in MMA. I think boxing has a lot more longevity in that. Now, there's a very, very important argument to be made that kind of long-term sustained damage with those gloves to the head is worse potentially than the impact on what an MMA fight is going to do. I think we need a lot of time for those brain studies and things to kind of come out and for us to conclude something there. But I don't think that like the longevity of boxing careers is going to be impacted in this way, nor do I think that's particularly like harmful.
What else?
Benjamin Turk writes, "Hey everyone, if you could dream of any one person you could be mentored by, who would it be? This is for everyone. I'll go first. Carl Sagan."
So let me see it again. Sorry.
Hey everyone. Okay.
Oh, go ahead. You go first.
Carl Sagan.
Tell us more about Carl.
Carl Sagan was a cosmologist, pretty popular in the 70s for a TV show called Cosmos. Wrote a bunch of books. Just a very well put together guy.
Okay.
What would his mentorship like? What? Explain why.
Cosmology, I think, is really interesting because it encompasses everything from spirituality, religion to biology, all of the sciences, and it blew my mind. And his inspiration to get America and the world to really start focusing on science still works. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson ups this guy all the time to where there's a meme where Neil deGrasse Tyson is like, Pluto, you're not a planet, and someone else is like, but Neil, you're not Carl Sagan. So how does that feel? And then I don't know if you saw the movie Contact.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, so he wrote that book as a novel. So not only was he like a great nonfiction writer, he could also deliver a banger when it came to fiction. So
love it.
Yeah.
I would love to be mentored by Walter Cronkite.
Nice.
Walter Cronkite had obviously journalistic chops, but he had integrity, he had grace, he had respect, he was professional, and he had the trust of the American people. They called him Uncle Walter. They called him the most trusted man in America. When he said something, they knew it was true. And he was not tied to anyone. He wasn't biased. He did his thing, and he did it for decades, and he's the greatest news anchor of all time, if you ask me. And so I've always wanted to go to the Walter Cronkite journalism school at Arizona State. I believe Shaheen graduated from there, just because I love Walter Cronkite. I've said one of the reasons why I wanted to name my son Walter was because of him, because I love what that name represents, and I feel like it's a very strong and powerful name. And so who better than him?
Damn good answer.
Anyone else?
There's a mentalist named Darren Brown, and if I could be mentored by him, I would. If you know, you know. It's too long an explanation, but he's incredible.
Let's do. I'll do Bernard Arnault and his whole family.
Who's that?
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Louis Vuitton.
He created Louis Vuitton?
I don't know if he created it, but it's like LVMH. He's worth like 233 bills. So
wow, really? I did not expect this.
Oh yeah. You should go to their website. They own like everything, Hennessy, all that stuff.
Like the drink?
Yeah.
Oh.
LVMH actually stands for Moet Hennessy Louis Vuitton.
Ah.
Yeah, so the whole fam, 233 bill, I can learn from mom too.
Yeah.
This. Yeah.
Would you take a bill instead?
Take $1 billion?
Yeah,
for sure.
They're like, hey man, docket's all full.
Mentorship with Jay-Z or 30 minutes of dinner?
Oh, fuck. It's so good.
What else?
Ariel has no idea.
So this was during our interview with Big John. So Raj wrote, try butter chicken.
Oh.
Which I have questions.
Yeah.
I thought butter chicken was in the Indian cuisine, and you guys were predominantly talking about food from China. Am I missing something here?
I don't know.
Okay.
Is it India? Who knows? I think he's just saying,
In
while you're
general-
speaking about chicken, try this as well.
Thank you for unpacking that for me.
What else?
Cole B writes, Tony v. Cowboy 2 in GFL.
If he gets past Dan.
Is Cowboy in GFL? It's hard to keep track these days.
I don't think so. I don't think so yet. Is
Yeah.
It? I don't think so.
And
Didn't he say he wants to come back to UFC?
That's another one, by the way. If KSI knocks out Dennis, is he really showing up on May 11th? Yes, Cowboy did say that. You're right.
No, he's not showing up. What are you, crazy?
No. What else?
Mr. Senor Pepe writes, if Frank ever stops the noises, we riot.
Oh.
Frank's burner.
I like him.
I think that was Frank's burner.
To me, it's Fred Norris-esque.
I mean, it's what the people are asking for.
What else?
Was that the softest? What else? Did we
Frank's
talk
goat.
about this?
Oh, jeez.
You got to pronounce. So yeah, Jason writes, Frank is the GOAT.
Another burner.
$10. How many burners do you have, Frank?
$10.07.
Yeah. That
was all that was left in my bank.
I like that. 10-7.
Oh,
Shout out.
What else?
That's all she wrote.
Oh, that's all she wrote. All right, gents.
It's like a beautiful afternoon behind you.
Yeah, geez, Louise. Where are we going? Are we going to the Blue Orchid?
You picked what were we saying? June 12th work?
I think, June 14th.
Okay.
I think it is.
Sweet.
A great day was had. What do we got tomorrow? On the boys in the back?
We're going to really take a look at the grappling of Alex Pereira. But from the lens of, if you are the striker that Alex Pereira is, what do you have to do to thwart off the grappling attack of one Magomed Ankalaev? How do you do that? How do you successfully defend and make it painful for him? So that's the angle we're going to take. And we're going to break down UFC 313 from every angle.
All right. Looking forward to that. The Crack on Friday, watch party on Saturday, post-show on Saturday night, UFC 313 in full swing, media day going on. Go to uncrowned.com, by the way, for all your 313 news and notes. On a very busy day in combat sports, the intersection is growing. It is growing. It is getting more interesting, and looking forward to being along for the ride. For now, though, time to go. Long day, long day.
We got something we want you to take a look at real quick.
Oh. What is this? This is courtesy of UFC on TNT Sports. This is an Alex Pereira video. He is holding a box. And is that an action figure of sorts or a figurine? It looks awesome. Wow. Is it like a new... What are they doing? It looks awesome, though. Show it to us, Alex. Show it to us. It looks fantastic. Can it move, though, or is it very delicate?
Looks static, yeah.
Check out the calves on that thing, though.
Oh, yeah, look at that. I love it. And some breaking news just through the wire right now, courtesy of our good friend Darshan Desai. He has in fact broken the news that Johnny Fisher and Dave Allen are running it back at the Copper Bosch, a.k.a. the Copper Box Arena on May 17th in London. There it is. How about that, Darshan? The Romford Bull. Breaking news for us, uncrowned.com. Love it. Darshan has quietly been one of the true MVPs of uncrowned.com. The guy is a freaking beast. He lives in the UK, and he is up at all hours doing live blogs, doing all kinds of great stuff for us. So very appreciative of him, Drake, Robert Jackman, who's been great, and everyone else on the site over the last few months. Amazing stuff. Thank you to our guests today, Ade in studio, tremendous. Big John Bosch, Malki Kawa. Thanks all of you. Thanks all of them. Back tomorrow, same time, place, same peace. I'm out of here.